Sound check. Test mic. Sound check. Sound check. We will start in a few minutes. Comsec, can we ask all the invited resource persons to take the seat or the seats on the right side of the hall?
Those invited from the PNP, please take your seats. And all others, invitees. Pages, please.
Senator.
Okay, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Welcome to the 9th joint public hearing of the Quad Committee. On behalf of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the meeting is now called to order.
On behalf of the Committee of Public Order and Safety, this Quadcomm hearing is now called to order.
For the Committee on Human Rights, this Quad Committee is now called to order.
For the Committee on Public Accounts, this hearing is now called to order.
Okay, Comsec, can you please lead the prayer for today's committee hearing?
We would like to request everyone.
Ng silanganan, halab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pag may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng luwal, hatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. That's Mr. Kimo Gumatay, the Grand Champion of Idol Philippines Season 2.
Ako ba, pwede ba ako kumanta dyan sa susunod?
Thank you, Mr. Gumatay. Now we proceed with the next part of our agenda for today is the roll call of members and acknowledgement of resource persons. Any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop,
may respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the rolls. So move, Mr. Chair.
there is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. The next part of the agenda for today's committee hearing is the approval of the minutes of the meeting held last October 11, 2024. Any motion? Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair, may we respectfully move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing. So
There-
move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing held October 11, 2024. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. So we will now proceed with the next part of the agenda, and please allow the chair for his opening remarks. Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, Co-Chairman and Vice Chair of the Quadcomm, our former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 9th meeting of this joint committee. Today, we shall continue this hearing on the extrajudicial killings that took place on a massive and wide scale during the war on drugs of the last administration. In the last hearing, we listened to the testimonies of some of the victims' families, the testimonies of Kerwin Espinosa, whose father was killed inside the provincial detention facility in Baybay, Leyte, during the serving of a search warrant, and the testimonies of those police officers who served the warrant. Today, we shall hear the testimonies of the jail guards who were on duty at that time. We hope to find out the circumstances from their perspective, given the conflicting versions of the resource persons who testified previously. We also heard the testimony of former PNP Colonel Royina Garma. In her affidavit and testimony, she admitted that the extrajudicial killings were conceptualized based on the Davao model or template, a system that has been in operation in Davao City the whole time that former President Rodrigo Duterte served as the mayor. In the alleged template, for every drug personality killed, a monetary reward is given to the killer. Colonel Garma pointed to former Davao City Police Chief, now Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, as the implementer of the Davao City war on drugs when Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte became president. She then revealed that former colleague Colonel Edilberto Leonardo was the one chosen by the former president to head the nationwide implementation of the war on drugs, together with then PNP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa and then Special Assistant to the President Christopher Bongo, who allegedly handled the reward system of the implementation. We have seen the facts and the figures of the bloody war on drugs. By official police records, thousands upon thousands lost their lives due to the wrong manner and excessive use of force and the abuses committed by those who implemented Oplan Tokhang and Oplan Double Barrel. The reward is simply too tempting to let pass, resulting to the gruesome and systematic massacre of people whose names were included in the so-called narco list, either before they were killed or added later on to justify their killings. From the testimonies of both sides of the killing fields, we established that indeed extrajudicial killings was an indispensable part of the war on drugs, encouraged as it was by the leadership that emboldened the perpetrators to carry out with the promise of great reward, which was indeed and in fact delivered. Hindi po gawa-gawa ng Quadcomm ang mga nasabing bagay na ito. Ito po ay napatunayang totoong nangyari noong mga panahong yon. Marami pa po ang mga dumarating at nagsasalaysay ng kanilang mga malagim na karanasan. Sina Colonel Garma, Colonel Mendoza, Colonel Padilla ay kusang loob na nagsalaysay ng kanilang nalalaman ukol sa mga karahasang ito na hindi naman sana kailangan gawin kung may paggalang lamang tayo sa buhay ng tao, sa mga karapatang pantao at may takot sa Diyos. Ang akala natin noon ay ilan lamang ang mga biktima at lahat sila ay nanlaban kung kaya't sinapit ang kanilang katapusan sa kamay ng batas. Ngayon lamang po natin nalaman na hindi pala ganoon ang totoong pangyayari. Sa pamamagitan ng mga pamilya ng mga biktima at sa pag-amin na din ng mga dating inatasan na magpatupad nito, ating naliwanagan ang katotohanan. Sa ganitong kadahilanan, tungkulin ng Kongresong ito, ng buong gobyerno, ng lahat ng ahensya at nating lahat na magtulungan upang siguruhin na mabigyan ng tamang hustisya ang bayan at ang biktima at magbalangkas ng mga hakbang upang tiyakin na hindi na mangyayari pang muli ang mga ito sa ating kasaysayan. Titiyakin natin na sa ating poder dito sa Kongreso ay may mga isusulong tayong panukala upang mabantayan palalo ang ating mga karapatan. Sa tiwala ninyong lahat sa Quadcomm, kami ay nagpapasalamat at nangangakong hindi dito magtatapos ang lahat. Umpisa pa lamang po ito ng pagkamit ng hustisya para sa bayan. Magandang umaga at maraming salamat po. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, sa atin pong Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales, sa ating Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez. Gayun din, kinikilala ko ang former Pangulo ng Pilipinas, GMA. Gayun din ay sa aking mga tireless na mga co-chairs, distinguished colleagues na kasama po natin dito. At gayon din po, gusto ko rin kilalanin ang dating Senador Lala de Lima at ang ating mga resource persons. Mga kababayan, magandang umaga po sa inyo. As we open this 9th hearing of the Quad Committee, let me begin by saying that this representation is heartened by the progress we have made. The journey has not been easy. It has been long and tedious and tiring. But though our work is far from over, we have already begun to see action as a result of the information and evidence we have gathered. Ito po ay binanggit na sa atin ng pinaka-chair po ng Quadcomm na ito, si Congressman Ace Barbers. For example, together with my fellow chairs, we have filed a bill, House Bill number 10986, that seeks to classify extrajudicial killings as heinous crimes, crimes that, if proven, will be punishable by life imprisonment or 20 to 40 years in prison. Ito po ay significant step towards ensuring that those who commit such grave acts will face the full force of the law, whoever they might be. Ito po ay hakbang para di na maulit ang karumal-dumal na patayan na naganap sa war on drugs, a war that unfairly and tragically claimed the lives of innocents in the name of protecting the innocent. The war on drugs po na ginawa ng dating administrasyon, wala po akong problema dyan. Ang malaking problema ko ay kung bakit kinakailangan merong mga pinatay na more than 20,000. Yan ang malaking problema ng ating bayan ngayon. We have also filed a bill House Bill number 10987, that seeks to prohibit all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country and provide penalties for violations thereof. Additionally, the House Quad Committee has turned over critical documents to the Office of the Solicitor General. These documents pertain to the land acquisitions and properties believed to be owned, procured, or acquired by Chinese nationals in violation of our Constitution. We have urged the OSG to move swiftly and file severe forfeiture cases against those accused of fraudulently obtaining Philippine citizenship to illegally acquire land and operate businesses here. Our message is clear. We cannot allow foreigners to steal our land under our very noses. The law must be applied. And no one should profit from actions that undermine the integrity of our nation, especially foreigners who exploit the gaps and weaknesses in our bureaucracy. Meron ding mga LGU na kasama dito sa pagkakabenta ng mga lupang ito. Samantalang napakaraming mga kababayan natin ang walang lupa at walang bahay, pero itong mga foreigners na ito ay nagmamay-ari na napakalaking lupa sa iba't ibang dako sa ating bansa. It is true that the gears of the law may sometimes grind slowly, but as we have seen, when properly oiled with testimony, evidence, and the steadfast desire to obtain justice, those gears will eventually crush the guilty. Our work may be exhausting, and at the end of each hearing, we may find ourselves tired and weary, but we know it is worth it when we see our patience and perseverance rewarded with progress. We know it is worth it when we see justice being served. To the craven who continue to run and hide in order to evade the long reach of the law, or those who cannot own up to their actions and face this committee, your time will come. To former President Rodrigo Duterte, who has signified his intention to appear before the Quad Committee, get well soon. Sana po makapunta kayo sa susunod na hearing. Sana po samahan ka ng ibang invited personalities na nagtatago pa rin. Sana po sa pagpunta nyo rito, marami mga katanungan ang maaari po ninyong sagutin. My friends, the Bible offers us encouragement in Galatians chapter 6 verse number 9, and I quote, "And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not." End of quote. This passage speaks directly to the spirit that drives the Quad Committee. It reminds us that while the path of justice is often long and arduous, it is a path worth walking. It is this commitment to a just cause that gives us the willpower and endurance to hold these marathon hearings and to slowly unearth the evidence that will be responsible for exacting accountability for years of wrongdoing. To my fellow members, to the resource persons who have come forward with the truth, and to every Filipino who yearns for a just society, let us continue to press on. We may grow tired, but we will not give up. We believe that the pursuit of justice is not only our duty, but our calling. At dahilan po sa ating Quad Committee hearings na ito na po ang pinapanood ng maraming ating mga kababayan. Ayon nga po sa sinabi sa article ng Chief Justice Art Panganiban na ito pong Quadcomm na ito ang pinaka-telenovela ng maraming mga kababayan. Bakit po? Sapagkat live and real time ang ating pinag-uusapan dito. Kaya mga kaibigan, sa aking mga kasangga, maraming salamat po and may we continue to serve the cause of justice with faith in the Almighty and unwavering resolve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee of Public Order and Safety, Congressman Dan Fernandez. You are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be delivering any preliminary remarks on this ninth committee hearing.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez, for cooperating. The next to deliver his opening remarks is Congressman Caraps Paduano, the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts.
Thank you,
are
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman. As practiced by this representation, I would like to submit once again my opening remarks to expedite the discussion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you likewise for cooperating, Congressman Paduano. We now proceed with the next part of the agenda. Comsec, you are directed to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our honorable members and acknowledge as well the presence of our resource persons for today's committee hearing. Comsec.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of this committee, ladies and gentlemen. For this ninth joint public hearing, we have with us the following members. Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzales Jr., Representative Dan S. Fernandez, Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Representative Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez, Representative Romeo M. Acop, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative George Patrol Bustos, Representative Jerville Jinky Betrix R. Luistro, Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel, Representative Jonathan Keith T. Flores, Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Francisco Paulo P. Ortega V, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Grace Christine Singson Mihan, Deputy Speaker, Representative Jefferson Conghun, Representative Salvador Plato, Representative Reynante U. Arrogancia, Representative Franz Castro, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, Representative Ray T. Reyes, Representative Arthur S. Garcia Jr., Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Representative Franz S. Pumaren, Representative Bonifacio L. Busita, Representative Roberto V. Puno, Representative Crispin Jigo Ping Rimulya. For our resource persons, Your Honors, for our resource persons, we have from the Bureau of Immigration, we have with us the Commissioner, Attorney Joel Anthony M. Viado, and Attorney Victor Uncad. From the Commission on Human Rights, we have the Chairperson, Attorney Richard P. Palpalatok, Mr. Dennis De La Peña, and Ms. Rachel Pilayo. From the Department of Justice, we have Assistant Prosecutor Agnes Arellano. From the National Police Commission, we have Honorable Alberto A. Bernardo, the Chairperson and the Executive Officer of NAPOLCOM, and Director Chito Noel Bustonera and Director Edmar B. Pares, and also Attorney Neylan Ley Gandeza, Ms. Jinky Rose Palabrica, all of NAPOLCOM. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have its Assistant Director for Investigation, Attorney Angelito Magno, Ms. Attorney Omar M. Orilie, Attorney Dennis Victor Asistio, and Attorney Florendo Gamunak. From the Office of the Solicitor General, we have Attorney Lorelai Castro, Attorney Lenny Layug Delfin, Mr. Niel E. Lorenzo, and Mr. Ruben Aison Jr., Senior State Prosecutor. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, we have its Director General, General Moro Virgilio Lazo, Attorney Hill T. Pabilona, Director Emeterio M. Bitong, Attorney Francis Del Valle, and Director Wardley M. Hitalia, and also Colonel Rolando Magno. From the Philippine National Police, we have with us Attorney Brigido De Jesus Dulay of their Internal Affairs, Police Brigadier General Constancio Chinayog Jr., the Chief of PNP DPRM, Police Brigadier General Nicholas Torre III of CIDG, Police Brigadier General Eleazar Mata of PIDEG, Police Colonel Lito E. Patay, Police Colonel Roland A. Villela, Police Colonel Hector Guijaldo Jr., Police Colonel Serafin Pitalio, Police Colonel and now retired Jovi Espenido, Police Lieutenant Colonel Chuck Barandog, Police Major Kenneth Paul C. Albotra, Police Major Leo Laraga, Police Corporal Junjun Obales, Police Major Emil Garcia, Police Colonel Raycon Garduque, and the Chief of Police, former Chief of Police of Laguna, Police Colonel Pastor Castillo, and Police Lieutenant Colonel Brian Dexter Andulan, and also we have with us Police General Reynaldo Tamundong and Police Colonel Pablito Asmod. Now from the non-government organizations, we have with us from the Center for International Law, Attorney Joel Butuyan. From the Free Legal Assistance Group, we have Attorney Shell Jukno. From the National Union of People's Lawyers, Attorney Maria Cristina Conti. From Rise Up for Life and for Rights, represented by its convener, Diaconess Robilin Litao, together with the families of extrajudicial killings, victims of extrajudicial killings. We also have with us the advocates from Rise Up, Father Manuel Noel Gatchalian, SVD, Diaconess Norma Doliaga, Missionary Rebecca Lawson, and Leia Valencia, its community coordinator. We also have with us the program Paghilom, led by Father Flavi L. Villanueva, SVD, the founder and president of Paghilom, together with the victims, with the families of the victims of EJKs. And also from the Karapatan Alliance Philippines, we have Miss Cristina E. Palabay, the Secretary General of Karapatan. From the Bureau of Corrections, we have with us Sister Jake Harabe. And from the Leyte Sub-Provincial Jail in Baybay, Leyte, we have the jail guards on duty at the time when the late Mayor Albuera, Mayor Espinosa was killed. They are led by its warden, Manuel Nicolas Abuda. And for other key personalities, we have with us the former Senator, Ma'am Laila De Lima, and the former Chief of Staff of Police Colonel Garma, Attorney Carol K. Paquera, and the journalist Manuel Mogato. That's all for now, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you, Comsec. So before we proceed with the hearing proper, may we ask Congressman Caraps Paduano to... Yeah, may I know, Comsec, if the resource persons invited today, especially the new ones, have taken their oath? And if not, please administer the oath of the resource persons that we invited for today's committee hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request all those who attended for the first time the public hearing. Please stand for the oath. The jail guards from Baybay, please stand also. The jail guards from the provincial jail, yes, please. Okay. All right. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry, so God help you? Thank you. You may now take your seats. The oath has been administered, sir.
Thank you, Comsec. We're also present in our committee hearing today is a former Congressman Jose Christopher Kit Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City. Welcome to the committee hearing. Now we proceed with the admin matters. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of letters coming from the law offices of OY, Cornell, and Villamor on behalf of the Nova Parinog and Rinaldo Parinog Jr. requesting for TSN with regards to the affidavit that was mentioned that was submitted by Police Colonel Joby Spinedo. And without any authorization coming from the siblings Parinog, Mr. Chairman, we would like to direct the COMSEC to address this letter coming from the offices of OY, Coronel, and Villamor.
Comsec.
Next, Mr.
Please,
Chairman,
Mr.
with regards to the comparative laboratory explanation of Cassandra Ong's signature on sublease contract, we have with us the document submitted by the NBI, and the note given to us by the NBI is that written by one and the same person, Mr. Chairman, just to inform the Honorable Committee.
This is the findings of the NBI,
yeah.
on the handwriting or the
Yeah.
signature of Miss Alice,
Cassandra Ong.
Miss Cassandra Ong.
Yeah. And we have also received, Mr. Chairman, the affidavit coming from Police Colonel Paul Albotras. And he's now present. Is Albot? Yes. Now we have received your affidavit. And we have received three complaints, Mr. Chairman, with regards to killings and red tagging coming from Andrea Trinidad, sister of Attorney Anthony Trinidad, which was killed in Yulngan City, and letter coming from Earl Jane Ralios, the daughter of slain PDA agent, Baby Ralios, who was brutally killed in broad daylight by non-assailants in Cebu City. And with this, Mr. Chairman, we would like to take cognizance of this letter, and we will just discuss this matter on a separate discussion, Mr. Chairman. And we also received a letter complaint of Mr. Catanyag against Mr. Harry Roque with regards to a land dispute in Las Piñas. And again, once again, Mr. Chairman, we'd just like to take cognizance of this letter, and we'll just discuss this on a separate discussion, Mr. Chairman. Now, we also received a letter of excuse coming from General Albadealde requesting this committee for him to be excused with an attached medical certificate, Mr. Chairman. And a letter addressed to retired Police Major General Taas with regards to the contempt order for Cassandra Ong, and this will last until October 24. That will be on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. So we can discuss this matter on the later part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman. COMSEC, please take note of this letter from the
Sergeant at Arms.
Sergeant at Arms. We have also received a copy of a letter coming from Yvonne Barandog requesting her to be excused in this hearing. And once again, she reiterated question of attached with the medical certificate, Mr. Chairman, from Cebu City Medical Center.
So she's just asking to be excused for
Yeah.
today's committee hearing.
Yeah.
That's noted. Comsec, please take note.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, and some resource person that was invited is not present in today's hearing. And I think no reply from these personalities. From the Bucor CO3, Jake Harabe. You're present. Thank you. And Police Colonel Madera. Comsec, did you receive any reply?
Sir, we have an information that it's Police Colonel Matira, but still not present.
So no reply. He has not received the invitation since the name is not correct.
We coursed through the invitation through the PNP, sir.
Thank you. PNP, please take note of the invitation for a certain Police Colonel Matera. And of course, Corporal Jeremy Kausim is the subject of our contempt order. And until now, Corporal Jeremy usapin alias Tox cannot be found. Can we ask General Torre with regards to the status of Jeremy Kausapin?
General Torre?
Your Honor, sir, we're still looking for Mr. Kausapin. When he was first mentioned in the Quadcomm a few weeks back, we immediately visited his house with the purpose of securing him. However, we were met by his wife, who submitted to us signed and certified resignation letter together with a firearm and his badge, and telling us that her husband is nowhere to be found already. So we're conducting a manhunt for the guy, sir.
Thank you, General Torre. Same is true with SPO4 Arthur Narsoles.
For the case of SPO4 Narsoles, sir, he is already retired. We have already coordinated with our PRBS because he is out of contact of the PNP, considering that he availed of the lump sum, and in the next few months his 3 years lump sum will already be due, and he will be receiving the monthly lump sum, and we'll be using this also as a tracer for him. However, right now we are also looking for him, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, General Torre.
Thank you, sir.
Comsec, have we received an explanation for SPO4 Loretta Villarta Griar?
Yes, sir. She sent a letter of excuse.
I don't have a copy of that. Dito ba? Ano, medical rin? So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we once again invite retired SPO4 Loretta Villarta in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please, you are directed to invite the said resource person in our next committee hearing. Anything else, Congressman Paduano?
Anyway, we have invited on the second time Ms. Risinana Hustol, former Deputy Executive Secretary for Finance and Administration, Office of the President. What's the status?
Yes,
Comsec?
sir. We have invited Ms. Hustol, but she's still she's not around. She has not presented herself in the meeting.
But she received the invitation.
There's no confirmation also whether she received the letter.
Saan po dumaan yung invitation?
Still, we course through the PNP, sir.
General Torre, have you any information with regards to invitation for Miss Rizalina Hostol?
I think she is not in our list right now, sir. I have only a list of... Thanks, sir.
Okay, anyway, through the chair, can we direct the COMSEC once again to invite Rizalina Hostol and course through it to the General Torre of the PNP?
Comsec, you are directed to coordinate with the PNP with regards to the invitation to be sent to Miss Rizalina Rizalina Hustol. Comsec,
Mr. Chairman, we have also invited, this is the second invitation for Mr. Chito Manalak of Global Tech, Pirianang Bayan. What's the status, COMSEC?
We tried to locate this person, sir, but we haven't gotten his address.
Through the chair, can we direct the COMSEC, Mr. Chairman, to coordinate with PCSO at the same time with General Torre with regards to the invitation for Mr. Chito Manalak of Global Tech?
Comsec, please comply.
Yes, sir.
And invitation for PDL Dondon, as mentioned by Kerwin Espinosa, is Dondon present? PDL Dondon. COMSEC, have you sent an invitation for PDL Dondon?
We course through that, sir, to the provincial warden of Leyte. We are not yet certain if they have information on PDL Dondon.
Any representative from the provincial jail management in Leyte?
The warden is present, sir.
Sir, Warden, we have an invitation for a certain PDL Dondon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Certain PDL din Dondon Palermo was already discharged from our custody by virtue of a court order.
So, he was already released.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
And perhaps 3 years already, Mr. Chair.
Well, anyway, to the chair once again, we direct COMSEC to invite PDL Dondon and get the full name of that PDL through the warden of provincial jail management, penal jail in Leyte, and course through to the PNP.
Comsec, you are directed to comply with the request of Congressman Paduano.
Yes, sir.
With regards to Espinosa siblings, the mother of Kerwin Espinosa, the sister of Kerwin Espinosa, Linda Rosal, household cleaner, Landa Sumalag, the household cleaner, and Tessie Austria, household cleaner. Are they present in today's hearing?
There is no information, sir, if they are around, but we have sent the invitation to them. We carry it off sa lawyers niya.
Through the lawyers?
Yes, sir.
To the chair once again, please follow up this with regards to the invitation of the next hearing for all those mentioned names.
Comsec, please comply.
And lastly, a group of personalities mentioned by Police Colonel Garma, a certain Hermina Muking Espinas, staff of Senator Bongo. Si Muking, nandito ba? Have you sent an invitation, COMSEC?
Yes, sir. And Ms. Muking has not presented herself, but we sent an invitation through the office of the senator.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a show cause order for Hermina Muling Espina for her absence in the day's hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Miss Muling,
Espina.
Miss
Hermina
Espina.
Muling Espina.
and to be present in the next committee hearing of the Quadcomm. Comsec, please comply.
How about
Yes,
Mr. Peter Parongo?
The same is true with Mr. Parungal, sir. We tried to locate him. Unfortunately, there is no address yet.
Once again to the chair. Yes, General Torre.
Feedback, sir. We serve a letter to his residence at Davao City. The letter was received by his wife, sir.
Also, since the letter was received in his residence and received by his wife, Mr. Chairman, and he is not present today, sir, I move to issue a show cause order for Mr. Romel Parongo to explain why he should be cited in contempt for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, and be present in the next hearing.
There
So
is a
move.
motion to issue a show cause order to Peter Parungo. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
For Romel Baktat. Comsec, for Romel Baktat, we have also invited.
We coursed through the invitation to the PNP, sir.
We served the letter, sir, at in his house in Turil, sir, Davao City, and the letter was received by his son.
Since Mr. Romel Baktat is present in today's hearing without any explanation, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a show cause order for Mr. Romel Baktat.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr.
Romel Baktat.
Romel Baktat. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried.
For invitation for Rodel Serbo.
And through the PNP, sir.
Yes,
We
General Torre.
delivered, we delivered a letter to his known addresser, but the house is already abandoned in Davao City, sir.
So,
We are again
We never
looking for
received-
other addresses for Mr. Rodel Serbo, sir, and we'll be giving feedback to this committee when.
thank you,
new
Gen Torre.
information.
Once again to the chair, to direct the COMSEC to once again invite Mr. Rodel Serbo in the next hearing.
Comsec, please comply.
How about Michael Palma?
Sir, we brought the letter, the invitation letter, to his house in Mintal, Davao City, and it was received by his housekeeper, and he has another registered address in Island Garden City of Samal, and it was received by his previous live-in partner, and we have so delivered those letters, sir.
Thank you, Gen Torre. Yeah, since Michael Palma is not present in today's hearing, I move that we issue a show cause order for Michael Palma. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Michael Palma for being absent in our committee hearing today. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is carried.
How about Lester Berganyo?
We have not found any address for Mr. Beganyo as of the moment, sir. We are still locating any known address, sir.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, may we direct COMSEC to coordinate with the PNP to once again invite certain Lester Berganyo. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please comply.
And second to the last, Mr. Chairman, isa na lang po, after this, for Sunny Binaventura.
We had invited the person, sir, and it was personally received by the person in his residence in Barangay Peña Plata in Island Garden City of Samal, sir.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Binaventura, Sunny Binaventura received invitation letter to his residence, I move that we issue a show cause order for Mr. Sunny Binaventura. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Sani Benaventura for failing to appear before this committee today. Duly seconded by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, and hearing no objection, the motion is carried.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have received a letter coming from Attorney Martin Vidilgra, representing the former President, Honorable Rodrigo Roa Duterte. But we never, and the reason why the former President will be excused in today's hearing because of he needs more rest. He is currently not feeling well and he is need of much rest. So, Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, there is no an authority coming from the former president that he will be represented by Attorney Martin V. Dilgra. And at the same time, no medical certificate confirming that indeed the former president will be excused in today's hearing because of his medical situation.
If I may, Your Honor, as we all know, the former president is already old and has been experiencing, based on media reports, has been sick lately and has actually had his medical checkup, I believe. And I think, in deference to the former president, I think we should afford him the courtesy that is due to him by not requiring him to submit to this committee a medical certificate. Let us give him that extension of our courtesy to him being the former president, and his intention to appear before this committee in the subsequent hearings that we will schedule. So, if I may, Your Honor, let us not pursue the submission of medical certificate from the former president.
But Mr. Chairman, under our rules, no, malinaw po, tradition, all resource persons being invited in every hearing, especially in inquiry in the legislation, we need for him to explain. And the issue here, Mr. Chairman, of course, Attorney Martin Dilgra sent us a letter representing the president, former president, but without an authority coming from the former president.
Perhaps that
And
was just...
Mr. Chairman, we have our internal rules.
I know, Your Honor.
And well, in
but,
fact, during
these
the
are
previous
just-
hearings, well, in fact, during the hearing on public, on dangerous drugs, twice, we excused Attorney Fortun, representing supposedly Michael Young, without any authority from Michael Young. And well, in fact, he presented us authority coming from his office to the corporation being listed.
Well, Your Honor,
To Michael Young.
if I may, we're not, this representation is not asking for the former president not to be excused in not following strictly the rules of the House. What I am asking for, Your Honor, is the request that we should not ask or demand a medical certification coming from the former president, because we all know that he has reached an age of a fragile age. Therefore, maybe we can grant that exception to the former president.
Mr. Chairman,
Your
point of
Honor.
information. Point of information. May I be allowed? Kasi,
With the indulgence of
yes, with the
Congressman
indulgence of,
Paduano, what is the point of information?
because I haven't read yet, no. I wanted to be clarified on something about the letter that was sent to us by the former president. Was it included in the letter that he is sick right now, or he need more rest in order to be a part of this?
No, I believe, Your Honor, that the lawyer clearly stated in that letter that he needs rest.
And the Chairman Paduano is asking for
If
a
the chair
medical certificate.
will allow me to read in toto, no, part of that letter. He is currently not feeling well and is in need of much rest. But Mr. Chairman, once again, let me, first thing first, since no authority coming from the former president to be represented by Attorney Martin Bidelgra, they have to produce. The committee should direct the former president to issue an authority for Mr. Attorney Martin Delgra for him to be represented by this attorney. And with regards to the medical certificate, Mr. Chairman, of course, for humanitarian and giving due courtesy to the former president, I might yield to the position of the chair. But on the first issue with regards to authority coming from former president being represented, claimed by Attorney Martin Delgra, we have to get an authority from the president. Yes, Attorney Martin Delgra will represent him on the next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe that it was just perhaps an oversight, no, from the part of the lawyer, because clearly in this letter, he is representing the former president, and information as to the health of the former president was also stated in this letter. Therefore, I believe that he has the imprimatur coming from the former
Mr. Chair.
president. That's the reason why maybe he wrote this letter. So,
Mr. Chair.
Chairman, lastly, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Congressman Flores, of course, let me again stress, Mr. Chairman, this is our tradition and under our rules. And if we do it, if we done it, in regards to Attorney Fortun, a top-notch lawyer, and we excuse Attorney Fortun for not producing any substantial document that he was given an authority from Michael Yang. What's the difference between Attorney Martin Delgra and in the case of the former president?
well,
And I think, Mr. Chairman, kung talaga po, the former president give an authority to Attorney Martin Delgra, then they wrote us a letter. The former president should send us a letter that indeed he's authorizing Attorney Martin Delgra to represent him.
1 minute suspension. Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chairman,
With the indulgence of Congressman Dan Fernandez, the parliamentary status was the chair had to suspend the hearing for 1 minute in order to resolve the issue of being raised by Congressman Paduano with regards to the letter that the committee received stating, among others, the reason why the former president will not be able to attend the committee hearing today. And Congressman Paduano insisted that we have to stick with the rules
Yes.
of the House. And the chair immediately suspended in order that I can confer with Congressman Paduano so that we can accommodate the request as stated in the letter of the lawyer of former president that he be excused for today's committee hearing. So in this regard, may we ask Congressman Paduano what is the position of the chair of the Committee on Public Accounts?
Mr. Chairman, with regards to the second issue on the medical certificate that being required by this representation to the former president, I will yield to the opinion position of the good chairman,
Thank you.
the lead chairman. But with regards to the authority coming from the former president for Attorney Martin Delgra, we need the document so that he can have an official entry of appearance in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, as I stated earlier, Congressman Paduano, Your Honor, that perhaps it is just an oversight on the part of the counsel of the former president. And I agree that we should ask the counsel to be present in our committee hearing to enter his appearance as the counsel for the former president. So thank you for accommodating my request, Congressman Paduano. So with that, we will now proceed with the next part of
Mr. Chairman,
the agenda.
if I may,
Yes, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
in addition, we were discussing about those two issues that was mentioned by you and by Chairman Paduano. And further, sinasabi po sa Section 9 ng ating rules, that yung physically present nung ating pong binigyan ng authority, para po mag-represent sa ating pong mga witnesses. And dito po sinasabi, provided further, that no witness shall be granted more than 2 postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. With that, Mr. Chairman, we have to apply the rules of this committee to all or none at all. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that manifestation, Congressman Fernandez.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
I just would like to make it clear for the people watching this Quadcomm hearing today. Are we giving special treatment to a witness just because he is the former president? Or just like what Congressman Fernandez said, that this applies to all?
Well, I beg to disagree, Your Honor, that we are giving special treatment. What I am saying and stating for the record that we extend the courtesy due to a former president. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin na hindi na po natin siya imbitahin. On this particular committee hearing that we scheduled for today, the committee has received a letter stating, among others, the reason why the former president cannot be present. So wala hong exception dyan. Hindi ho natin siya binibigyan ng special treatment. I do agree with the chair of the Committee on Human Rights that we should stick with the rules of the House. But in this particular case, in deference to him being the former president, I would like to ask for your understanding to extend a little bit of the courtesy that is due to him for being the former president. Wala hong special favors dito, baka ho ma-misquote ako, yun lamang po ang aking gustong ipalabas. I
Mr.
hope
Chair.
that is understandable And,
Yes,
this,
I fully understand, Mr. Chair, and I agree with your sentiments and statement, though I believe that we should further state on the record, Mr. Chair, according to our rule, that no witness shall be granted more than 2 postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. Would they be able to do that, Mr. Chair?
yes, that is noted, and the chair will definitely agree with the position of Congressman Abante, and the chair likewise, for the record, state that we will stick with what the rules has been provided. Thank you, Congressman Abante. So,
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, and then Congressman Plato,
And
and
myself.
then Congresswoman Franz Castro. Yes, Congresswoman
Thank you,
Brosas,
Mr.
you're
Chair.
recognized.
Mr. Chair, just a manifestation, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on October 18, the Quadcomm sent an invitation to former President Rodrigo Duterte to attend the Quadcomm meeting today. Former President Duterte's legal counsel told yesterday that the former president cannot attend the hearing today. Mr. Chair, the non-appearance of former President Rodrigo Duterte at the Quadcomm hearing today is a clear manifestation of his disregard for truth, justice, and accountability. By refusing to participate, the former president is hindering the people's right to know and denying them the opportunity to seek justice for the crimes caused by the war on drugs during his term. Libo-libo pong buhay ang ninakaw ng Duterte administration dahil sa kanyang peke at madugong gyera kontra droga. Kailangan niyang harapin ang mamamayang Pilipino na matagal nang humihingi ng hustisya. Hindi pwedeng sabihin na short notice at masama ang pakiramdam at kailangan ng pahinga. Ang mga pamilya nga ng mga biktima, kahit matanda na, andyan po si Tatay Baylon, pumunta rito para makapagpahayag ng kanilang saloobin. So Mr. Chair, takot ba siya na harapin ng taong bayan? Yun lang po ang manifestasyon ko, Mr. Chair.
The manifestation is noted. Congressman Plato, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our esteemed chairpersons and honorable members of the Quad Committee, guests and resource person speakers. This is to express my unqualified support to the various House resolutions arising from the tedious Quad Committee inquiry in area of legislation, specifically on the matter of the surge of Chinese nationals or students enrolling in various educational institutions in the provinces of Cagayan and Isabela. May mga reports po kasi na libo-libong Chinese students ang dumagsa sa probinsya ng Cagayan at Isabela upang mag-aral mula pa noong 2019. It is not that I'm against Chinese students coming to study in the Philippines. However, considering the tension in the West Philippine Sea and the ongoing legislative investigations into the alleged involvement of Chinese individuals, groups, or corporations in illegal pogos, and the alleged crimes associated in your operation, it is understandable for us Filipinos to feel so concerned on your increased presence here, disguising or not as students. Having said that, honorable chairpersons, this representation fully supports the proposed resolutions aimed at bringing clarity to these pogo-related issues in our country. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Plato. Before we acknowledge the next member who wished to manifest, allow the chair to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Lordan Suan, Congressman Ernix Junicio, and Congressman Bong Teves. Welcome to the committee hearing. And Congressman Faustino Inodi. Congresswoman Franz Castro, you are recognized for your manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ang kinatawang ito po ay lubos na nababahala at dismayado sa hindi pagdalo ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa hearing ng ating komite parang naggagayahan lang ang mag-amang Duterte. Ang daming sinasabi kapag hindi under oath o wala sa tamang lugar. Pero kapag pinatawag na sa formal na pagdinig, nag-uugaling pusit na pareho. At ang dami ng rason para huwag dumalo ang sagutin ng maayos ang mga katanungan natin. Kaya I move na kapag hindi pa dumalo si dating Presidente Duterte sa susunod na hearing, ay i-cite na siya in contempt or kung ano man yung rules natin. Kundi ay ito po ay isang malaking insulto sa mga pamilya. Nandyan po yung pamilya ng mga biktima ng madugong war on drugs na nandito po sa atin. Sa kanyang pagtanggi ay nagpapakita lamang ng kawalan ng respeto sa proseso ng investigasyon at sa pagharap sa katotohanan. Mr. Chair, ang mga aligasyon laban sa kanya ay napakaseryoso. Mula sa mga pagpatay sa mga sibilyan, sospek at may hirap, maging sa mga Chinese drug convicts hanggang sa pagkamatay ni Mayor Rolando Espinosa. Hindi ito mga bagay na dapat ipagwalang bahala o iwasan. Kung totoong walang itinatago si dating Pangulong Duterte, bakit hindi niya harapin ang mga tanong natin dito sa committee? Bakit kailangan pang magtago sa likod ng mga dahilan tulad ng health issues at short notice? Mr. Chair, hinihiling ko sa committee na gawin ang lahat ng hakbang upang matiyak ang pagdalo ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa susunod na hearing kung patuloy siyang magtatago at dapat natin isaalang-alang ang paggamit ng ating kapangyarihan para i-cite siya in contempt. Ang bayan ay nangangailangan ng katotohanan at hustisya. Hindi tayo dapat magpatinag sa mga taktika ng pag-iwas at pagtatago. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Caso. The
Mr.
last
Chair.
to deliver his manifestation is Congressman Keith Flores, with the indulgence of Congressman Abante. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I only want to confirm that I personally know Attorney Delgra, and I called him up during the break, Mr. Chair. He confirmed that he is acting for and in behalf of the President when he wrote that letter, Mr. Chair. He even sent a text message to confirm that. But I also understand that our rules require his physical presence, so I submit to the ruling of our chairpersons.
Question lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Congressman Keith Flores. Now, Congressman Abante, before Congressman Manuel. You are recognized, Congressman Abante.
Since Congresswoman Arlene and Franz Castro mentioned the victims, no? Yung mga kamag-anak po ng victims, can we recognize them? Can we ask all of them to stand up, please, to recognize ang mga kamag-anak po ng mga biktima?
Pwede po bang tumayo ang mga kamag-anak po ng biktima? Maraming salamat po. Pwede na po kayong maupo. Maraming salamat. Congressman Manuel and then Congressman Acop. Congressman
Thank you.
Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, tanong lang dahil batay na rin po sa official communication na pinadala mula sa panig ng dating Pangulo. Nabanggit po doon yung, and I quote, willingness to appear before the House of Representatives on some other available date, preferably after November 1, end of quote. So, Mr. Chair, sa ganitong mga pagkakataon na sa panig po nila nag-express ng ganong availability, how will the committee deal with that? Dahil, Mr. Chair, while meron tayong mga tinitake note na mga considerations, ayaw din naman natin na maprolong iyan, tapos baka tumagal din na hindi pala magiging maayos yung kalusugan ng dating Pangulo at madadali po ang mga proceedings ng komite na expected na humarap siya. So, sa bahagi ng Quadcomm, Mr. Chair, do we have some target dates kung kailan talaga posibleng matuloy na ang investigasyon na makaupo ang dating Pangulo? Yan lang, Mr. Chair.
Well, in response to your question, Congressman Manuel, it will depend by and large on the topic that we will set on the next scheduled committee hearing. So in case where EJK will be the scheduled topic, then we will have to extend invitation again to the former president. So thank you. Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to our rules on inquiry under Section 15, may I respectfully move that we extend our inquiry insofar as the issues raised in the Quadcomm committee is concerned, because Section 15 requires that we terminate our hearings within a period of 60 days. So may I move, Mr. Chair, that we extend the hearing? So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion
Second,
to
Mr.
extend the Quadcomm hearing. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please take note that the committee, the Quadcomm, has unanimously approved the extension of the conduct of this committee hearing. Thank you. Now we proceed with the next part of the agenda. May we ask former Senator Laila De Lima for your opening statement.
Mr. Chair, bago po yun, naalaman ko po na meron pang mga nasa baba ng mga EJK victims ng mga pamilya na kung meron tayong lugar dito, wala na yata lugar, pwedeng umakyat or pwede na natin kilalanin at recognize.
Wala na po tayong lugar, Your Honor. And hopefully, magkasya po sana po dito lahat ng nating naimbitahang resource persons. But unfortunately, the space is limited. So I believe that they are properly seated sa basement, sa ground floor. And nanonood po sila ng ating hearing sa ngayon. So now we proceed with acknowledging former Senator Laila De Lima for your opening statement. Please proceed.
Good morning to the lead chair of the Quad Committee, Representative Barbers, to the chairs of the other committees constituting the Quadcomm, the members of the Quadcomm, members of Congress, and also good morning to the other resource persons invited for today's hearing. Actually po, I have both a statement and a presentation. Medyo mahaba po, and I was advised right before the hearing that I should cut it down. Although mahaba po talagang presentation ko. Best efforts, I will try to abbreviate.
Mr. Chair, before our former senator proceeds, can I just request that she puts the mic a little bit closer, just so that we can hear her voice louder. Thank you very much.
Okay. Salamat po. I attend this hearing with a deep sense of irony. I have not forgotten that in September and October of 2016, the House Committee on Justice conducted the inquiry on the Bilibid drug trade. However, unlike this hearing, the real subject of that hearing was not really about the drug trade. The real subject of that 2016 House Committee hearing was all about destroying me for conducting a Senate inquiry which in so many aspects was like this one. The only difference between this hearing and that Senate hearing is that my committee inquiry was 8 years earlier and Duterte was at the peak of power. Sa Senate hearing pong yun, ay kinundin ako yung drug war ni Duterte. At nagmakaawa pa po ako na tigilan na ito habang ilang daan pa lang ang mga nagiging biktima at wag na sanang paabutin pa ng libo-libo. Ngunit sa kasawiang palad, wala pong nakinig sa akin, lalo na may mga mayorya po tayo ng mga senador at congressman na ayon kay Senator Bongo noong isang araw, ay walang sawa sa pagpalakpak kay Pangulong Duterte sa bawat banggit niya sa pagsulong na madugong drug war sa kanyang mga zona. Sa halip ako ay pinaaresto, pinakulong, binusalan ng halos 7 taon gamit ang mga gawa-gawang ebidensya katulad ng testimonya ng mga ilang Bilibid drug lords at inmates. I'd like to say that the objective for targeting me was threefold: to silence me, to destroy my credibility, and to serve as an example to others. By doing all three, my message to the people against Duterte's EJKs would no longer be heard or listened to, and no one else would dare to act as a messenger after seeing what was done to me. Since all three were achieved, the EJKs became accepted by public officials and the general population. This led to more killings because no one was arresting
and prosecuting the killer cops and the vigilantes. This was impunity as never seen before in the Philippines outside of Davao. Sobrang nakakalungkot na ngayon lamang nagkaroon ng napaka-komprehensibong pagtalakay ang Kamara de Representante sa drug war at mga EJK pagkatapos ng tumambak ang libu-libong bangkay na naging biktima ng drug war. Ayon nga po kay Professor Randy David, marahil ang pagdinig na ito ng Kamara ay katumbas na rin ng aming pinapangarap na Truth Commission na hihimay sa mga tunay na pangyayari sa 6 na taon na pagpaslang ng ating sariling gobyerno at kapulisan sa libo-libo nating mga kababayan. But right now, I don't want to discuss it, but my position is that pwede pa sigurong i-consider yung creation ng Truth Commission. At tingnan din ho natin na hindi lang po pagpatay ang naging resulta ng war on drugs ni Duterte. There are also those who were unjustly imprisoned based on planted and fabricated evidence. Ako nga po yung one of the very first victims of that. Ngayon naman po, ito na rin po ang pinatutuo yung sa bagong revelasyon ni Police Colonel Royina Garma nang binulgar niya sa huling hearing ng Quadcomm na siya ang inatasan mismo ni Pangulong Duterte na maghanap ng tao sa PNP na maasahan niya sa pag-iimplementa ng drug war alinsunod sa modelong ginawa niya sa Davao City. That's why my presentation, and I'll try to really make it brief, would cover 4 matters, 4 topics. One is the recent disclosure of Kerwin Espinosa. I'd like to comment on that. 2 is the importance of the 2009 CHR investigation of the DDS to the inquiry of this committee. 3 is the revelation of former Police Colonel Royina Garma that the drug war was modeled after the Davao anti-drug campaign. And I'd like also to touch the relevance of Republic Act number 9851 on crimes against humanitarian law, genocide, and other crimes against humanity in enforcing accountability. So ito na po yung aking presentation. Although meron po akong mga i-skip because actually part of my presentation are some videos, but hindi ko na po yon ipapakita because of the limited time. So nung narinig ko nga po yung testimonya ni Kerwin Espinosa last hearing, it was Senator Bato de la Rosa who ordered him to lie under oath before the Senate in November 2016. Hindi na po ako nagulat doon. Si Kerwin actually already retracted his fabricated testimony against me in April 2022, around the same time that Rafael Ragos, the former Bucor OIC and NBI Deputy Director, also recanted in accusing me of receiving money from believed drug lords. Doon po sa hearing sa Senado, ay talaga namang sinabi ko doon na lahat po ng mga sinasabi nila tungkol sa akin, so yung pagiging protector ko daw nung illegal drug trade ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ay wala ho yung katotohanan. I vehemently, categorically, and firmly went on record in denying those accusations. Sinabi ko rin noon na yung mga sinasabi nila Kerwin Espinosa, ni Ronnie Dayan, and ni Colonel Espinido ay wala talagang katotohanan. In the first place, hindi nga sila magkakilala. Nauna na nilang sinabi yun before they were presented before the Senate na hindi sila mga magkakilala. Dali lang po. So ngayon po, nandito si Colonel Espinido. I saw him earlier. If the Quad Committee would be so kind as to indulge me, gusto ko sana makiusap kay Colonel Espinido. Sabihin niya na yung katotohanan. Kasi yung all he said during that Senate hearing was just let God be the witness to my innocence or something to that effect. Sana po ngayon, Colonel Espinido, sabihin niyo na rin po ang katotohanan. Kung pwede sabihin niyo na rin o i-corroborate niyo yung sinabi ni Kerwin na si then PNP Chief De La Rosa, and now Senator De La Rosa, ang involved or responsible for ordering the three of you to fabricate accusations against me. Now, sinabi ko rin po kanina na I'd like to discuss the relevance of the CHR investigation and the Quadcomm inquiry. Maybe at this point, I cannot yet do that. Sasabihin ko lang po na mahalaga yung naging CHR investigation namin in 2009 into the DDS killings. Kasi pwede itong maging reference point in terms of painting a picture of the organization, the Davao Death Squad, the operation, and the implementation of the Duterte drug war from the barangay to the national level. Kasi sinabi na nga ho ni Colonel Garma, yung kanyang mga revelasyon na the extrajudicial killings, yung mga operations under Duterte's drug war beginning in 2016 was just patterned after the Davao model. And the Davao model can only refer or can only mean the DDS model or the Davao Death Squad. Skip muna po natin yan. Doon naman sa affidavit po ni Colonel Garma, presented and expounded upon the last hearing, I'd like to share some information we got and some findings on the Davao model of payment and rewards mentioned by Colonel Garma. This information is limited to the facts uncovered during the 2009 CHR investigation on the Davao Death Squad. Next slide, please. The history of the DDS can be divided into two. The period from 1988 to 1998 and the period from 2001 to 2016. So may break po. The break in these two periods coincides with then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte's hiatus as mayor of Davao City when he was elected congressman instead of mayor in 1998 due to the three-term limit. So for brevity, I'll refer to the former mayor as MRRD. According to a witness in the 2009 CHR investigation, during the first period of the DDS from 1988 to 2000, the assassins were paid 15,000 for every victim. 5,000 goes to the police handler and 10,000 to the assassins, who at the time consisted of rebel returnees aside from the active duty policemen who were their handlers. Their safe house was located inside the Nagpapatuloy compound in Barangay San Pedro, Davao. After the summary execution of targeted victims, the DDS members would regroup at their safe house and divide the reward. During that time, MRRD sometimes personally gave out the kill orders and the reward money directly to the assassins themselves. Upon the return of MRRD as mayor of Davao in 2001, the DDS was upgraded into the Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, or HCIS, located at the Almendras Gym compound. The HCIS was an official unit of the DCPO, or the Davao City Police Office. The HCIS consists of both active duty PNP and civilian abanteros, or hitmen. Most of the hitmen are rebel returnees. They are supervised by PNP handlers. Each handler supervises 3 members. The task of the PNP handler is to give orders to his members as well as be responsible for their protection. According to the CHR witness, he was given a regular monthly salary of 5,000. During this time, the reward given to a team for every victim was anywhere from 13,000 to 15,000. 3,000 to 5,000 goes to the PNP handler, 7,000 to 8,000 was shared among the rebel returnees, and 500 to 1,000 to civilian informants. The HCIS civilian personnel or rebel returnees directly received salaries as auxiliary service workers. The funds for their salaries came from the office of the mayor. Functions have also been specialized, with members being designated to do either office support or field work. A team of 1 PNP handler and 3 civilian abanteros was given an average of 3 targets every month. May I now go also to the revelation of Arturo Las Cañas. Yung mga naging findings po namin, although yung iba po doon, mga unofficial findings ng CHR investigation, were eventually confirmed by Edgar Matobato and Arturo Las Cañas when they went public at the Senate with their stories and executed affidavits in 2016 and 2017. Matobato executed an affidavit and was filed with the Ombudsman as a criminal complaint against Duterte and other DDS members. That criminal complaint is still pending sa Office of the Ombudsman. The most comprehensive account on the DDS from its founding in 1988 up to 2016 is the affidavit of Arturo Las Cañas, which was submitted to the ICC. This affidavit consists of 186 pages of gory details on the sociopathic behavior of Duterte as founder and leader of the DDS. Yung 186-page affidavit po yan, actually it was serialized in an investigative or feature story of Rappler in November 2021. Apparently, Rappler got hold of a copy of this affidavit and also the ICC's third agreement on limited use of information dated November 11, 2020. This instrument gave Las Cañas limited immunity as a witness in the ICC investigation on the Philippine War on Drugs. Noong 2024 naman po, Las Cañas reiterated the contents of his ICC affidavit in another serialized feature, this time published by Veria Files, entitled Conversations with Arturo Las Cañas. Ito naman po ang sinasabi ni Las Cañas, that during the period 1988 to 1998, so I'm just talking here about the organization, kasi napakadami po ng mga sinabi niya sa kanyang comprehensive affidavit. So I'm focusing on the organization of DDS dahil nga ito yung naging model ng drug war. According to Las Cañas' ICC affidavit, during the period 1988 to 1998, when the DDS was constituted as the Anti-Crime Task Force of MRRD, DDS members were paid anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 for every victim. This was the reward for the ordinary victims. Pag mga matataas naman po, the so-called special project killings, they were rewarded anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million pesos, depending on the status of the target. Civilian hitmen called force multipliers were given 3,000 to 5,000 per victim as their share in this reward. The DDS logistics and finances came from the Peace and Order or Intel Fund of MRRD. This includes weekly gas allowance, monthly cash allowance, and Christmas cash gifts. Skip ko na muna po yung iba. Next slide, please. Las Cañas also confirmed the CHR findings on the organizational structure of the DDS under the HCIS, or Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, from 2001 to 2016. And this is as follows. MRRD, alias Superman, as the highest leader and mastermind of the DDS. SPO4 Sanson Benaventura as the logistics, finance, and death clearance feature or officer. SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas as overall team leader for operations and planning. SPO4 Bienvenido Laud as team handler and in charge of the Laud Quarry mass grave. And SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler and in charge of the Mandug mass grave. Actually, mas intricate yung inattach ni Mr. Las Cañas sa kanyang ICC affidavit about the organizational structure of the DDS. What I just mentioned, I just simplified it to show who are really at the top of the DDS hierarchy. Most of the policemen handlers and their respective teams of civilian force multipliers were under the command of Arturo Las Cañas as operations and planning leader of the DDS. So sinabi ko po na that must be the Davao model na binanggit ni Colonel Garma. Finally, by way of just sharing my knowledge, last na po ito, kung pwede po sana. Tungkol na lang muna po sa the law, RA 9851. Kasi hindi po ito masyadong alam ng karamihan. We do have a law entitled An Act Defining and Penalizing Crimes against international humanitarian law, genocide and other crimes against humanity, organizing jurisdiction, designating special courts, and for related purposes. This was enacted in December 11, 2009. It punishes almost the same crimes mentioned in the Rome Statute, over which the ICC has jurisdiction. RA 9851 was enacted almost 2 years before the Philippines finally joined the ICC on November 1, 2011, after the Senate ratified the Rome Statute in August 2011. The crime of EJKs carried out by state security forces and their agents in the implementation of the war on drugs fall under the general category of other crimes against humanity, under Section 6, which consists of acts committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. These acts include willful killing, so murder, extermination, murder, multiple murder, torture, and enforced disappearance, among others. The penalty for the crime of systematic attack against any civilian population resulting in death is reclusion perpetua. It's a non-bailable crime. According to Section 8, a person who orders, solicits, or merely induces the systematic attack on the civilian population and which thereafter occurs or is attempted is liable as a principal. The same applies to anyone who contributes to the commission of the crime by a group of persons acting with a common purpose. Section 9 provides that official capacity as a head of state or government shall in no case exempt a person from criminal responsibility under this act, nor shall it in and of itself constitute a ground for reduction of sentence. The crimes defined and penalized under that law, their prosecution and the execution of sentences imposed on their account shall not be subject to any prescription. Pwede po silang tugusin or tugisin habang buhay. Finally, and this one is important, hindi po ito masyadong napapansin, Section 17 on jurisdiction provides that, quote, relevant Philippine authorities may dispense with the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable under this act if another court or international tribunal is already conducting the investigation or undertaking the prosecution of such crime. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court, if any, or to another state, pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. Napakasimple po, sa aking palagay, sa aking pagkaalam, napakasimple po ang ibig sabihin ng batas na ito. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC o ng Rome Statute, kinilala na natin ang kapangyarihan ng international bodies like the ICC na imbestigahan at litisin ang mga krimeng nasasaad sa RA 9851. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC, meron na ho tayong general na pahintulot sa anumang mga international body katulad ng ICC na tugisin at litisin ang mga Pilipino na magiging kasabwat sa mga tinatawag na crimes against humanity katulad ng malawakang EJK sa ilalim ng drug war. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC na ilahad na natin sa batas na yan na kung sakali may international body na nag-iimbestiga ng crimes against humanity, maaari nating isurrender o i-extradite sa international body na katulad ng ICC sa The Hague, Netherlands, and mga sangkot sa mga ganitong klase ng krimen. I do recognize, and I think you will agree with me, that it will be totally discretionary on the part of the Philippine authorities. Just like yung mga sa extradition po natin, na pwede natin na isurrender muna, ipaubaya muna in the requesting party, yung isang akusado na covered sa extradition treaty, pero nasa atin pa rin yun kung gagawin natin yon. Kaya ko po to sinasabi kasi through this law, we have recognized the jurisdiction of the ICC over crimes against humanity committed in the Philippines, even before we ratified the Rome Statute as a binding treaty. Sarili na po nating batas ang nagsasabi na kailangan natin makipag-ugnayan sa ICC kahit noong hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC. Lalo na noong tayo ay miyembro na. At kahit hindi na tayo miyembro ng ICC dahil sa makasariling pagkalas ni Duterte sa ICC noong 2018. Para sabihin natin na wala na tayong pakialam sa ICC, kailangan muna nating ipawalang bisa ang batas na ito. However, I respectfully submit, rather than repeal this law, we should now take steps to retract the self-serving act of Mr. Duterte to withdraw from the ICC in 2018. We must return to the fold of the ICC. We must rejoin the community of nations who have recognized the need for an international body of nations who have recognized to go after the perpetrators of the most terrible crimes against humanity, the hostis humani generis, the enemies of humankind. Mga kaaway lamang ng sangkatauhan ang takot sa pagsasanib puwersa ng mga bansa upang matigil ng pagpatay ng walang habas sa ngalan ng Estado. But having said that, I still appreciate so much, many people appreciate so much the efforts of this Quad Committee that can very well be indeed the Truth Commission. Kaya lang tindang ho natin, yung napaka-komplikado talaga ng usapin ng war of drugs. Kadaming biktima na hindi naman natin pwedeng busisiin lahat for every individual acts of killing. Kundi, dapat anuhin natin, maganda nga yung nangyayari doon sa mga revelasyon ni Colonel Garma, na ganyan yung ginamit nilang model. At tinuturo mismo si Mr. Duterte. So ano lang siya? Supplemental, ano lang siya? It's just corroborating everything else that we know from news reports, from other information, and from yung mga nangyayari beginning in 2016. So I just shared my views on the need to rejoin ICC kasi you can never tell in the future ano man yung resulta ng itong ginagawang investigasyon ng Quad Committee, na in the future we will have another tyrant, another mass killer for a president. So, ganun po ang aking opinion sa bagay na yan. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Laila de Lima, for your sharing with us in the Quadcom your opinion on the very important national issue of extrajudicial killings. So,
Clarificatory lang.
Congressman Abante, you're now recognized.
Former Senator, kailan niyo po itong napag-aralan? Nung kayo po ay CHR pa. CHR pa ho kayo?
Opo. I became a CHR chairperson in 2008. Noong 2009 po, sinimulan namin yung investigation into the Davao Death Squad killings. Dahil nga may mga impormasyon po kami noon. And nakita lalo namin yung report ni UN Special Rapporteur Philip Alston, and some other reports like the one issued by the Human Rights Watch, You Can Die Anytime. The title of that is You Can Die Anytime, referring to the killings under this group, which are now euphemistically called the Davao Death Squad. Kaya lang po, if I may say so, na yung aking pong termino or yung aking pag-upo bilang CHR chairperson hanggang 2010 lang po. Dahil in 2010, na-appoint na po ako as Justice Secretary ng dating Pangulong Noynoy Aquino. So,
So pinagpatuloy niyo po ba yung investigasyon ng kayo Secretary of ng Justice Department?
konti lang po yung mga nagawa ng DOJ nung secretary na po ako. Although si Matobato, sumipot po siya, at we gave him, the DOJ gave him witness protection. Kaya lang, nung uupo na po in 2016, yung dating Pangulong Duterte, bilang Pangulo, ay umalis na po siya sa witness protection program. Yun po ang pagkakaalam ko. Pero meron po akong extensive personal investigation notes on what we gathered. Kasi yung mga nakausap namin in the course of that CHR inquiry na magaganda o mahalaga yung mga sinasabi nila, kasama na rin yung tungkol sa reward system, ay sila po yung mga kinausap lang namin ng mga sikreto lang. Kasi ayaw nilang humarap doon mismo sa open public inquiry ng CHR
Marami
ng
ho kayo
2009.
nakausap.
About, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 5 of them. At in-interview lang namin sila. Kasi sa karamihan sa kanila ay hindi naman ayaw pong mag-execute ng formal affidavit. But we interviewed them. That's why I took down notes, personal notes, and gumamit nga po sila ng mga aliases.
Pwede niyo po bang isubmit ang inyong findings sa committee?
Yes, I can share with this committee my personal investigation notes on the conduct of the CHR inquiry. Kasi pag alis ko nga po, wala pa yung resolution. Later on, the CHR under new leadership came out with a resolution. I think that was in June of 2012.
Okay, Mr. Chair, did you also submit that to the ICC? Your findings,
My personal notes, I think I have. My personal notes, at meron pa ho ako mga iba na mga shinare with the ICC.
One last question, Mr. Chair. I would like to refer to Colonel Espinido. You were directly mentioned by the former senator. So will you please answer her now on that issue? Are you corroborating with the former senator on this, or?
Good morning, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ma'am. For me, as Chief of Police at that time in Albuera, I am one of endorsing the complaint to the DOJ. One of those names is Ma'am Leila de Lima for the affidavit that was already made by Mayor Espinosa together with his lawyer, Villarino. So as Chief of Police, I am one who endorsed that complaint to the Ombudsman. But for me, as I remember when we talked with Ma'am de Lima in the Senate, that I'm telling her that, Ma'am, the truth will set you free. Because for me, I am innocent for that, as just only a Chief of Police who endorsed the complaint to the DOJ. But yung knowledge talaga, sir, hindi ko alam kung totoo na siya involved si Ma'am. No, as being Chief of Police lang, na yun talaga ang procedure na mag-endorse kung may mga complaint. Pero I believe at the time, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, na kinausap na si Mayor Espinosa kung nalaman naman ng buong mundo na si Mayor Espinosa was already there in Camp Crame to Sirbato for surrender. So pag turn over niya sa akin, dala na yung mga statement na ganon. So what I did is just only to endorse the complaint to the Ombudsman, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll be asking more questions later on.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. We have a list of those who will interpolate. Senator Laila de Lima. And the first to interpolate is Congressman Raul Manuel. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa fellow members ng Quadcomm, sa mga resource persons din po natin. Mr. Chair, nabanggit po ni Senator Laila de Lima na ang leader mismo ng Davao Death Squad ay mismo yung dating mayor din, Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Did I hear it right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, those are the claims of those witnesses that we talked to. That is also the claim of Edgar Matobato and Arturo Las Cañas.
At Mr. Chair, siya po yung merong alias na Superman bilang leader ng Davao Death Squad.
That is correct.
Mr. Chair, given na meron ngang mga rewards dun sa mga napapatay na mga suspects or involved di umano sa drug trade, Mr. Chair, ano ang source nitong binayad dun sa mga kasama yung mga informants, yung mga civilian na mga force multipliers, pati sa mga assassins?
Nabanggit ko po yan sa statement ko kanina o sa presentation ko kanina na meron nang gagaling from the Office of the Mayor itself, the intel funds from the Office of the Mayor. The DDS logistics and finances came from the Peace and Order or Intel Fund of MRRD. That's according to the CHR witnesses and also, no, from Las Cañas ICC affidavit.
Mr. Chair, may we get once again yung breakdown, ano-ano po yung mga pwedeng pinagpuntahan nitong intelligence funds? Halimbawa, as mentioned, meron pong pati mga Christmas gifts dun sa mga police na aktibong nagpatupad ng ganitong tipo ng giyera kontra droga.
Yes, yung nasa isang slide kanina, yung according to the CHR witness, kung ilan yung amount, kung magkano yung amount for the 1988 to 2000 period. Kasi sinabi ko kanina na actually 2 periods yung DDS. 1998 to 2000, then 2001 to 2016. Nagkaroon ng break nung naging congressman yung dating mayor. Now, so 15,000, 5,000 to the handler, 10,000 to the assassins, and then yung sa 13,000 to 15,000, 3,000 to 5,000 for the handler, 7,000 to 8,000 for the assassins, and 500 to 1,000 for civilian informant abanteros. They call them abanteros. Yung kay Mr. Las Cañas naman, ang sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit, DDS members were paid anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 for every victim. Yun yung sa mga ordinary victims. At yun meron naman tinatawag na special project killings, mas mataas. They were rewarded anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million pesos depending on the status of the target. Yun po ang mga natandaan ko nung binasa ko yung affidavit ni Mr. Las Cañas, at doon din po nung binasa ko at review ko yung aking personal investigation notes from the CHR investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, merong nabanggit din na merong weekly gas allowance. Bahagi po ba iyon ng bayad sa mga police na nagpatupad ng Davao level war on drugs? Merong weekly gas allowance, may
Yes.
bukod pang cash allowance, tsaka
Yes.
Christmas gifts.
According to Mr. Las Cañas, this includes weekly gas allowance, monthly cash allowance, and Christmas cash gifts.
Mr. Chair, ano po ang pagtingin ng ating resource person, Senator Laila de Lima? Kasi kung ang nabanggit ni Colonel Garma ay pinatupad ang Davao model from ang scope lang ay sa Davao City at ginawa itong isang nationwide na drug campaign. At ang source ng funding para dun sa rewards, Mr. Chair, ay ang intelligence fund sa Davao City. Posible po ba na ang ginamit din dun naman sa nationwide na war on drugs ay ang intelligence funds, pero this time ay yung intelligence funds ng Office of the President?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the possibility is always there, but I have no knowledge about that. I don't know that. Wala pa po akong nakita na mga dokumento na nasa akin na yun talaga ang source nung drug war na from 2016 up to 2022. But it's quite possible kasi meron talagang reward system. We can only surmise at this point in the absence of direct evidence na meron talagang magsasabi kung saan talaga yun ang galing. Maybe sila Colonel Garma, sina Colonel Leonardo, baka alam nila because they were part of that. Si Colonel Garma, yung inutusan according to her na maghanap ng pwedeng mag-implement ng drug war based on the Davao model. And this is, yung sinabi ko kanina, this was the Davao model. May kasamang mga reward, may kasamang mga cash incentives, may bracketing din. Depende kung sino involved, kung sino papatayin. And so that's the reward, that's the incentives. So, posible rin na gumamit uli ng Intel Fund, this time from the Office of the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed sa iba kong tanong, dahil Mr. Chair, kung doon pa lang sa unang taon ng pagpapatupad ng war on drugs sa ilalim ni former President Rodrigo Duterte, doon sa Committee on Human Rights, nakuha nating figure at mismo ay yun pa yung sinight na accomplishment sa report ng Presidential Communications Office ay umabot sa nasa ilang tens of thousands. Kung ang iti-take nating figure, Mr. Chair, ay 20,000, kasama din yung mismo ay confirmed na police yung pumatay, tapos maging yung mga vigilante killings, Mr. Chair, na ang pumatay ay pwedeng hindi kilalang mga tao, pero bahagi yun ng tinuturing na tagumpay, di umano, ng war on drugs. Kinumpute kasi natin, Mr. Chair, kung 20,000, doon pa lang sa time frame na yon, 20,000 na yung mga napatay. Tapos, kung yung minimum na reward ay 50,000, assuming pa lang na mga small time or yung mga peddlers, yung mga pinatay, Mr. Chair, at least aabot ko, imomultiply natin, Mr. Chair, 20,000 times 50,000, kakailanganin ang nasa 1 billion pesos pa lang dun sa mga reward sa pagpatay, Mr. Chair. Hindi pa kasama dito yung mga allowances, yung mga kung merong mga weekly gas allowance pa rin, weekly cash allowance at iba pa. Sa rewards pa lang, Mr. Chair, sa ganong time frame, 1 billion pesos na ang kailangan. Pero Mr. Chair, kung ikukumpara kasi natin sa intelligence funds pa lang ng PNP, and let's take yung first year ng Duterte administration, ang intelligence funds ng PNP noong 2017 ay nasa 468 million pesos lamang, Mr. Chair. Walang kalahating bilyong piso ang intelligence funds ng PNP. So kung ganun, Mr. Chair, saan pwede talagang kumuha nung ganun kalaking pera bilang pangbayad, bilang premyo doon sa mga pulis na nakapatay? Kaya Mr. Chair, kung magpo-process of elimination tayo, dahil PNP lang naman yung pwedeng ahensya, sana na pagkunan ng ganun. Pero then again, kahit yung intelligence funds ng PNP hindi sapat So wala nang ibang agency, Mr. Chair, na merong mas malaki pang intelligence funds na pwedeng pagkunan, walang iba, kundi yung mismong Office of the President. Lalo na kung itutugma din natin yan dun sa mga testimonya na merong mga taga-presidential management staff na bahagi rin nung channel, nung reward system na ito mula sa presidente patungo sa mga kasunod na mga level ng mga police officers, maging si Senator Bongo, si PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, at iba pang mga dating opisyal under the Duterte administration. Kaya with that, Mr. Chair, tingin natin meron ding sapat na batayan para atin na ring silipin paano ginamit ng Duterte administration ang kanyang intelligence funds. Darating din sa punto, Mr. Chair, na dapat ay mag-issue na rin tayo ng subpoena ducis tecum sa mga dokumento na sinubmit ng Office of the President to COA, to the Commission on Audit, para talaga mabusisin natin kung ano yung naging justifications for the use of intelligence funds by the Office of the President under Rodrigo Duterte. So, kasunod, Mr. Chair, kasunod na tanong kay Senator Laila de Lima. Nabanggit po kasi ang tungkol sa quarry mass grave. At kung isipin ko palang kahindik-hindik ito, Mr. Chair, kaya pasintabi na lang po sa ating mga kababayan na baka sa ganitong oras ay kumakain habang nanonood sa Quadcomm hearing. Mr. Chair, meron po bang binigay na description yung kung sino mang witness patukol sa paano ba na-facilitate ang ganitong mga mass grave? Paano gumagana yung, paano hinandle ang ganitong mga mass grave?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, kasama po kasi sa organizational structure ng DDS, ay yung pinakita po kanina, na there is this SPO4 Bienvenido Laod as team handler, and in charge of the Laod Quarry Mass Grave. Nandyan din po yung si SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler, and in charge of the Mandug Mass Grave. Doon pa lang ho, nung nag-iimbesti kami sa 2009, may mga nakapagsabi na po sa amin na meron ganyan na mga mass graves kung saan tinatapon yung mga naging biktima ng DDS. Now, sinubukan ho namin na puntahan yung sa Laod Quarry. Kaya lang, nung pagdating po namin doon, mukhang hindi ho namin naabot yung exact location kasi the Laod property is a hilly part. Medyo ano po yun, parang hill. And then, akala namin hanggang dun lang at a certain point, nakakita kami ng ilan-ilan, konti lang, na human remains, skull. Pero, we learned later na hindi naman pala doon yung mga talagang mass grave of that property. It was in a higher portion of the Laod property, na nandun nga daw po yung karamihan ng mga tinatapon nila na mga pinatay. So there are actually several mass graves from various sources. Yung Laod, and then yung Mandug mass grave, and then meron din ho sa Samal Island. Yun po ang mga informasyon na nakuha namin. So we actually applied for search warrant. But then, nag-quinash ho ng isang RTC of Manila or Quezon City, I'm not sure anymore. Later, na reverse yung quashal of the search warrant ng Court of Appeals. And then eventually, the Supreme Court in 2014 affirmed the validity of the search warrant or affirmed the decision of the Court of Appeals. Kaya lang, wala na hong naging follow-up implementation of the warrant of arrest, either by CHR or by PNP, because I think because by 2014, insofar as CHR is concerned, its investigation closed already when it submitted or issued its resolution of June 2012. So hindi na po na-follow up yung ano sana ng mga mass graves na yan.
Mr. Chair, may nabanggit na tatlong location ng mga mass grave. dun sa course ng investigation ni Senator Laila bilang dating chairperson ng Commission on Human Rights, meron po bang credible estimate kung ilan itong mga mass grave na ito na siyang facilitate ng Davao Death Squad bilang bahagi ng war on drugs?
It was difficult to really determine with to come up with a credible figure. Ang natatandaan ko po, yung si Edgar Matobato, meron din po siyang sinabi tungkol dyan. I'm not sure if he actually mentioned any number with respect dun sa mga alam niya, na mga linibing nila. In fact, in some of those, participant talaga siya sa paglilibing, kasama yung mga iba pang miyembro ng DDS. So I have to check from Mr. Matobato's affidavit, and also his testimony before the Senate, kung meron siya talagang nabanggit na estimate of the number. But again, I think it would be difficult really na makuha natin kung ilan talaga yung mga linibing doon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero Mr. Chair, at least, so far alam natin, merong at least 3 na mga mass grave. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi Mr. Chair, isipin pa lang natin, kahit nga isang mass grave pa lang ay sobrang heinous na ng kung sino man yung mga gagawa ng isang ganong bagay. Tapos doon lang basta-basta magtatambak ng mga bangkay ng mga tao na merong mga pamilya, 'di ba? Merong mga pinanggagalingan din, merong mga gusto sanang gawin sa buhay pero napatay na lang ng gano'n na lamang. Mr. Chair, meron po ba kahit isa lang doon sa mga bangkay mula sa mga mass grave na na-retrieve pa para maibalik sa kanilang mga pamilya?
Wala po ako matandaan.
At Mr. Chair, meron din bang mga pamilya na lumapit sa CHR dahil ang suspecha po nila ay dahil hindi na nila mahanap yung kanilang mga pamilya, sila po ay nag-isip na baka nasa mass grave na yung bangkay ng kanilang mga kamag-anak. May ganun po bang mga instances?
Wala po akong ma-recall if there are really families ng mga victims sa DDS killings na lumapit sa CHR para hanapin yung kanilang mga bangkay. Ang alam ko, because it's more recent, is that may mga families of victims who visited me when I was in jail at Camp Crame at the PNP Custodial Center, and there were quite a number of them who relayed to me yung mga naging experience nila, yung tungkol sa pagpatay under the war on drugs. But as to the mass graves, again, I will have to review my personal notes. Comprehensive po yung aking personal notes, and I'll have to check that out. Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, noong ginawa ng nationwide model, yung model ng war on drugs galing sa Davao, na pinamunuan nung then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Mr. Chair, dahil I would assume na hindi na ganun kadaling mag-set up ng mga mass graves, lalo na kung ginawa halimbawa yung Oplan Tokhang sa mga urban centers. So, in that case, ay based dun sa initial investigations nung si Senator Lela de Lima ay nag-lead na po ng isang komite sa Senado, ano na po yung kadalasang paraan para ma-dispose yung bangkay ng mga naging biktima, no? Kahit ng mga innocenteng biktima ng war on drugs?
Siyempre yung mga sa salvaging. Pero alam niyo po about the Senate inquiry. I was the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, but I was able to preside or conduct only an inquiry for 3 hearings. Kasi po after the 3rd hearing, kung saan pinisenta ko po si Edgar Matobato, ay inalis na po ako bilang chairperson of that committee by the majority of my colleagues then. So iba na po yung nagpatuloy. Because in that Senate inquiry, gusto ko sana talagang tukuyin na yung mga killings na yan, starting in 2016, are really state-sponsored or state-inspired. Kaya lang, as I would remember, may naka-ready actually na about 13 CHR witnesses from the CHR na provide sa Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Pero dalawa pa lang po yung na-present ko, and also si Mr. Edgar Matubato, but I was already ousted as a CHR chairperson. Now, after the third hearing, what I recall is that 3 more hearings were done under a new chairperson. Pero, it was abruptly terminated kasi they did not even call the other available CHR witnesses na ready sanang i-present before I was ousted as CHR chairperson. They did not even present them. So, ang nangyari, they issued the findings, the resolution, and one of the core finding is that there's no evidence that the killings at that time were actually state-sponsored. Something that I wanted to prove sana kung hinayaan lang po ako. Although of course I could understand that perhaps it was such a tough job, a tough challenge for me to prove it. Especially that nandyan pa yung dating Pangulo sa poder, na nahihirapan pa na talagang kumuha ng mga iba pa, ng mga witnesses, especially from within. Hindi katulad po ngayon na naglalabasan na po sila. May mga insiders na po na sinasabi na kung ano yung mga nalalaman nila, but not during that time. Pero I wanted to do it. After sana the presentation of those CHR witnesses, these are individual accounts of individual cases of summary execution during operations, yung mga sinasabi nilang nanlaban, pero hindi naman pala nanlaban. I was also looking at the medical certificates, the various medical certificates that we got. Marami po yun. At ang dami talaga mga kaduda-duda doon. And of course, we summoned then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa and other officials of the PNP, but they were all denying that these are the workings of PNP forces or that these are cases of EJKs and let alone state-sponsored killings. So yun po. So nothing came out. It was almost a whitewash.
Kindly wrap up, please.
Yes, huling topic, Mr. Chair, since na-present din ang relation ng ating local law dun sa ICC or yung International Criminal Court. Since some camps would say na hindi dapat tayo maging open sa quote-unquote intervention, ganun yung tinatawag sa mga hakbang na ginagawa ng International Criminal Court since dapat daw ay ipatupad natin yung ating sariling batas. Huwag daw tayong pumayag na panghimasukan tayo, no? Ganun yung pagtingin sa ginagawa ng ICC. But since Senator Laila mentioned yung Section 17 ng RA 9851, tama po ba yung aking interpretation, Mr. Chair, na pinapatupad pa rin naman natin yung ating local law, which is yung RA 9851, if the Philippine government cooperates with the International Criminal Court? Dahil sa committee nga po natin, Mr. Chair, sa Committee on Human Rights and Committee on Justice, we approved a resolution. We are urging, as part of the legislative, we are urging the executive na mag-cooperate sa ICC when it comes to this war on drugs. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, we are not surrendering our sovereignty. We are actually implementing the intent of our domestic laws kapag mag-cooperate ang Philippine government sa ICC. Tama po ba yung aking pagtingin, Mr. Chair?
Tama po yan, Mr. Chair and Your Honors. Dahil nga nandyan ang batas. In fact, nauna pa yan, 2009, before the Senate ratified the Rome Statute. But yung Rome Statute po was signed as early as 2000. I was just reminded by Attorney Conte earlier that it was actually signed by the former President Erap Estrada. Kaya lang, the ratification took some time. So it was only in 2011. But before that, pinasanga itong RA 9851. And sa pagbabasa ko nga po ng mga provisions ng 9851, it is as if those who push for that are actually anticipating that there would be an international body that would be coming in or would be involved in the investigation of crimes that would fall under any of those crimes cognizable by ICC, including crimes against humanity. Kaya nila siguro pinasok yung Section 17 na yan. Malinaw sa akin na kahit may investigasyon tayo dito, pwede pa tayong makipag-cooperate. And there's nothing in the Rome Statute which says, except the complementarity principle, na ang hinihintay kasi ng ICC ay yung genuine investigation focusing on those with the highest or the greatest responsibility. If I may just quote from the ICC pre-trial chamber's decision in January 26, 2023, decision authorizing the resumption of the investigation. Ang naging conclusion nila, kaya they ordered for the resumption of the proceedings of the ICC investigation at dinismiss nila yung appeal ng Philippine government. And I quote, "The domestic proceedings in the Philippines do not sufficiently mirror the expected scope of the court's investigation, since they only address the physical low-ranking perpetrators and at present do not extend to any high-ranking officials." Further, the ICC pre-trial chamber said, "The chamber finds that the PH has failed to demonstrate that the Philippines has failed to demonstrate that it has conducted relevant investigations and prosecution with respect to 4 issues." This was in 2023, as I said, ito yung decision nila authorizing the resumption. Number 1, the alleged killings in Davao from 2011 to 2016, which is within the duration of the ICC investigation. Pwede lang kasi mag-imbestiga yung ICC from yung sa 2011 up to 2019 when the withdrawal became effective. Number 2, crimes other than murder committed in connection with the war on drugs. 3, the killings outside official police operations, meaning yung mga riding in tandem, yung mga hindi natin sigurado kung mga police ba yan or are these agents of police officers, yung mga assassins. And number 4, and this is very important, the responsibility of individuals beyond the physical perpetrators of the alleged crimes. So ang hinihintay nila, yung mga tunay na investigasyon targeting or involving yung mga nasa taas, beginning with the former president, who is clearly the mastermind, as he induced the killings. And that is becoming clearer and clearer as nakikita natin dito sa mga lumalabas sa Quadcomm hearing. Then that is the complementarity principle. Since hindi pa nila nakikita may tunay na investigation, and when they say investigation or proceedings, they are clearly referring to criminal proceedings. So ito pong magiging resulta ng Quadcomm. Fine, I think we can be hopeful and optimistic na may mga lalabas. Pero later po, o may lalabas na resolusyon na can also categorically identify yung mga nasa taas based on the evidence na makakalap o kinakalap na ngayon ng Quad Committee. But later, kung hanggang doon lang po at hanggang doon lang yung mga gagawin din ng Kongreso, because ang mandato ng Kongreso is, in aid of legislation to enact laws, it can only recommend to the other relevant agencies and offices kung ano pa mga dapat gawin, including the investigation. Kung wala talaga yung investigasyon na yan, hindi po natin pwedeng pigilan ang ICC. Because yun na yung sinabi nila. Kasi hindi pa naman talaga tina-target, puro lang sa low level. Tsaka yung ICC is not actually focusing on the low level. It's not possible for them to look into each and every case of killings under war on drug. Kaya doon sila nakatuon sa mga those with the greatest responsibility. So,
Okay,
yun po.
so to wrap up, Mr. Chair.
This is your last question, Congressman
Yes.
Manuel. Thank
Yes,
you.
just a closing manifestation, Mr. Chair, na batay dun sa mga narinig natin, edi habang yung mga nasa tuktok kasi dati na ngayon ay dapat sanang sumagot sa mga tanong natin ay naghahanap ng iba't ibang paraan para makaiwas o parang nakipag-patintero tayo sa kanila, Mr. Chair. Kaya sa totoo lang, dapat ay ma-exhaust natin yung iba't ibang mga paraan para talaga maisulong yung hustisya para dun sa mga naging biktima ng extrajudicial killings. At bahagi niyan, Mr. Chair, habang meron tayong mga ganitong investigasyon, actually, yung pagsulong din ng investigasyon ng ICC, it complements our efforts dito sa bansa natin. And also, Mr. Chair, yung fact din na dahil nga mula sa Davao ay in-apply on a nationwide scale kung ano yung kanilang approach dun sa Davao at intelligence funds yung ginamit nila doon, we also observe a pattern, Mr. Chair, na from just 250 million pesos na level ng intelligence funds for the Office of the President, lumobo pa ito to 1.25 billion pesos. Kaya, Mr. Chair, malaki yung posibilidad talaga na ito din ay isa sa pinagmulan ng pera para mapagana yung peke at madugong war on drugs. Kaya dapat din ay mabusisi natin paano yan ginamit ng Duterte administration. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Chair, can I just add very, very short?
Okay, please,
meron po
Senator,
kasing sinabi
make it
si,
short.
Honorable Manuel. Isa pa ho sa sinabi ng ICC pre-trial chamber in concluding na it does not sufficiently mirror their investigation, itong mga proceedings, whatever proceedings were being conducted as of 2023. Ang sabi po, any ongoing domestic investigation, at least that's as of 2023, has failed to inquire into any pattern of criminality or the systematic nature of crimes. So gusto po yan i-establish ng ICC dahil hindi pa nila nakita yan sa mga investigasyon dito. The pattern of criminality or the systematic nature of crimes o yung state policy angle. Yun po ang dapat tingnan din.
Okay, thank you.
Po.
Thank you, Senator De Lima. Before we proceed with the next interpellator, let me remind the honorable members of the committee that we have invited several resource persons for today's committee hearing. And as much as we would like to ask questions or interpellate our resource person, former Senator Laila De Lima, there are other equally important resource persons that we have invited with regard to the issue of EJK. So if I may request the honorable members to shorten our questions, we will have several opportunities because this is not the first and the last that we will invite Senator Laila De Lima. There will be several opportunities for all of us to be able to ask questions on the issue. Now, the next interpellator is Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You have 10 minutes, and please shorten our interpellations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll just be directing my questions to the former Senator De Lima, and I'll try to make it quick, Mr. Chair. To the Chair, most respectfully, just to give us a background po, no? Kasi I'm sure we'll have more opportunities in later time, but just to lay the base for the interpellation that we're having, for the inquiry that we're having, could you please give us a background through the Honorable Chairman of your service? Because as I understand, you were previously chairwoman for the CHR, is that correct? And after that, you were the secretary for the DOJ from 2010 to 2015.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
And then senator from 2016 to 2022.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your stint as in the CHR, may we know of your track service po in relation, anything that would be relevant to the investigation on the EJK?
My first government service was as CHR chairperson. Before that, I was a practitioner, an election law practitioner. Actually, I didn't have any background in human rights before I was appointed by the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as CHR chairperson. So I was an election law practitioner, so that was my area of expertise. Very limited lang po yung exposure ko ng human rights before I joined the Commission on Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that background, I guess for the purposes of our inquiry on EJK, it would be appropriate to limit the interpellation for the years 2018 up to up to now, since she still is espousing this as her advocacy. So, Mr. Chair, maybe I ask just to clarify, during your stint at the CHR in 2008 to 2010, this was when you started the investigation into the Davao Death Squad?
Yes, Your Honor, 2009.
2009. And what is the result of this? How do you call this? Is this an inquiry? Is this?
Yes, it was actually a public inquiry. We held several public hearings right there in Davao City. In fact, one of the resource persons that we summoned, and the very first resource person that we summoned, was then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. We also summoned some other officers, especially in the police force and barangay captains, etc. Now, I was saying earlier that yung mga nakausap kasi namin ng mga insiders, kasi at that time, hindi pa namin nakausap sila Matubato and si Las Cañas. Their names were already mentioned, but we never met them before. Nung sa Senate inquiry na lang sila lumabas. So, yung sabi ko po kanina, nahirapan nga kami nung una because we have to really hold very discreet, and mga nagtatago kami nun whenever we were interviewing these witnesses, and we have to use aliases. Of course, they gave us the names, the true names, but they said they should not be revealed, their true names. So, natapos namin yung hearings, but hindi ko na po natapos yung pinaka-report because I was already appointed as DOJ Secretary. Although, as I said, I do have with me the personal investigation notes, which I actually shared with the CHR, yung pagkakatanda ko po noon. And the CHR later came up with this resolution in June 2012. Meron din po sila mga findings doon. But yung iba po, marami po doon sa mga personal investigation notes na hindi na po nila nasama doon sa CHR resolution. I have no personal knowledge about the deliberations of the CHR and bank nung wala na po ako. Which resulted in their Senate, in their resolution issued in June of 2012. Ang alam ko po, ang natatandaan ko po sa resolution na yon of 2012 is one of their recommendations is to investigate and file administrative and criminal charges against then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and police officers who were identified to be members of the Davao Death Squad.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, so from 2008 to 2010, your stint as chairperson
2008.
2008 to 2010, you started the investigations. You've had a few public hearings. You were not around for the resolution. But the resolution in June 2012, there was one of the recommendations was to start an investigation. This was at the time that you were already Secretary of Justice, is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you start any investigation in relation to the filing of this resolution?
The resolution was directed also to the Ombudsman and also to investigative agencies to conduct further investigation. I gave instructions to our NBI to follow through with the findings. Although my information then was that nahihirapan din sila. They could not even trace those witnesses anymore. So, si Matubato nga po, even if he was covered under the Witness Protection Program, eventually he left dahil hindi pa naman natapos yung investigation na yung supposedly follow-through investigation din ng NBI.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, and just for the record, since 2012 and the stint was over by 2015, in a span of 3 years, I understand it would be hard to really ready a case and it would have spilled over. However, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Yung personal notes po that you mentioned and that you submitted to the ICC, is this an official document?
It's a personal investigation notes because it contained the facts, the information that we got from several witnesses. As I recall, shinare ko ho yun dun sa CHR team as part of the records of the investigation of the DDS. But this cannot be considered official because this was not really formally adopted, as far as I know, by the CHR and bank nung umalis na po ako.
So it was not, Mr. Chair, it was not adopted by the CHR since it's personal in nature. However, it has been accepted by the ICC. Is that correct?
Yes, I shared it. As I recall, although I cannot really say categorically kung talagang naipa-share ko yun because I was one of those who submitted actually a communication with the ICC, the supplemental communication. I must have mentioned that there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, for the last question, for the last topic on the background, the professional government background, this is your Senate stint from 2016 to 2022, in which you held 3 public hearings on the EJK. May we know what was the status at the end of that? I understand under our rules we can take notice of proceedings in the Senate, but for the benefit of everyone here, and especially those who might not have not been part of the government at the time, may we know what was the result of that inquiry, or was it just abruptly stopped?
The Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, chaired by another senator, because I was no longer the chair, issued a resolution, I think, if I'm not mistaken, December of 2016. I also submitted a dissenting report, a 144-page dissenting report. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Senate resolution made a conclusion that there's no evidence that the killings then were state-sponsored. And may mga recommendations there, but not about filing of cases against Mr. Duterte because nga yung hindi naman tinapos, there was an abrupt termination of those proceedings. As I mentioned, hindi nga present lahat yung mga available CHR witnesses. So it was never pursued and it's no longer surprising na ganun yung naging conclusion nila na hindi daw po state-sponsored. Although they made several good recommendations about, reforms in the PNP system, etc., etc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, moving forward, of course, chronologically, this is no longer part of your government service, but we can't escape the fact that cases were filed against you po. May we just know what is the status of these cases right now? Because, of course, this would come into the... some people might ask, some people might question the credibility of your presence here as a resource person. So we'd just like to know po, how many cases were filed and what is the status of each of these?
There were 3 drug-related cases filed against me. Initially, as... consummated illegal drug trading. Illegal drug trading, consummated. But later, it was amended by the prosecution into conspiracy to commit illegal drug trading. I think they realized that they could not really make out a good case for consummated illegal drug trading kasi wala nga sila yung mga real evidence, wala yung corpus delicti, walang evidence of what exactly the kind of drugs that I allegedly traded, money trail, paper trail, wala lahat yun. So they amended those cases into conspiracy to commit illegal drug trading in the hope that sufficient na yung mga magiging testimonial evidence nung mga witnesses, mostly believed drug lords or believed inmates. And all 3 cases now have been dismissed. I've been acquitted. These are definitely trumped up charges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 3 cases were already dismissed. Have any of them been dismissed by virtue of a demurrer to evidence, or it was all sought?
Yes, the 2 of them. Among the 3, the first one was the grant of the demurrer to evidence. The second one was acquittal. And the third one was grant of demurrer to evidence. Now, the acquittal, the second case, ang alam ko po, ay inappeal pa ng Office of the Solicitor General to the Court of Appeals, which is clearly violative of the principle against double jeopardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just note po, no, given the credibility for witness, and it's very important to note that the first and third were dismissed by virtue of a filed demurrer to evidence, which means that the prosecution did not have evidence to the point that the defense no longer needed to present their own. So, Mr. Chair, moving forward, just a quick question now that we're going to the meat, and I think we understand the former senator attended one of our hearings prior under the Committee on Ethics, Human Rights. However, at the time, wala pa po yung revelation ni Colonel Garma. So I think it really changes everything now that we have the revelations of Colonel Garma and the corroborative evidence that somehow the so-called Davao template was sought to be replicated in nationwide scale. We'd just like to ask, given we were lucky, you have our resource person here comes today wearing multiple hats. She was the commissioner of the CHR, which the task actually is to be a counter-check to our authorities. At the same time, she served as part of the structure of the authorities when she was Secretary of the Justice. And finally, while she was part of the legislative under Senate, she actually filed an inquiry on EJKs. So given your extensive knowledge of this, and that you've had a background from the local up to the point, and even chronologically up to the point in time in which supposedly there was already that progression from local to national. Could you please educate us? Because one thing that I think that we have to be concerned with is the so-called labeling of the war on drugs versus the EJK, extrajudicial killing. Because po, as we understand, based on the testimony of Colonel Garma, yung war on drugs po is under the auspices of authority. It is being conducted under the organization of the Philippine National Police, supposedly. Whether these elements of the PNP were working within or outside of the authority of the PNP, that doesn't escape the fact that it's more aligned to the state-sponsored element. However, when we talk about the EJK, and specifically in your inquiry on the DDS, we're talking more of the vigilante killings. And I believe last time there was a presentation, I believe it was Attorney Conti. May we ask you very quickly to Attorney Conti, Mr. Chair, I understand in your presentation last time there was a distinct point in time in which the war on drugs transitioned from vigilante killings onto state-sponsored police operations. Can you please elucidate on that once again?
Yes, according to the data, the information from media reports, in the first 3 to 6 months of the war on drugs, it started with vigilante killings, and then eventually it transitioned to police perpetrated killings. So dito na po nagsimula bandang 2017 yung talagang police operations, whether by bust, arrest warrants or search warrants.
Thank you, Attorney Conti. Mr. Chair, so back to the former Senator De Lima. In your investigation of the so-called DTS, were you also investigating the police sponsor, the state side aspect of the war on drugs, or was this purely on the vigilante?
It also included the police side, the PNP, the official, because of the HCIS, the Heinous Crimes Investigation Section. That was part of the official organizational structure of the DCPO, then the Davao City Police Office. So yung mga naging member, especially the original members of that Heinous Crimes Investigation Section were actually the DDS members, as testified on or attested to by, especially by Arturo Las Cañas. So it's not just the killings by the riding in tandem, the unknown assassins, but precisely the structure which points to the fact that these are headed, especially the handlers, by policemen under the DCPO. Yan po ang pagkakatanda ko dun sa mga nakuha naming impormasyon. So already covered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the former senator has now confirmed, aside from the vigilante killings, the riding in tandem, and the Sinaloa-style killings, according to Attorney Conti, there were also police operations involved. Can you confirm for us, through the chairman, of course, the operational aspect of the police? This would include yung mga nanlaban in legitimate police operations and buy-bust operations. Was this something that was investigated in the locality of Davao during your time as CHR?
Yeah, some aspect of it. Because nga of the organizational structure. Because indeed, policemen were handling the operations. Yung mga sinabi ko pong, excuse me, yung mga sinabi ko pong pangalan, SPO4 Sanson Benaventura as the Logistics Finance and Death Clearance Officer, SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas as overall team leader for operations and planning, sila SPO4 Bienvenido Laud as team handler, SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler. They were then, as far as I know, as far as I could recall from the records, they were then active police officers, but assigned to this HCIS, or Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, in charge of those killings.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the clarification. However, I think most respectfully, we have to clarify po, their being members of the PNP should be distinguished from the operations being undertaken by the PNP. Because while we have confirmed, based on your testimony, that they are confirmed to be active members of the uniformed personnel, but if the way that the EJK was conducted was solely limited to the vigilante side, we're talking about Sinaloa killings, abduction, riding in tandem, extrajudicial. This would be different from the state, the police operation side. Because what we've seen based on the operations, they come in two forms. You have, usually when we're talking about the HVT, the high value target, this would rely on vigilante killings that we would see and have seen based on testimony also of Colonel Garma. But we also have to consider that for the supposedly legitimate operations in which later on there is supposedly, allegedly planting of evidence, nanlaban, drug bust or buy bust which has gone wrong, I think this would be considered as under the auspices of a legitimate police operation. Now, my question to the former senator, to the honorable chairman, is that was this part of the so-called DDS operations in the locality? Because what I'm talking about here, what we're basing on, the testimony of Colonel Garma is talking about the nationwide scale, and we've seen it. The testimony of Attorney Conti, we're talking nationwide, we've seen both vigilante and police operations. My question now is, at least for the investigation of the DDS in Davao, did this involve, because I understand there's the HCIS and that they were active members of the police force, but did they employ buy-bust operations and nanlaban to perpetrate this so-called war on drugs?
To answer your question, Your Honor, I have to point out that the nanlaban concept actually originated in Davao and invented by the DDS. So it's not something new. There may be fewer cases then, kasi karamihan nga is the riding in tandem, mga vigilante killings as induced by then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. But there were also specific cases na ganun, because the nanlaban concept actually originated from the DDS operations.
Thank you for that confirmation. So although it might have been a few, it's not novel. There was a nanlaban and there was supposedly legitimate police operations conducted in the locality.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, one more question on that. Given that the transition from the local to the national, from the local it was talking about barangay to LGU level, city. Of course, it would take a lot of expanding for it to go into the national level. And we've had through the PNP yung, now we're talking about yung double barrel, Oplan double barrel. You have the Tokhang and then the high value targets. Was this something that you also saw being conducted in Davao at the time that you were conducting your investigation to the DDS? Or was this purely mostly skewed towards the vigilante side?
Okay, the Oplan Tokhang and then later the Oplan double barrel, they became more pronounced and as they became official operations because of that PNP circular. No, I don't remember any evidence or any document or any information that there is such an official operations plan that could be similar to the Oplan Tokhang or Oplan double barrel. But, as I said earlier, meron din mga nanlaban operations. So, these are actually implemented by certain police officers in Davao. So I would not know how they call them, but I'm sure there are really such plans. Kasi nga, those organizational structure, again, based on on Arturo Las Cañas' information, it's then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte who was the very head of the Davao Death Squad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the last point, given that there might be some differences, it might not have been formalized, but we see a pattern. But
Yes.
most distinctly is that you have confirmed just earlier that there was a rewards and payment scheme And I think this is what's very important for us here in this inquiry today, given that this has basically been confirmed by Colonel Garma. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I still have more questions regarding the policy, operation, and organizational parallelisms between the investigation perhaps that they had on the DDS and the inquiry that we have now on the EJK. But given that we have more resource persons and more colleagues who would like to interpolate, I will now yield for that time. Thank you very much, former Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Before we proceed with the next interpolator, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Ron Salo and Congressman Roman Romulo. Welcome to the committee hearing of the Quadcomm. Just an interjection on the question raised by Congressman Gutierrez with respect to the issue on the reward money. In the investigation you have conducted in Davao when you were still with CHR, has there been a determination as to where the reward money came from?
Yung po ni Arturo Las Cañas na intel funds of the Office of the Mayor.
Is there
Kasama
any-
yon. As to any other sources, I have to check again my notes on that kung meron pang other sources of the rewards.
But this particular issue has been stated in the report you have submitted, I believe.
No, that's in the affidavit of Arturo Las Cañas. And also, when I made the presentation about the DDS reward system according to the CHR witness, kasama po yan. Although I don't recall if that witness actually pointed to the very source of that reward.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for that information. So we now proceed with the next interpolator. The next is Congresswoman Franz Castro. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maiksi lang naman to kasi yung ibang question at natatanong na. Tanong ko lang sa PNP, Mr. Chair. May binanggit kasi si former Senator De Lima about yung mga personalities like SPO4, Samson Buenaventura, alam naman natin kung nasaan si Arturo Las Cañas, Benvenido Laud, and SPO3 Jim Tan. So sa PNP po, active po ba ito kung nag-retire na, Mr. Chair? Sa PNP.
Earlier, Congressman Paduano moved for the issuance of a show cause order
For them.
to Sunny Buenaventura and Samson Buenaventura one and the same?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so there was already a motion
Okay.
to issue a show cause order.
Yes, thank
And
you, Mr. Chair.
may I know what's the name of that gentleman over there? What?
Sir, good afternoon. Brigadier General Chinayog, the Acting Director of Personnel and Records Management ng PNP po, sir. As to the question of the good Congresswoman, we will find out sa aming record, sir, kung existing ang tao. And we will give the feedback. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Congresswoman Castro, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So meron tayong according to Secretary Senator De Lima, yung RA 9851 on the legal basis kung pwedeng natin makasuhan. So pwede na po ba itong magamit ng ating mga pamilya na biktima ng EJK to prosecute po yung si Duterte at saka iba pang mga perpetrator ng EJK?
Opo, malinaw naman po that it covers crimes against humanity. Na yung EJKs, yung the magnitude, the extent of the EJKs na nakita natin, na lumalabas na ngayon, at yung mga testimony ng mga families and other sources din. Now, it's certainly a case of a crime against humanity, specifically of murder. Kasi systematic and deliberate targeting of a civilian population. And we are talking about the alleged drug offenders.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto nating malinaw yun, ma-emphasize yun dahil medyo matagal pa yung ICC, at itong ating mga pamilya ay pamilya ng mga biktima ng EJK ay matagal na, Mr. Chair, na naghahanap ng accountability and justice. Kaya pwede yon. About yung pattern in criminality, di ba sinasabi ng ICC na parang wala pa silang nakikita? So yung example po ng pattern sa Davao, yung DDS, as regards to the national, hindi ba meron na yung pattern? Kasi sa instruction, according to the testimony of Garma, sinasabi na ipapattern yung national scale na tokhang or yung yung war on drugs on the Davao So, di ba meron na siyang pattern, Mr. Chair?
Opo, pagkikita natin na nandiyan ang pattern. Pero pwede pang dagdagan yan, pwede pang makakuha pa ng mga indications, mga factors na pwede talaga nating sabihin na may pattern of criminality. Yung tungkol naman po sa ICC, ang sinabi ko po is that one of the reasons or one of the main reasons kung bakit they authorized the resumption of investigation after junking the appeal of the Philippine government is that hindi pa nga nila, wala silang nakikita na any proceedings in our country, especially criminal proceedings, they're trying to establish the pattern. Pero hindi ho natin alam, baka yung ICC, dahil alam ko po, seryoso talaga sila, nakafocus talaga sila, ay baka na-establish na yan, the pattern of criminality and yung pattern ng killings.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chair, kung magsasampa ang pamilya o biktima ng EJK dito ito using the 9851, so would this affect po yung investigation sa ICC?
It would depend on kung ano makita ng ICC na magiging progress of the case. Na baka hanggang filing of complaint lang. But as to really the gathering of the necessary evidence, baka kulangin. Or baka hindi na maging talagang, hindi katulad nung ginagawang, alam ko, talagang masigasig sila. And these are expert investigators. And kumakalap na talaga, baka nga malapit na silang matapos sa kanilang investigation. We certainly hope na matatapos na yung ICC investigation, at least in so far as to try to trigger the next step, which is the issuance of the warrant of arrest.
Thank you. At tingin nyo, Senator Lima, nakakatulong itong ginagawa ng Quadcomm?
Yes.
Okay.
Sa tingin
Yun lang
ko
po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castro. The next to interpolate is Congressman Bong Teves. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Former Senator Laila de Lima earlier said, address to Colonel Espinido, magsabi ka ng totoo. May I ask to the Colonel Espinido, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ni former Senator Laila de Lima na magsabi ka ng totoo?
Your Honors, Mr. Chair, halata naman na na-dismiss yung kaso niya na parang sinabi niya talaga na inosente siya. Sa akin naman nung mag-umpisa, sa Senate pa lang, sinabihan ko na the truth will set her free. Because I believe na ganun lang talaga ang nangyari kay ma'am. When in fact, I talked personally kay Mayor Espinosa at the time na nagdala na siya ng testimony niya from Camp Crami na mag-turn over sa akin na ang masabi lang niya, nagkita lang doon sila sa Bagyo. So, sa akin as Chief of Police at dati investigator, hindi man kadali gano'n na mag-file tayo ng complaint sa isang dala lang ang pangalan. Kaya, I doubt at first na talagang hindi totoo yun. Pero as Chief of Police na mag-file lang ng complaint, endorsement doon sa department, sa institution na yun ang talagang papuntahan, hanggang doon lang ako. No? But as I've said, na I doubt, kaya nagsabi ako sa kanya na the truth will set her free. And when in fact, kinamayan ko si ma'am right after sa Senate ko natandaan ni ma'am, pinuntahan ko siya na naghingi ako ng sorry. Sorry talaga ma'am, but the truth will set you free. Doon lang sa akin, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Can I say something, Your Honor? If I may.
Congressman
Teves.
Former Senator Laila de Lima, ma'am, yun po ba ang gusto mong ipaalam o gusto mong mangyari na sabihin? Ano ba talaga po ang gusto mong sabihin kay Colonel Espinido na magsabi siya ng totoo?
Senator?
Okay. Nasagot na ho niya ng konti, partially, yung gusto ko sanang marinig sa kanya. Na sinasabi niya na the truth shall set you free. Yes, nasabi niya po sa akin yan. So ang ibig pong sabihin noon ay yung mga sinabi nila noon during the Senate inquiry ay hindi totoo. Ayaw lang niyang aminin. Ang gusto ko po sana na marinig sa kanya, yung sinabi ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa during the last hearing na kinausap silang tatlo ni then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, now Senator, na ayusin yung mga testimonya nyo para nagkakatugma-tugma. Although I think Colonel Espinido will remember na kahit nga ganun na yung kanilang naging guidance or instruction from then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, hindi pa rin naging tugma yung kanilang mga sinabi during the Senate inquiry. Kasi in the first place, yung kilala ba ni Mr. Espinido, si Ronnie Dayan, kilala ba ni Kerwin Espinosa, si Ronnie Dayan, sinasabi na, sabi ni Kerwin Espinosa, na-meet daw niya si Mr. Ronnie Dayan through Colonel Espinido. Pero alam niya po yan, alam niya ni Colonel Espinido na hindi po totoo yan. Yung sinasabi about yung nagkita sa Burnham Park, yung pinakita po nilang supposed evidence of my alleged involvement in the illegal drug trade of Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ay yung picture na yan na pinapakita na mukha ngang nasa Burnham Park. Ang mukha ngang nagkita kami doon o na whatever, yung hindi ko alam kasi hindi ko naman siya kilala nung minute ko siya o na-meet ko sa Burnham Park kasi ang dami pong nagpapapicture doon. So the first time that I saw Mr. Kerwin Espinosa was nung nag-appear na siya sa Senate inquiry. Yun po sana yung gusto kong malinawan sa kanya. Tama ba yun? Sinabi ni Kerwin Espinosa na actually kinausap silang tatlo para maging tugma-tugma yung kanilang script.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Colonel Espinido to respond sa sinabi ni former Senator de Lima? Kasi unang-una, sa nakikita ko po na pag-uusap ngayon, parang lumalabas, isa po sa mga players, si Colonel Espinido sa pagkakakulong ni Senator de Lima. Dahil yung mga, as a Chief of Police, tama po kayo, nagbe-base po kayo sa mga testimonya. Pero, ibig sabihin, alam nyo, yung testimonya ng mga binibase nyo is may kunting mali na hindi tama. Dahil, bakit kayo kakausapin ni Senator De La Rosa, the former Chief PNP, na hindi tugma-tugma ang inyong mga testimonya kung hindi kayo bumubuo ng isang kwento?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Ang una, sinabihan ako ni General Bato na involved ng drugs, tumatanggap kay Kerwin before the Senate. Nung sa Senate na, hindi na ako nirecognize ni Kerwin na nakatanggap ng 20,000. Even in his affidavit, dalawa, wala ako o hindi ako nakasali. And tatlong senator natandaan ko na nag-cross sa kanya na nagsasabi nga siya na si Sir Espinido, hiningian ko ng bank account but ang reply, Bible verse lang. Okay na yon. Pero nadali din ako sa pagdala ni Kerwin ng pangalan ko na ako daw ang dahilan na makilala niya si Dayan. At the time, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, nagvoluntary ako pagbigay sa Senate ng cellphone ko. Na ma-check lang na may number si Dayan sa cellphone ko. Resign ako kaagad. wala na, nag-wave na ako, walang abogado, sinabi ko. Kasi hindi yun makapagtanggi tayo or makapagsinungaling kung nandyan talaga ang cellphone ni Dayan sa cellphone ko. Kung kilala kami ni Dayan, talagang may number ako sa kanya. Doon na nagsalita ang Senate na nagsasabi tayo ng totoo. Kasi bakit matakot tayo, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na totoo man ang sinabi ko na never din na si Senator Bato, si dati Chief PNP Bato, na magsabi sa akin na okay, yon ang ginawa niyo tatlo, gawin niyo tatlo para magkakaisa yung testimony. Hindi kasi hindi ako sang-ayon lahat kung ano ang isabi sa akin ng senior officer ko. As long na legal yan, okay sa akin. Makikita naman, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na ako sinali nga. And I am one also a victim sa sali-sali lang sa lista ng drugs. Nilagyan pa ng high value target si Espinido. So, kaya ako magsasabi din na siguro yung mga lista hindi totoo yun kasi ako nga biktima sa mga sinungaling nilagay ni Senator Bato. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, hindi kaya nilagay yung pangalan mo dahil hindi ka na sumusunod sa gusto nila sa bandang huli?
That's one of the reasons, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ilan po ba ang napatay nyo nung panahon sa war on drugs?
Sa war on drugs sa Albuera, ni isang namatay sa Albuera. Sa Ozamis, sa 2 taon ko may siyam. Sa 2 taon. Sa Bacolod, never ni isa na namatay sa war against illegal drugs. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ilan ang nakuha mong reward?
Kung reward lang, matandaan ko, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kasi may resolution ang Ozamis, si Mayor Aldong Paruhinog at the time, na kung may makahuli ang pulis ng isang malaking drug pusher, may 100,000 na ibigay from the local government unit. So nakakuha kami ng 600,000. Nakatanggap together with the presence of the MILG, na nandoon na ako ang tumanggap ng pera at saka plaque of appreciation na nakahuli tayo ng worth of 600,000 ang binigay ng local government unit sa PNP ng Ozamis, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, di ba pinag-uusapan natin yung reward system na sinabi ni Colonel Garma? Di ba sabi niyo may napatay kayong mga sa war on drugs? Ang tanong ko ngayon, ilan yung galing sa nasyonal na pera ang natanggap mo para sa war on drugs? Hindi yung galing sa lokal.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, siguro sa Ozamis, to tell you the truth, no? Maski tanungin niyo si Sir Bato ngayon kung saan siya. Never nakabigay si Senator Bato na sa akin ng ₱1 since sa pag-upo niya nakasama kami. Never. Lalo na yung reward, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kaya siyempre, sikreto na yun. Bakit hindi ako pagbigyan? Hindi ako binigyan niya ng legal na suporta naman lang na pagbigyan ako na, Joby, may pampliti mo na lang ng pang-airplane. Magpunta ako ng Krame, Your Honor, Mr. That's the truth. Ano na nangyari?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Teves, your time is up.
Thank you.
Please wrap up. Okay, thank you, Congressman Teves. So, the last interpellator before we shift to another resource person for today is Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very short lang, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions, Mr. Chair. The first one is for Senator Laila de Lima. Yung RA 9851 po, may prosecution na ba dito niyan?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, as far as I know, there's none yet.
Yan. Kaya nyo po minimension yung RA 9851 ay sa pagkakaalam ko because of the Section 17, tama?
Yes, one of those, yes.
Oo. In the interest of justice, the relevant Philippine authorities may dispense with the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable under this act if another court or international tribunal is already conducting the investigation or undertaking the prosecution of such crime. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court, if any, or to another state pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. So yun po, parang dahil doon, maaari ito ang maging legal basis para yung akusado ay pwede talagang ma-extradite. And we'll go through the process of the ICC.
Yes, although as you said, maaari, because the law, the provision speaks of may. So it's not something that is mandatory. So it all depends on the relevant Philippine authorities kung gusto nilang gawin yun.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung second question ko po ay kay Attorney Maria Cristina Conti. Attorney, Mr. Chair, yung gusto nating malaman, bakit yung mga biktima, they would want na sa ICC magsampa ng kaso? Bakit, 'di ba? Bakit kasi walang domestic cases. So bakit 'yon ang pinili ng mga biktima?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The timing of the filing of the complaint or the communications before the ICC is also one point to consider. We filed it in 2018 at the height of the Duterte administration and at the height of the killings. First, one of the reasons is that there's presidential immunity for domestic suits. Second, there is complicity of politicians and people in power. There were high officials were complicit in the crimes as suspected. And in fact, they even had officials in the IAS installed. Attorney Triambulo, whom I have identified as one of those appointed by Duterte, so that he could shield officials or police officers from liability. Also, there was security considerations for the victims who may themselves be the subjects of tokhang operations. Politically, it was not conducive to file any criminal charges in the Philippines regarding the war on drugs at that time, because there was also a refusal of the government to consider this as a systematic attack on the people. Until today, actually, the investigation center on individual crimes, and that the working theory, I guess, for the Philippine government is that these are rogue police officers who just violated protocol. And so for us, in the interest of justice, as was mentioned, the ICC at that time was an effective remedy. This was also in the context of the killings of lawyers and judges who in any way was involved in any drug-related cases. Also logistically, and this is different from, this is logistically different from investigations in the Philippines. At the ICC, you file communications, and for the ICC at one point they said they received 53 communications. They tend to look at all these communications all together before starting with an investigation and eventually trial. In the Philippines, you would have to have built a case, and if there were many victims, they would have filed separate charges in different places, and it would be a nightmare to consider them all. So before the International Criminal Court, the Philippine situation is under review, and there is no case yet, but it is under one investigation for all acts of widespread and systematic killings, in the acts of murder and other inhumane acts, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think nakuha ko po yung gusto kong marinig doon kasi parang hindi talaga level playing field dito sa Pilipinas. And second, hindi pwedeng imbestigahan nila yung mga perpetrators, yung sarili nila. So, Mr. Chair, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Rosas.
Mr. Chair,
before we
very
go
quick.
to the other, can I just ask for clarification dito kay Colonel Espinido, Mr. Chair?
Okay, you're recognized, Congressman Abante.
Colonel, it was under your watch na napatay si Mayor Navarro and Mayor Espinido and Mayor Paroyunog, di ba?
Mayor Espinosa, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Pero nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, sino ang station commander nun sa Osamis?
Ako ang sa Osamis, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
search
therefore-
warrant ng CIDG.
So therefore, nung panahon mo, napatay si Parahinog at si Navarro.
Hindi, si Navarro, si Mayor Espinosa yun, Mr. Chair.
Si Mayor Parahinog.
Si Mayor Paruhino
napatay.
ang sa Osamis. Oo.
It was under your command at
Yes,
that time.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Oo. So yun nabigay sa iyo ng 600,000.
Si Kwan, hindi pa yun nangyari, Mr. Chair, yung pag-operasyon sa application sa search warrant kay Mayor Paruhinog. Mga 4 months, 3 months, mag-umpisa ako sa Osamis. Si Mayor Paruhinog mismo, Mr. Chair, ang nagbigay ng reward sa mga
Okay.
nahuli.
Nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, napatay siya under your watch, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakatanggap ka ba ng reward money?
Wala asa
Wala.
wala. Kasi din sa kay Mayor Paruhinog, Mr. Chair, sa illegal possession of firearms at saka hindi application ko sa CIDG yon na
Alin yun?
CIDG ang applicant sa search warrant, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So
hindi sa akin.
Hindi drugs.
Hindi, sa illegal possession of firearms, Mr. Chair.
Ang inaano ko, nakakalito kasi nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, ikaw ang station commander nung Osamis, di ba?
Yes.
Oh, sa drugs
Mr.
din
Chair.
yun, correct?
Ang sa kay Mayor Paruhinog, sa title sa search warrant, hindi sa drugs, Mr. Chair.
Ay, hindi. So, sinong nag-utos sa'yo na patayin si Mayor Parahinog?
Hindi naman nag-utos, Mr. Chair. Sorry to say that because first, ang applicant, ang officer responsible sa implementation ng search warrant ay ang CIDG. As Chief of Police ng Osamis, nag-assess kasi area ko ang target, no, yung si Mayor Paruhinog. So nagkataon na kami ang nandyan assign, so sinama ng CIDG as applicant ng search warrant, Mr. Chair.
At nanlaban si Parahinog kaya napatay.
Oh, doon sa implementation kasi nabiruan, may natamaan din kami, investigator ko, Mr. Chair, sa first burst of fire ng pagpunta na namin sa bahay. That is a simultaneous for 6 na search warrant na na-implement doon sa Paruhinog na
Hindi ba
siblings.
si Mayor Navarro napatay din?
Si Navarro namatay sa Cebu yun,
Cebu.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sa Bacolod na ako na-assign.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang.
Thank you, Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Jinky Luis.
Very quick.
Very quickly.
I was listening to the interpellation of the Honorable Teves, and I want to clarify for the record the answers of Colonel Espinido. Colonel, were you the one who introduced Kerwin to Ronnie Dayan? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Before the Senate investigation, have you personally known Senator Laila de Lima? Yes or no?
Yes,
How?
Your Honor. Na siya naging head ng CHR, Commission on Human Rights, when I was assigned in Leyte. Nagpunta pa nga si Ma'am sa Samar, kung natandaan niya, sa Samar. Pagkatapos, naging DOJ, Secretary, nag-run for senators, senator din senator din si Ma'am.
In relation to her alleged involvement in drug operation, have you known Senator De Lima before the Senate investigation? Yes or no?
Sa drugs, hindi.
Yes or no?
No, Your Honors.
Before the Senate investigation, have you known Kerwin Espinosa? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
How?
That he is involved in illegal drugs together with his father.
But in relation to the alleged transaction with Senator Laila de Lima, have you known Kerwin Espinosa before the Senate investigation?
I don't know.
Yes
Your Honor.
or no?
No, Your Honor.
Before that Senate investigation, Colonel Espinido, in relation to the alleged involvement of Senator De Lima, have you known Ronnie Dayan?
No, Your Honor.
There's also a testimony coming from Kerwin Espinosa that you and him were instructed to talk with each other to make sure that your testimonies against Senator De Lima is consistent. Do you confirm this? Yes or no?
I confirm, Your Honor.
With your answers to my questions, Colonel Espinido, this afternoon, are you retracting all the testimonies that you gave against Senator De Lima during that Senate investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Jinky. Okay, we'd like to thank former Senator Laila De Lima for accepting our invitation to become one of our resource person for today. And we will now move to another resource person that we invited. And we'd like to ask Congressman Dan Fernandez to introduce to the committee the next witness.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, before Chairman Dan will proceed, are we now excusing former Senator De Lima?
Not yet.
If Senator Laila De Lima would wish to stay and remain as a observer of this hearing, you may do so, and we will welcome that. But if you wish to be excused, you will be excused.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your
Chair.
Honor. Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Your Honor.
I
I can
think the
stay for a
present-
little while, and then I'll just leave if I need to leave.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the presence of former Secretary Laila De Lima is so important to us, considering that later on we'll be asking GM Garma a lot of things about the reward system, and it might be, we all know that it's corroborating the reward system that was mentioned by GM Garma and the former senator. And we haven't asked yet, no, questions kay GM Garma. We will be tackling, Mr. Chairman, the issue of the killing of Antonio Tony Halili of Tanawan, where GM Garma have mentioned certain personalities in the PNP. And this might involve the reward system that was mentioned by both resource persons. So it is imperative for us to let Senator De Lima to stay a little bit more, Mr. Chairman.
Well, as she stated in her reply to the chair, when we ask her if she wants to stay, she can stay and be an observer, or if she wants to be excused, she will be excused. So that is clear, Your Honor. So now we proceed with the next witness in our committee hearing today. Congressman Dan Fernandez, please introduce your witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. GM Garma, you remember the last time that we asked you about the story of Mr. Tony Halili. You mentioned a certain name from the PNP. A certain, during that time, he was a major, Kenneth Albotra. You remember that?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And you mentioned that it was nabida or na-mention sa iyo yung pangalan ni Antonio Halili na kasama siya doon sa nag-operate kay Mr. Tony Halili. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why this representation would like to discuss this matter, because in the last hearing, we invited those personalities that were allegedly involved on this killing of Mr. Tony Halili, Mayor Tony Halili. And also, Mr. Chairman, during that hearing that we have conducted, I asked Chairman Benny Abante to ask about the issue of what happened to Mayor Cesar Perez of Los Baños. Mayor Cesar Perez, oo, ng Los Baños, na kung saan siya po ay namatay din by these personalities, allegedly, according to this witness that we have invited, na same personalities that were involved in the killing of Tony Halili were also involved in this killing of Mayor Cesar Perez. And we invited these resource persons. And as a matter of fact, ay nandiyan po siya sa loob at magbibigay po siya ng testimony sa atin under oath. And at the same time, he executed an affidavit doon sa mga pangyayari na kung saan allegedly, according to him, naging biktima siya ng EJK sapagkat siya ang naging fall guy. Siya ang kinulong sa loob halos ng 7 buwan, subalit siya ay walang kasalanan. So, there are those victims of EJK that were killed. And there are those who were victim of EJK who suffered, like kay former senator. And this person, a former councilor of the municipality of Los Baños, contacted this representation in order to hear him out doon sa mga pangyayari sa kanila. And at first, hindi po tayo naniwala because we wanted to verify, no, yung mga stories that he mentioned to us. But as it goes, nakita po natin yung mga evidences that he presented. And now, Mr. Chairman, siguro it is up to the body to scrutinize or to find out and to ferret the truth out of this. It is, I think, incumbent upon us to find out the truth about these 2 killings that happened in Batangas and also in Laguna. Not to mention the issue that was mentioned sa akin ni Congressman Paduano na sniper din po ang tumira. And even the story of Congressman Luistro sa Batangas na sniper din po ang tumira. Sa Batangas, sa Laguna, sa Negros, and any other part pa ng ating bansa, this might be the template that they used. So, let us listen. Huwag muna natin judge. Tingnan mo muna natin. And all those PNP officials that we have invited, Mr. Chairman, this representation would like to invite. I think they are here. Si Colonel Kenneth Albotra.
Present.
Can you kindly sit?
Have you taken your oath, Colonel Albotra?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Police Captain Kenneth Albotra, sir, and I have taken my oath already, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Can we ask the Bureau of Jail personnel to please take the seat first, whatever vacant seat we can find here, so that we can use the chairs that we have reserved for the resource person on this particular witness. Wag po kayo munang aalis at kailangan po kayo mamaya. So, who are we asking to sit?
And also, Mr. Chairman, we have invited also Colonel Brian Dexter Andulan.
Colonel Andulan, can you please take the seat? Colonel Andulan.
And also Colonel Raycon Ganduque, former Chief of Police ng Los Baños, and also the former Chief of Police of Los Baños, Atot Castillo, and also PD Petalio, of former Provincial Director of Laguna as well.
Colonel, have you both taken your oaths already? Okay, so what about that gentleman over there? What is your name? What is your name? Yes? No, the gentleman beside you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. CTO3 Harabe from Bucor.
From Bucor. Okay, sige. Sino pa? Okay, may I ask you to please take the seat first for a while on the other side of the hall so we can ask the resource persons invited for this particular witness to take the seat in front of us. So lahat po kayo ay nakapag-oath na, no? Kayo po lahat. Okay. Salamat. Okay, please continue. Congressman Fernandez.
Yes, we have also invited, Mr. Chairman, the former councilor of Los Baños to be a part of this committee hearing. So can we invite him to stand up and...
Okay, Comsec, please administer the oath of Mr. Tamesin, former councilor Tamesin.
Sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these public inquiries? I hope you, God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The oath has been administered, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a lawyer with you, Councilor Tamesin? So,
No, Your Honor.
do you need a lawyer?
Hindi na po.
Oh, sige. So, have you executed your affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ito bang affidavit na ito, ay ikaw, pirma mo ba to? Ito?
Hindi po yan.
Oo nga pala. Asan na yun? Yung kay Tamesin? Tamesin, oo. Ito. Pwede bang malaman ano yung full name mo, Councilor Tamesin?
Ako po si Norvin Lantican Tamisin.
Okay. Ito po ba ang iyong sinumpaang salaysay?
Opo.
Ito, wala ka pang pirma rito. Ikaw ba ay...
Yung hawak ko po, meron po. Bali, maraming kopya po yun.
Sige.
If we allow the resource person, Mr. Chairman, to state or narrate the sinumpaan salaysay, you may do so, no?
Your Honor.
That will form part of your yung testimony mo in your affidavit. So, Mr. Chairman, may we allow him to tell the story, being the a resource person and who happens to be the suspect on the killing of Mayor Cesar Perez, and you were jailed for 7 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now you are released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Na-release ka on bail.
On bail po.
So, na-release ka. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning, ba't ka na-release? Mahina kaso or what?
We filed a petition for bail and it was approved.
Okay, siguro let's start from the start siguro. So, since you are under oath at wala pa kaming nakukuwang affidavit mo na pirmado, so you tell your story and narrate to this committee your side of the story. Go ahead.
Ako po si Norvin Lantican Tamisin, naging konsyal po ng Bayan ng Los Baños for 12 years, independent, 2013 and 16 po, nahalal bilang independent at number 1 councilor po ng aming bayan. Natapos po ang aking termino ng 2019, June 30, at ako po ay isang human resource practitioner at isang professor po. So bumalik po ako sa pribadong buhay. Noong December 3, ako po ay nasa garden ng aking kaibigan dahil mahilig po akong mag-alaga ng bonsai. Nagtitinda rin po sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo ng kaibigan ko si Mr. Emmanuel Mapili. Mula po alas 5 hanggang madaling araw ay nandun po kami. Nakipagkwentuhan at nakauwi na po ng pasado alas 2. Nagulat na lang po ako, nalaman ko na pinatay daw po si Mayor Perez. That was December 3, 2020 po, Your Honor. Umalingaw nga ako dahil si Mayor Perez po, at that time, based on reports, he was included in the narco list from the original list. Kami naman po ay siyempre nababasa lang, ngunit hindi ko po nakikita. In honor of the late Mayor Perez, hindi ko po alam. Nagulat na lang po ako, naglabasan sa news na ako pala po ay nahabla. Samantalang wala naman po akong kalam-alam doon. Sa nasabing habla, sinasabi nila na nakita daw po ako within the vicinity sa tapat ng 7-Eleven. Wala naman po ako doon. Ang masakit po nito, may nagturo na isang bogus witness na nakita daw niya ako. Kaya nung ma-file yung case, sa kanilang reklamo ay merong video pero hindi po nila isinumite at hindi rin ho kami nabigyan ng kopya. Habang naka-file, marami pong maaligid sa bahay, laging tanong ng tanong, alam ko po mga pulis yun, nakasibilyan. Minabuti po ng pamilya ko na umalis muna po ako. At napagdesisyonan ko upang hindi naman po sila madamay. Dahil alam ko po, malaki ang posibilidad na itutumba nila ako para maging case closed. Kaya lumayo kami. Wala naman ako sa video. Kung nailabas lang po yun ng mga pulis na siyang gumawa ang Task Force Perez, ang PNP Los Baños at that time, kung nilabas lang nila, hindi sana kami makakasuhan. Ang sinasabi nila, wala daw video na pwedeng pagkakilanlan ng salarin. Pero makikita mo, meron po. Meron. Sinama nila si Ginoong Glenn Arrieta na LCR head na galing ng civil service. I don't know the person personally. Sinasabi nila pinapaling daw ang video, kaya walang makita. Pero bakit meron? Hindi ko pakahabaan, pero kaya po ako nagpunta dito sa inyong paanyaya dahil nung sinabi po ni Madam Colonel Garma na ang bumira daw po o pumatay ay ang team ni Major Albotra, nagsaliksik po ako ng mga videos. Nakita ko yung itsura, pangangatawan, parehong-pareho halos pagkakahawig ng nasa video na kumakalat sa Los Baños na hindi inilabas ng PNP sa korte na sinumiti kagad upang hindi sana kami nakasampahan ng kaso sa court. Paglabas unon, nakita ko pareho ng relo, halos pareho ng build, hard worker o nag-gym. Nakita ko pareho ng balikat, pareho ng gupit, nakasombrero, pareho ng binte, 5.56 mm ang ginamit, sniper din po. Sabi ko, bakit po ganun? Your Honor, I thought the PNP is supposed to protect and serve the people. But I was denied of that privilege. I know not all, but a few of them are scalawags. Because they keep on implicating, some of them keep on implicating innocent people just for them to prove that they have done something or to please their officers, whoever they are. Alam nyo, malaki ho nasira sa akin eh. Nabenta ko lahat, mga ari-arian ko, pamilya ko, lumaban lang sa kasong to. You know how hard it is to hire a lawyer to defend yourself. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka pupunta kasi kalaban mo, mga naka-uniforme. Para lang matigil yung kaso, tutumba ka talaga. Kaya sabi ko, bakit pa ako matatakot? Inalis nyo na eh. May mga anak ako nabubuli sa school. Hindi ako nakakapagtrabaho because of that record. Ako po naman nakapagtapos din naman ng MBA sa Ateneo. Through scholarship, pinaghirapan ko. Ngayon may babalik niyo ba yung karangalan na sira sa aking pamilya? I came here to find out the truth, to seek for the truth. Ngayon lang ako umiyak sa buong buhay ko. But we deserve the truth. The people of Los Baños deserve the truth. My family deserve the truth. Most especially my children. May anak din naman kayo. Sabi nga nung isa, iinog din ang buhay. Kahit lahat kayo nasa mga kapulisyahan, yung ibang mga bad eggs, makakarma din kayo. Tama naman. Gano'ng kasakit kayo nangyari kay Senator De Lima, 7 taon. Ako, 7 buwan. But regardless of the time, are we speaking of quantity? One day in jail is very hard. Even if you are guilty. What more if you're not guilty? I'm speaking on behalf of those people na namatay, na parusahan na walang kasalanan. Kung ikamamatay ko, itatanggapin ko kaysa naman sirang-sira pangalan ko. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I kept this for a long time. When I was inside, I keep on praying. That's the only thing that kept me alive aside from my family support and my relatives and friends. Pero hindi lahat ng tao makukulong kaya. Hindi lahat kaya. At hindi lahat may babalik ang ginawa nila. Your Honor, I can take things personally, regardless of how I feel. I always wanted to do the right thing. For 12 years, I have no record of corruption. I have no record of being an abusive public servant. Yes, I filed cases against those corrupt and abusive public officials because that is the mandate. Aside from being legal, it is a moral obligation on my part. When they're trying to set up a casino, I expose and try to stop it. When they're dumping the garbage at the creek of Makiling Forest Reserve, wherein the licit will go directly sa lawa ng lalawigan ng Laguna at mamamatay ang mga isda at yaman dagat, I expose and file the necessary cases. When they're cutting the when they cut the 29 trees in Jamboree, Los Baños, I tried to stop it because they're about to cut 602 more trees. Your Honor, if this is what I deserve for fighting for what is right, and then so be it. But I'm not a killer. Even in my mind, I don't think of it. Hindi ko po yan magagawa. Wala po yan sa pagkatao ko, sa pamilya ko, sa lahi ko. Yes, I file cases, but I don't kill people. That's why I would like to take this opportunity, Your Honor. I did not kill him. I have no idea why my name was implicated in this case. As a matter of fact, even if I have reasons or compelling reasons, still I will not do it. Hindi ko po gagawin yan. Because I believe in the rule of law. Kaya nga po ako naghahable. Lahat po nagkakamali, pinipilit kong itama. Kung ayaw po, nakontra ako. Pag ayaw, I seek the help of the court, especially ombudsman, so that they will be the one to decide. And at the time when Mayor Perez was killed, I'm no longer a politician or public servant at that time. Nasa private life na po ako. Hindi po ako makikinabang kung sakali man. Hindi ko rin po magagawa, bukod sa walang kapakinabangan, hindi po yan ang aking pagkatao. Kilala po ako ni Sir Dan, nanungkulan po yan sa Laguna. Nangahabla lang po ako. Pero hindi po ako napatay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. No? The only, I think, the crime or sin that you have committed is you're fighting against the mayor during that time. Because being the vice governor of the province of Laguna during that time, I know this fellow, Mr. Chairman. And si Mayor Perez was also a board member during that time da kami magkasama. Ako po ang vice governor nila. At we have talked about you, how you fought the administration of Mayor Perez then. But it was a fight that is natural on a democratic form of our government. And I was shocked to find out that you were involved during that time that I was the mayor of the city of Santa Rosa already, and you were implicated. Ang problem, Mr. Chairman, nakakalungkot lamang that those people in power in the PNP organization, nakakuha sila ng sketch nung tao na allegedly pumatay. Pero ang layo-layo naman sa muka nung former councilor ng Los Baños. And I really am shocked to find out why these people from the PNP have chosen you to be the poll guy. Actually, you were poll guy ka talaga, but we will establish that. We will establish, and we will give these people that we have invited the chance to prove that we are wrong. And the chismis, allegedly, that was received by former GM Garma was indeed a chismis. We will try to prove it now. Now, Mr. Chairman, allow me to show a video, no? Para makita po natin yung mga comparison between those being accused, those being manifested by GM Garma, that it was told to him by Major Albotra and now Colonel Albotra. Do you have also knowledge he about was boasting, no? Naging boastful siya in telling GM Garma that grupo nila ang tumira kay Halili. And when this fellow saw our investigation during that time, he immediately called me and tried to compare what happened. And sabi ko, I will not believe right away. Give me story and give me evidences. Because here, in our Quadcomm, hindi po tayo nag-entertain kung walang valid na mga ebidensya. So, Mr. Chairman, allow us to try to see these two videos before we ask our officials from the PNP.
Also knowledge about those other personalities who have been killed on the war on drugs, like big personalities that you know about?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mayor Halili, pinagmalaki kasi ng isa, sir, na sila.
Sino yung nagmalaking yun?
Major Albotra, Mr. Chair.
Major
Albotra of Region 7.
Albotra?
Yes.
Of Region 7?
Yes po. Lieutenant Colonel Albotra na ata.
Albotra. Kenneth Albotra to be invited in the next hearing.
Mula nang mapatay si Tanawan City Mayor Antonio Halili, unti-unti nang nabubuo ng Task Force Halili ang mga ebidensya na posibleng makatunton sa pumatay sa alkalde. Ilang oras bago ang pag-awit ng lupang hinirang noong July 2, nakuna ng CCTV sa isang gasolinahan ang isang AUV na may plakang AHO 3044. Ito rin ang AUV na nakunang pabalik-balik sa Memorial Park malapit sa City Hall 2 magkasunod na Lunes bago ang pamamaril. At matapos ang pagpatay kay Mayor Halili, nakunan din na ang naturang AUV at kasama pa nitong hinihinalang getaway vehicle palabas ng expressway. Una nang sinabi ng PNP na minaniobra ang mga plaka at ang plakang AHO 3044 ay hindi pa nai-issue ng LTO. Sa bagong CCTV footage na nakuha ng news team, pumarada muna ang isa sa mga AUV sa gasolinahan higit 1 kilometro ang layo sa bagong City Hall. Huminto ito sandali at isang lalaki ang bumaba na may suot na itim na t-shirt, berdeng sombrero at may hawak na cellphone. Wala pang 10 minuto, bumalik na ang lalaki sa AUV at saka umalis. May lead na raw ang task force sa gunman sa makapagtuturo sa mastermind.
From the gunman, meron kasi tayong anggulong tinitingnan. Hindi ordinary na citizen, but a person also with a derogatory report for alleged drug involvement.
mula sa mga statement ng mga kasamahan ni Mayor Halili sa na-recover na M16 slug hanggang sa mga kopya ng CCTV. Kumpiyansa ang PNP na mahanap na rin nila ang mga sospek sa pagpatay sa alkalde.
In terms of percentage, I may put it at 80% that we can solve it.
Ayon sa Task Force Halili, malaking tulong sa ikalulutas ng kaso kung matutunto nila ang lalaking nakita sa footage. Kaya't bukas ang kanilang mga tanggapan para sa sino mang may impormasyon tungkol dito. Kevin Manalo, ABS-CBN News.
Do you have also knowledge about... Tingnan po na natin yung second video, no? Mamaya babalikan po natin yung video ni Mayor Tony Halili. But for the meantime, we want to compare yung pong klase ng pagpatay sa Batangas at sa Laguna po. So, please show the second video.
Politika ang nakikitang anggulo sa pagpatay sa alkalde rin ng Los Baños, Laguna na si Cesar Perez. Si Perez kabilang sa narco list ni Pangulong Duterte noong nakaraang taon.
Matatandaan kasama si Mayor Perez sa narco list ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Itinanggi ito ni Perez at sinabing pamumulitika at paniniralang ng kanyang mga kalaban ang pagkakasangkot umano niya sa iligal na droga.
So yan yung supposedly na kasama sa team ng pumatay. Pumunta siya doon sa area na kung saan pinatay si Mayor. Diyan tumayo si Mayor Cesar Perez sa area yan. At umiikot siya sa munisipyo. Paikot-ikot siya mula alas 10 ng umaga hanggang sa pinatay si Mayor Cesar Perez. Yan ang taong hindi nakita ng ating mga kapulisan. Yan ang CCTV na hindi nila nakita. Hindi piniresenta sa korte. And why this was not presented. Itong ban na to, na ginamit nilang AC 4033, nirambol lamang nila yung plaka na ginamit kay Halili. Diyan sila nagtago. 6:12 hanggang 8:30, ayan, dyan. Andito ang munisipyo sa kanan. Andyan yung gunman, ang location, at dyan nila tinira yang si Mayor. Nakita niyo yung pader sa may likod? Doon nakaporma yung FB. Doon nakaporma yung killer. Mula 8:43, naglakad si Mayor. Pumunta siya doon sa pinuntahan noong naka-blue na sapatos at yung malaki ang katawan at makinis ang kanyang buhok. Ayan ang mayor namin, si Cesar Perez. Dumiretso siya doon, bumalik siya dahil may tumawag sa kanya. Most likely, ang tumawag sa kanya ay grupo din nila. At dyan na pinatay ang mayor ng Los Baños. At sa area yan, wala dyan si Tamisin. Wala dyan si Konsehal Norbin Tamisin. At pagkatapos sa binarel, makikita niyo yung van, ayan, na kung saan dyan nagsimula yung pagputok. ACA 433, at yan din ang ginamit nila kay Halili, nirambol lang yung plate number, yun, umalis na. Makikita natin sa kabilang CCTV yan, lumalabas na sila pagkatapos nilang barilin si Mayor Cesar Perez. Ang sinasabi nila, ang gunman nandun sa 7-Eleven. Andyan ang gunman. Mula alas 10 ng umaga hanggang 8:45, umalis na sila ng Los Baños papunta doon sa Calamba. Alright. Okay. So we have invited, Mr. Chairman, also the mga PNP sa Los Baños. Yung ating pong Colonel Albotra, you are now a colonel, correct?
Mr. Chair, I am Police Captain, Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ay, ano ka na? Captain pala.
Yes,
From
sir.
Major to Captain.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Tama ba? From
Chairman.
Captain muna bago. Yes.
Colonel, Captain Albotra, anong class ka?
2006.
I'm a member of Paid Pay Class 2006, Mr. Chair.
2006, so classmate kayo ni Colonel Santi Mendoza.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Why you're still rank of captain? Most of your classmates are light colonel and some are major.
Mr. Chair, 2 months ago, Mr. Chair, my promotion order was cancelled last 2016 na promotion, Mr. Chair. Kaya na balik po ako sa rank of police captain.
You're demoted?
Not demoted, Mr. Chair. Cancelled lang po, Mr. Chair.
Cancelled yung promotion mo for major?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Miss Garma, is the guy, Captain Albotra, is the person that you mentioned?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So you confirm that Captain Albotra is the same as alleged Colonel Albotra?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Captain Albotra, during that time, no, noong June 4 hanggang June 27 of 2018, no? June 4 to June 27, 5 days before the killing of Antonio Halili, you were assigned sa Calamba City. Yes or no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
You were assigned in the Calamba City primarily for what purpose? Anong assignment ang binigay sa iyo nung nasa Calamba City ka?
Mr. Chair, last June 14, 2018, I was issued
anong inassign sa iyo? Anong inassign sa iyo? Anong function mo?
Intel operative po, Mr. Chair.
Intel ng ano?
Intel ng Calamba City Police Station po.
Ng SDEU.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Drug Enforcement Unit. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yun ang reason kung bakit ka nilipat for 23 days sa Calamba City. And Calamba City is just beside Tanawan City. Tama?
I have no idea, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, sa loob ng 23 araw na you were assigned in Calamba City as intel of the Drug Enforcement Unit, anong ginawa mo sa loob ng 23 days that you were assigned in that city?
Mr. Chair, I have submitted the affidavit, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we have received your affidavit.
Nakalagay po doon, Mr. Chair, yung mga araw po ng timeline po at saka yung mga activities ko po doon, Mr. Chair.
I got your affidavit. But what I'm asking you is, anong ginawa mo bilang ikaw ay intel ng DEU sa Calamba City? Anong work ang ginawa mo during that time?
Mr. Chair, nagtrabaho po ako bilang intel and SDEU ng Calamba City Police Station for only 6 days, Mr. Chair, because our order was nullified then, Mr. Chair.
Hindi yun ang tinatanong ko. Ano? You were designated June 4.
June
Tama?
14 po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
June 14, Mr. Chair.
Andito sa affidavit mo. On June 4, 2018, I was issued SO number 7750 for reassignment from Region 7 to Region 4, Calabar Zone.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's the special order, Mr. Chair.
Special order.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So ngayon, lumipad ka na doon.
Lumipad po ako ng June 8, Mr. Chair. I think that was Friday.
Yeah, oo.
And then,
it doesn't matter na sa akin yun eh. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, anong ginawa mo nung panahon na sinasabi mo dito from June 12, June 14, na nakuha mo yung order mo, sinasabi mo, tapos umalis ka na doon ng June 27, nung ikaw binalik na sa Region 7, anong ginawa mo sa area? Kasi yun ang trabaho mo, Intel DEU di ba? So, anong in-Intel mo during that time?
I only work as Intel, Mr. Chair, for only 6 days, Mr. Chair, kasi nalified nga po.
Okay, correct. Sa 6 days, anong ginawa mo?
Nagtrabaho po ako, Mr. Chair.
Anong tinrabaho mo?
Yung mga ano po, Mr. Chair, flagship programs po ng PNP.
Ng ano?
Gambling, drugs, wanted persons. Meron pong mga accomplishment niyo siguro doon, Mr. Chair, na nakikita doon sa police station, Mr. Chair.
At, pagkatapos ng trabaho mong yan, ibinalik ka.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I remember then RD, Brigadier General Ted Caranza, called us to report to his office and inform us that we will be relieved out of Proper A. So that was very unexpected, Mr. Chair. So after a day or two, nag-back up na po ako, Mr. Chair, at lumipad pabalik ng Cebu, Mr. Chair.
At sinasabi mo dito sa affidavit mo, after na babalik ka sa Cebu, nag-courtesy call ka ng July 2, no? Kay Colonel Garma.
Mr. Chair, I remember, Mr. Chair, that was Monday. Yun po ay assumption ng Office ni Ma'am Garma. Kaya pumunta po ako doon. Ngunit hindi po kami nakapag-usap kasi marami pong tao at saka pagkatapos po ng assumption niya, diretso po sila sa conference room, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and during that time, July 2, dito pinatay si Tony Halili. At ang sinasabi mo, naandun ka sa assumption ni Colonel Garma. Colonel Garma, can you kindly confirm to us, nung July 2, na kung saan dito pinatay si Tony Halili, were you able to meet si Captain Albotra?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko na maalala sa dami po ng mga officers during that time.
Okay. At dito sa kanyang affidavit, sinasabi niya dito, noong July 3 to 4, nag-courtesy call siya sa CCPO. Ikaw yon. And July 5, 2018, nag-issue ng order para dalhin siya doon sa traffic patrol group. Na-sign mo. So, kailan mo siya nakausap?
So, most likely, Mr. Chair, after the turnover po ng command when I assumed as city director. So, most likely, that's before July 5 when the order was issued to him as in charge of the assigned sa traffic group.
At doon mo siya nakausap about doon sa pagiging boastful niya sa nangyari kay Halili?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasi may PDS po kasi yan na pinakita sa akin. So nakikita ko yung kung saan ang mga assignment. So nagtanong ako saan siya galing. So very comfortable naman po siya na nagkwento na galing siya sa Region 4A at nakwento po niya sa akin yung operation.
At yun ang sinabi niya?
Yes, Mayor Halili.
Anong pagkakasabi niya, GM?
He is part of the said operation. Hindi naman niya sinabi siya ang bumaril or something, but the fact na sinabi niya he is part, I assume na merong
kinalaman.
Trabaho. Yes, sir. And mga ganyan kasing trabaho, compartmentalize po yung work. So, hindi na rin po ako masyadong nagtanong. Asang alam ko lang, nakwento niya, sharpshooter po yung bumaril.
So, Captain Albotra, do you confirm that nagkaroon kayo ng usapan sa kanyang opisina?
Sigurado nag-usap kayo, Mr. Chair, kasi ako po ay nagko-courtesy call, but never did I remember saying something, anything like that, Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra, remember, you are under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At kung sakasakali na may kinalaman ka at involved ka sa grupong ito, aminin mo na. Kasi darating ang panahon, hahabulin ka ng pagkakataon, maniwala ka sa amin. Marami na kami napatunayan sa kongresong ito. Marami na kaming napatunayan noong paman. Hahabulin ka namin kung talagang involved ka. Maniwala ka sa amin.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, my conscience is very clear. I have not involved in any way to the killing of Mayor Halili, Mr. Chair.
What is your relationship with Major Andulan?
Major Andulan is my classmate, Mr. Chair.
Major Andulan, kayo'y magkasama ni Captain Albotra. Magkaibigan kayo, correct?
Not really, sir. He's just my classmate, sir. Ngayon ko lang po siya nakasama, sir.
Andito sa Facebook nyo yung mga closeness eh. Ha? Huwag kayong magpo-post kung hindi kayo magkakasama. Ayan, no? Kim Aquino, Parado, Revita, Andulan, Kenneth Paul Albotra. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, Andulan, dahil magkakilala kayo ni Colonel Albotra, ni Captain Albotra, bakit ikaw ang humuli? Bakit ikaw ang humuli kay Norbin Tamisin? Anong kinalaman ng pagkatao mo during that time that you were assigned in Cavite?
Mr. Chair, during that time, sir, I was assigned in Batangas CIDG as the chief, sir.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah po.
Bakit ikaw humuli? Bakit hindi ka nakipag-coordinate sa CIDG namin, sa Kabuyaw? Ang lapit-lapit ng Kabuyaw.
No, sir. We apprehended him, sir. We implemented the warrant of arrest.
Bakit nga hindi ka nakipag-coordinate sa Kabuyaw? May CIDG tayo dun eh.
Yes, sir. I coordinated with the CIDG.
You coordinated?
Yes, sir. Sa COP po ng
after the arrest, saan nyo dinala si,
Sa Camp Vicente Malbar po, sir.
Correct, Batangas. Batangas.
Yes, sir. Opo.
O ba't hindi nyo dinala sa amin, sa Kabuyaw? If you coordinated rightly with the province of Laguna, with the CIDG sa Kabuyaw, bakit dinala mo sa area mo? Sino ang CIDG during that time sa Kabuyaw? If you coordinated with Kabuyaw?
Si Major Dilem po, sir.
Did you coordinated with him rightly, properly? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Through phone, sir. Nag-coordinate po ko sa kanya. Together with the COP of Los Baños.
Mr. Chairman, we'll be asking the person of the CIDG chief of the province of Laguna in the city of Cabuyao in the next hearing. So saan mo na-apprehend si
Barangay Bukaking Drive, Baguio City, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So nung ma-apprehend mo si Norbic Tamisin, si konsehal, anong basis ninyo for the arrest order?
Mr. Chair, he has a warrant of arrest of murder po, sir, under branch 107 of...
And using this picture?
No, sir.
Anong ginamit ninyo? Paano nyo nalaman na siya yun?
We have an informant, sir.
So hindi nyo ginamit yung picture na to? Sa pag-aresto sa kanya?
No, sir. Since, po, sir, yung informant, sir, close po sa kanya, sir.
Ano yung?
Yung informant niya po, sir, close po sa kanya, sir.
Yung mga witnesses nyo? Sino mga nagturo sa kay Norbic sa Tamisin during that time? Because you have two witnesses.
Informant, sir. Informant, sir, yung nagturo sa amin, sir.
You have witnesses. Di ba? Na nakakita sa kanya sa 7-Eleven na nandun daw siya. Sino yung mga yon?
Those two informants, sir.
Na ginamit yung witnesses sa kaso?
Yes, sir.
Anong pangalan? Public record dyan. Norbic. Sino? Who are these people? Raybel.
Raymond Raven ng Bitin sa Baipo na hindi naman po doon nakatira.
And these are the people that you have trusted in trying to find out that this person is the one who is being accused of. Tama? Mali? Yung taong sinabi mo kanina, yung dalawa.
No, sir.
So ano naging basis nyo? Yung sabi mo, yung witnesses,
The basis
dalawa.
of the first is the warrant of arrest, sir. And then, sir, may pointer po kasi kami na close po sa kanya, sir. Dalawa po yun, sir. I can give you names to kung if you allow it, sir, to
Sige,
have
please,
an
give us the
executive
name.
session, sir.
And also, pareho siya doon sa kaso na final against Norbin Tamisin. Tama?
Yes, sir. Opo. Informant lang, sir. So, yung sa amin, sir, sa implementation lang po of the warrant of arrest from Tamisin. And
What is your relationship with former General Bato?
For 2016 to 2018, sir, is my chief PNP that time, sir.
No, I mean your personal relationship with him.
Wala po, sir. Wala po kaming personal. Hindi po ako na-assign ng Davao. Hindi
Sa
po
anak
ako,
niya, na-assign ka?
During my tenure
Yes or
as...
no?
Yes, sir. Sa
Yes.
PNPA, sir.
That is your relationship. Na-assign ka sa anak. I'm asking you, ano relationship mo eh? Sabi mo, wala kang relationship. Because ikaw ang pinagbantay sa anak ni General Bato na nag-aaral pa yung anak niya sa PNPA. Yes or no?
No, sir. Prior to my assignment there, sir, doon na po ako na-assign, saka pa lang po pumasok yung
Sa anak niya?
Opo, sir. Opo.
How many years ka na-assign sa anak niya?
I was assigned in PNPA, sir, for 2 years po, sir.
Okay.
Opo.
Sige, thank you so much. Kay Garduque, asa si... Ikaw ang chief of police.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, sirs, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Kailan ka na-assign sa Los Baños?
2020, sir, sometime November up to March 2020.
Again, sorry, I was not listening. So, kailan ka na-assign sa Los Baños?
Sometime November in 2020, sir, up to February 2021.
November 20, a month. Kailan sa November 20? Tell us.
Hindi ko na matandaan, sir, kasi wala akong...
Latter part of November or early part of November?
Early part ng November, sir.
Early part?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? Siguraduhin mo kasi alam ko latter part ka lang. What is the exact date that you were appointed, designated as Chief of Police of Los Baños? Latter part or early part? Don't lie.
If you allow me, sir, let me check lang
Sige,
the record ko.
bibigyan ka ng pagkakataon,
Yes, sir.
latter part yan. So, pinatay si Cesar Perez December 3, 2020. Bago ka napunta sa Los Baños, nanggaling ka ng San Pedro, o nanggaling ka ng Cabuyao, o nanggaling ka ng Parañaque, o nanggaling ka ng Davao. Saan ka nanggaling?
Cabuyao City Police Station.
Cabuyao. Before Cabuyao, saan ka galing?
San Pedro City
San
Police
Pedro.
Station, sir.
Galing bago na San Pedro, Parañaque. Or after ang Parañaque.
Later na lang yung Parañaque, sir.
Saan ka pinanganak?
Bukidnon, sir.
Sa?
Bukidnon, sir.
Bukidnon.
Your Honor, yes.
Nasaan ka sa Davao?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. During that time na na-assign ka dito, December 3, pinatay si Cesar Perez. You all know that the municipality of Los Baños have so many CCTVs. Ang dami ng CCTVs eh. Bakit hindi nyo sinama yung CCTV na nakita namin? Na kung saan nakita kung sino ang pumatay? Bakit hindi nyo ginamit ang CCTV?
Mr. Chairman, sir, if my recollection is right, kasama po siya sa evidence na isinabmit namin sa prosecutor.
Colonel, stop lying, ha? I'll be asking the documents coming from the court, kung isinama nyo. Councilor Norbin Tamisin, kasama ba?
Your Honor, sa Fiskalya, wala po. Wala po kaming kopya. Iyan ay lumabas lang sa Facebook, nakita namin at napatunayan ko po nung nasa korte na po, nung nag-hearing na po kami. Pero sa Fiskalya, bago na isampa, hindi po namin nakita, hindi rin po kami nabigyan ng kopya, Your Honor.
Colonel,
If you will give us time, sir, para maikuha namin yung mga document dyan, then we will submit it, sir. Ang alam po namin during the conduct of investigation, kasama po lahat yun, sir, na tiningnan natin.
okay. Sige, Councilor
Your Honor,
Tamisin.
when I spoke with one of the witnesses of the complainant, nasabi po sa atin na yan daw po ay ginawa, yung kanilang mga affidavits, na hindi naman sinabi na laban sa akin, kundi para daw kay Mayor Perez. Hindi naman po yan pinanumpaan sa piskal, sa hepe lang. Pero hindi naman daw po sila nagpunta kay hepe. Basta pagkagawa ni Aguilar, yung PSSG Ronel Aguilar, pinupuntahan sila sa munisipyo, pinapipirma lang, pero hindi po sila, katulad ng isang witness, never po siyang nakaharap si Hepe para pirmahan. Kaya po, hindi nila alam na yung pala ay gagamitin laban sa akin. Akala po nila para lang sa kaso ni Mayor Perez, pero hindi para po sa akin, Your Honor.
Okay, understand. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Sige, Chairman Acop, sige, go ahead,
Your
please.
indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Kasi nalilito na ako eh. Kanina, sino yung, ano yung pangalan mo yan? Tabi ni, katabi ni Albotra sa kanan.
Lieutenant Andulan, Mr. Chair.
Yung party mo is pag-aresto kay konsehal, tama?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pero sa kaso ni Mayor Perez, Direct Mayor Perez of Los Baños, tama?
Yes, sir.
Pero CIDG ka ng Batangas.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay. Si Colonel Garduque, you were the chief of police of Los Baños.
Yes po, sir.
Nung napatay si Mayor Perez. Now, may I know kung merong SITG o task force na nag-imbestiga dito sa insidente na ito?
Yes, sir. Tama po, sir. Immediately upon the incident, sir, right after the incident, the SITG Perez was immediately formed.
And may I know kung sino po yung head ng SITG na ito?
On its initial phase, sir, it was headed by our DRDO.
And
down
who
to
is the DRDO? Or who was the DRDO then?
It was Police Brigadier General Rodolph Dimas, sir.
Ronald
Dimas.
Dimas.
Sir. Yes, opo,
Dimas.
Sir. Opo, sir.
Okay, and so ano ang mga composition ng SITG na ito?
The DRDO was the supervisor, sir, the PDs, the CIDG, the anti-carnapping unit. The
When you say PD Laguna.
PD Laguna po, sir.
And who was the PD of Laguna then?
It was Police Colonel Serafin Pitalio, sir.
Pitalio.
Opo, sir.
Siya ang PD. Ang RD si General Carranza.
No, sir.
Sino?
It was Police Brigadier General Natividad.
Who was then the chief investigator of the SITG?
The D7, sir, was the repository and the chief investigator of the SITG.
Iho, hindi ko naman tinatanong yung opisina niya yan. Tinatanong ko, sino eh?
Was, if you allow me, sir, let me check po, sir, kung sino po yung...
Pakihanap. Dahil
Opo, sir.
Hindi ka ba kasama sa SITG?
Kasama po, sir.
Now, did you have an investigation report about the incident?
Yes po, sir.
Yung ba isinabmit ninyo? Kanino?
It was coursed through to the PD up to the regional director, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I move that we invite the members of the SITG and to bring with them the investigation report that they have made insofar as the assassination of Mayor Perez of Los Baños, Laguna is concerned. Kasi sila lang naman makakasagot eh.
Yes.
Doon sa mga katanungan natin kung bakit ang claim ay walang CCTV, hindi na-identify lahat. Kasi ito, dapat kasama po sa investigation report lahat ito eh. And how they will be the only persons who can tell us why naging suspect si former Councilor Norvin Tamisin. As it is, I would like to ask them kung ano talaga ang nakita nila na motive, bakit pinatay si Kwan. Kung involved sa drugs yun, bakit isang civilian ang Kwan? Ang nakita nyo na gumawa nung krimen na yun, when in fact, he does not have any business doon po sa illegal drug trade, siguro dyan sa Los Baños, Laguna. Hindi ko makita yung connection eh. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Yes, siguro, Comsec, before I yield to Chairman Paduano, I think the person involved in the Task Force Perez was Jason B. Bombasi. Am I right, Garduque? Si Bombasi ang pinaka-head nung ano?
He was the chief of the Provincial Investigation Office, but I am not sure if...
he is the one who handles this case.
We will check our record also, sir.
Comsec, can you kindly ask the, yung pinatatanong ni General Acop? Sige, go ahead, Chairman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Acop was moved to invite all those mentioned PNP personnel, I second the motion, Mr. Chairman, and that certain Gumbasin that was mentioned by Chairman Dan to be invited in the next hearing. And ito lang po yung tanong ko. Before I proceed with the question with regards to the evidence, no? Kasi, Colonel Gardoque, when you were asked by Chairman Dan Fernandez, ito that's on record. Sinabi mo kasi na part of the evidence are the CCTV. Tama?
If my memory is
No,
right,
you mentioned it.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so ang tanong, bakit nakita mo ba kanina yung Presidente Chairman Dan Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Oh, but yan ba yung video clips o video sa CCTV?
Kasama, sir, sa...
Are you sure?
Kasama, sir, sa tinignan namin yan during the incident.
And you also notice that one with ACA 4033 plate number that parked on the back of the municipal hall? Is it part of your investigation?
Yes, sir. Kasama,
Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, sir.
O did you, in your investigation, nakafocus ba kayo doon sa van na yon?
Yes, sir. That is why in-involve namin, sir, yung sa SITG, yung anti-carnapping unit.
Oh, what's the result of that investigation with regards to that car?
I cannot remember the result of the...
How about the person that was focused during the presentation of that CCTV?
Kasama rin yan, sir, actually sa napaila natin as Jando, yung taong nakita natin.
And that video was also presented during the court hearing?
I believe, sir, kasama na
No, I believe. I ask you, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka? Sigurado ka? Hindi, tinatanong kita, are you sure of that? Sigurado ka?
Maybe, sir, because that is
Ano
one
maybe?
of the...
I'm just asking you if that CCTV that focused that certain person was also part of your evidence.
Yes, sir.
Oh, tingnan mo yung profile nung nilabasan nyo ng warrant of arrest. Is he the same person sa profile niya?
No, sir.
Oh, ba't kayo pumayag? Ba't naging akusado yung former councilor? Na hindi pala pasok doon yung profile niya? Yung physical appearance niya hindi pareho doon sa subject person. Now, a while ago, sinasabi mo nga, that person was also the subject of your investigation as Jando.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Why?
That's the other suspect that we are trying to identify, sir.
That's the other suspect that you want to identify.
Yes, sir.
Pero wala naman kayong mapakita sa CCTV na nandun si konsyal. Oh, Colonel. Actually, who filed the case? Is it the family of Mayor Perez or the PNP?
The family of Mayor Perez, sir.
So the family of Mayor Perez believe that Mayor Perez was killed by the councilor. Ganon po ba?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Because we have to invite the family.
Yes, sir.
I beg to disagree, Mr. Chair. Kasi nagte-text po sa akin yung anak ni former Mayor Perez. Hindi po sila naniniwala doon sa IR ninyo.
Oh, Colonel Roque, you're lying. A while ago, you admitted, you said that the family believes in your case, that indeed the councilor is the one who killed the mayor. Oh, Colonel Garduque, you're lying.
He was with us when we filed the case, sir. The son of Honorable Mayor Perez.
Wala akong pakialam kung nandun siya. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, naniwala ba sila na hindi the councilor is the one who killed Mayor Perez? And you said, yes. Categorically. Hindi ko na tinatong hindi na nga ako nagtanong second. Anyway, pupunta rin tayo doon later. Now, Mr. Chair, before, let me ask Gigi Lasso, kasi in the statement of Chairman Akop, he mentioned that a narco-list official in the list was assassinated by a civilian. Konsyal pa. Do you confirm, DJ Lasso, that the name of Mayor Perez was in the narco list?
Your Honor, as soon as I heard about the name, I asked my office to check on it. Please give me some more time, Your Honor, and before the end of this hearing, I will have an answer to your question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Pakikuha na rin po yung baka na naman after the assassination, saka naman nilagay yung pangalan. Kasi di ba may 3 list yan. Kindly check na lang din po. Pati yung
Yes,
date, kung kailan ipinasok yung pangalan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, DJ Lasso. Colonel Gardoque, anong class ka sa PNP?
I belong to PNP 2001, Your Honor, sir.
2001.
Yes, sir.
Si Andulan is 2006. Tapos, si Albutrice 2006. Si Santes also sa 2006. Colonel Andulan, you mentioned that you were assigned doon sa provincial, Batangas Provincial Police Office during the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
As
the Batangas head, sir, CIDG po.
So, you're under the CIDG.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino yung regional director that time?
That time, sir, it was Police Colonel Lito Patay, sir.
Colonel Patay?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Patay. Is he the Colonel Patay class 1997?
Yes, Your Honor.
Colonel Patay, kindly have a seat. So, Colonel Patay, do you confirm that you are the head of the regional office of CIDG during the time when Mayor Perez was killed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, that was your assignment after where? Previous to that, where is your assignment? Quezon City?
No, Mr. Chair, from NCRPO, Mr. Chair.
NCRPO, anong assignment sa NCRPO?
Regional Logistics Research and Development Division.
So from Quezon City, which is Station 6, you were assigned in CRPO then?
Not yet.
That was when?
Not yet, Mr. Chair.
No, prior to your assignment as the chief of CIDG in Region 4.
I was assigned as R4 of NCRPO, Mr. Chair.
When was the last year or month you were assigned, and year you were assigned in QC?
QC, Mr. Chair, as I've said, that was 2017 of September, I think, Mr. Chair.
You were relieved September 17 of what year?
2017, Mr. Chair.
2017. So from 2017, ano po yung mga assignment mo? Di ba parang binalik ka pa sa Mindanao?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wala
I
na.
was assigned at CIDG 3, Mr. Chair.
CIDG Region 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
After QCPD, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
From 2017 to I cannot memorize the exact number month, Mr. Chair, and date. It's all stated in my PDS, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anyway, ipapacheck ko lang po. Mayroon akong PDS nyo, wala lang dito ngayon. But anyways, during that time, gaano ka nakatagal doon sa Batangas na kay Major Perez?
Not Batangas, Mr. Chair, Region 4A,
Hindi,
Mr. Chair.
yung pangyayari sa Batangas, gaano ka nakatagal as Region 4A Chief ng CIDG?
I think I was assigned there February on that year, 2019, Mr. Chair.
February 2019?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair.
February, baka 2020 because the killing happens December 3, 2020.
Yes, Mr. During the pandemic time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
COVID-19.
Now, are you aware of such incident?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you're part also of the SITG?
No, Mr. Chair. Only
You're not part?
Only the provincial offices, because the SITG usually emanates from the province.
So it's
Then
only the provincial?
All the members will be the officers from within the province, Mr. Chair.
No, but in this case, sinabi kanina ni Colonel Gardoque na it was Brigadier General Dimas who heads that SITG.
When it was elevated on the regional level, Mr. Chair, but I was not able to attend.
But are you aware, Colonel Patay, that Andulan, as the provincial head of the CITG, siya po ang nag-implement nung in serving the warrant of arrest?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it is part of our mandate as manhunt.
No, wag mo akong pagsabihan ng trabaho, yung mandate nyo. Ang sinasabi ko po, are you aware that Andulan has the possession of warrant of arrest for the killing of Mayor Perez?
Mr. Chair, I could not recall because after Region 3, Region 4A, I was relieved, and I cannot remember when the warrant was issued by the court.
What you're saying is that during the December 3, 2020 incident, hindi ka na na-assign doon?
No, Mr. Chair, because the warrant will not be issued immediately, and maybe we can refer.
No, ang tanong ko ngayon, ano ba talaga? Alam mo ba talaga na may warrant na lumabas o wala during your stint as Regional Director of CIDG?
Hindi ko ma-remember, Mr. Chair.
When was your relief as CIDG Regional Director o Chief?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, maybe in 2021. I'm not sure of the date, Mr. Chair. First quarter.
Anyway, babalikan kita ganun patay.
Yes, Mr.
Yung
Chair.
PDS mo,
Yes, Mr.
ipapacheck ko yan.
First quarter maybe of 2021.
Ito na naman, Major Perez was assassinated. Doon ka na naman assign. What a coincidence. Now, Colonel Andulan, how did you come across with that warrant of arrest? Bakit hindi yung Yung sa Kalamba, bakit kayo?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. Because with the informant, it so happened na pumunta po siya ng Batangas, sir. From Los Baños, he went to his friend there, sir. And then he confessed, sir, na
He confessed na what?
na may warrant po nga si Mr.
And who
Norvin.
is that informant of yours?
Yes, sir. Gaya po na sinabi ko po, sir. I will give you the name, sir, if you allow me to have an executive, sir. For security purpose din po nung informant, sir.
You will submit it in private sa committee.
Yes, sir. Sasabihin ko po sa...
Oh, please
yes,
write it down, then submit it to the committee.
Yes, sir. Apo.
Dalawa yan ang informant mo?
Yes, sir. Dalawa po.
They are not the same as the witness?
Hindi po, sir.
Hindi.
He's a friend of Mr.
So, nung tinanggap mo yung information from your informant, you never coordinated with the Los Baños police?
First, sir, I instructed my men to validate it first, sir. And
No,
then-
but during the time, you have already the warrant?
Actually, sir, as base doon sa warrant niya is lumabas ng October 22, sir. So, na-implement
October
namin, sir.
22 of 2021?
Yes, sir. Bali na-arrest namin po siya.
And then, tinatanong ko po, pagpunta ng informant mo, nasa iyo na yung warrant of arrest?
Not yet, sir. Yun nga po, sir. I instructed him to validate it first, sir.
And then, tinatanong ko lang kung nasa iyo ba? Wala.
During that time, sir,
Wala pa?
Wala pa po, sir.
Oh, kailan mo nakuha yung warrant? Saan mo kinuha yung warrant?
Through e-warrant, sir. Na-upload po ng court ng Los Baños through e-warrant, sir. Opo.
Doon na sa e-warrant?
E-warrant, sir. Opo.
Did you coordinate with your superior, the provincial police director at the time, which is Colonel Vitalio? Alam niya ba? Alam ni PD, hindi?
I think no, sir. Hindi po.
Hindi.
Yes,
Hindi
sir.
ka nakapag-coordinate.
During that time, sir, I think he was already relieved that time, sir.
O, sabihin natin, na-check ko rin yung PDS ni Colonel Vitalio, but doon sa bagong PD, kung na-relieve niya during the time, have you coordinated?
Doon po nga po sa COP, sir, ng Los Baños, sir. Nag-coordinate po ako, sir.
Nag-coordinate ka?
Yes, sir. And then...
And that COP was Colonel Gardoque now?
Hindi na po, sir. Hindi
Sino
po.
yon?
If I'm not mistaken, Lieutenant Colonel Jonglay po, yung COP noon that time, sir.
Sino?
Jonglay, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Jonglay po, sir. Opo.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonglay.
Opo, sir.
Anong class ba siya?
2003, sir.
2003?
Yes, sir.
PNPA also?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, move to invite a certain Lieutenant Colonel Jonglay in the next hearing.
Comsec, please take note. Pidea is now ready to answer your question.
Singit lang ako, Kapraso. Sige, go ahead.
Pidea, yes, Director General Lasso.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have the answer to the questions of the good Congressman Paduano. Both Halili and Perez are named in the 3 lists of PIDEA. And since Perez was gunned down in December 3, 2020, it is not yet indicated in the 3rd list that he has been negated, Your Honor. So,
Which means
that, of course, the list was made on August 20, 2020, so he was still not negated.
Not listed.
Yes.
So he,
No, he was still listed but not yet negated. Unlike for Halili, who was negated in 2018, it appears in the August 2020 list that he was already negated.
does that satisfy Congressman Paduano? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ako may tanong lang ako kay Mr. Tamesin. Ikaw ba ay merong nakarehistrong barel sa pangalan mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong mga klaseng barel ito?
One snub nose 38, and just this year 9mm lang po.
Wala ka bang long firearm?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Walang nakarehistro sa'yo?
Kahit hindi po nakarehistro, wala po akong long firearm.
Okay. Meron ka bang history, if you're honest enough to tell this committee, meron ka bang history na na-involve ka sa isang violent incident?
Your Honor, wala pa po. At ang totoo, hindi po ako napapaaway. Sabi ko nga po, I follow the rule of law. Pag hindi po magkasundo, I seek the assistance of the court. Inihahabla ko po sa ombudsman or RTC. Hanggang dun lang po ako.
Wala ka namang involvement o isang insidente na kung saan ikaw ay na-involve sa away na nagkapisikalan, nagkatutukan ng baril o ganyan?
Your Honor, ako po ay walang frat. Wala rin po akong organization o kahit ano. I used to be the president of Letran Supreme Student Council back-to-back 97 and 98. I used to be the first-year mayor of St. Louis University and student council din po tayo sa mga nakaraang mga panahon. Pero never po akong pumasok ng any frat or organization.
Yung bang mga firearms na nasa iyo, how often do you use them?
Hindi ko pa po siya nagagamit sa ibang bagay, maliban lang po kung minsan isang beses sa 2 buwan or 3 buwan, nagpa-firing lang po ako just to release stress, and yun po kasi yung aking hobby.
So ang hobby mo ay firearms?
Aside from swimming and basketball and community service, traveling, yun po, firearm po, practice po.
Okay. So in 2 months or 3 months, sa isang taon, nakakailang beses mo na papaputok yung baril mo?
Max 3 times po.
And you do this where?
Dito po sa Makati Cinema Square.
Sa firing range?
Yes, Your Honor.
May records ka na pumupunta ka doon?
Opo, at ako po ay member din.
Have you tried firing a rifle?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet. Kaliwete ka ba o kanan? Ano bang...
Left-handed po ako, Your Honor.
Okay, sige, salamat. Matanong ko lang si Major Albotra. Meron ka bang rubber shoes na color blue?
Yung Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung aside lang po doon sa PNP na athletic.
No. Rubber shoes na color blue.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Running shoes.
Wala rin po, Mr. Chair.
Pang basketball.
Blue color, wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka ba mahilig sa blue? If I may ask, what is your favorite color?
Black or gray? Blue, okay lang din po, Mr. Chair.
Black or gray? Have you ever tried using a blue shoe or blue rubber shoes?
Only our PNP athletic blue shoes, Mr. Chair.
So meron ka, athletic blue shoes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, ginagamit lang po namin yun pag may PFT or mga activities.
Is that a shoe issued by the PNP?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So lahat kayo, pag may PFT,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
gumagamit kayo ng blue na rubber shoes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, okay. Ganyang klase ba yung rubber shoes na sinasabi mong PFT shoes nyo?
Hindi po ganyan, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ganyan? Can we have a clear picture of that rubber shoe? Para baka iba lang yung blurred lang yung nasa litrato eh. How often do you practice firing your gun, Major Albotra?
To tell you honestly, Mr. Chair, every time lang po na may mga PD's cap, CD's cap na required po lahat ng mga officers, Mr. Chair.
So ikaw ay shooter talaga?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So from a scale of 1 to 10, yung 10 isang magaling na sharpshooter at saka 1 yung kumbaga beginner, nasaan ka? Kung yung level of skill mo sa firing your pistol, for instance, nasaang level ka?
Actually, Mr. Chair, siguro nasa 5, Mr. Chair. Nangihiram lang po ako, Mr. Chair, pag may shooting may mga shooting invitation, Mr. Chair. Nanghihiram lang po ako ng baril, Mr. Chair.
Pero you have your own personal gun, I suppose. Siyempre, aside from the issued gun to you, di ba? Meron kang sarili.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Anong klaseng baril ito, pistol ito?
45 caliber, Mr. Chair.
45. Have you ever tried firing an M16?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're familiar with the parts of the M16?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So pagka, halimbawa, pinakita sa iyo isang rifle, pwede mong sabihin kung M16 yan o hindi.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Anong bala ng M16? Ano ang bala ng M16?
Yung 556 at saka 223, Mr. Chair.
223 tsaka 556, tama?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Anong difference ng dalawa?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
So, dun sa pina-fire mo, anong ginagamit mong bala? 556 o 223?
Hindi ko po ma-distinguish, Mr. Chair, yung difference nila, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are you left-handed or kanan ng...
Kanan po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Hindi, dagdag ko lang yun. Nung December, kasi we'll just show the picture, no, Captain Albotra, no, para kasi hanggang ngayon hindi kami makapaniwala that you were sent sa City of Calamba for 6 days. Pero 23 days, tapos 6 days ka nandun. And for nothing, then tapos ibinalik ka agad sa ano. And true enough, yung mga sinasabi ni GM Garma na nagkakaroon tayo ng cross jurisdiction. If you remember it right, in the last hearing, she mentioned about yung cross jurisdiction pagdating sa war on drugs. At precisely in this purpose, si Albotra from Region 7 dinala sa Calamba. And then after, namatay si Tony Halili, and then wala na rin siya doon. And si Garduque, you were assigned sa Los Baños only for 4 months. December, January, February. Di ba? March, nawala ka na doon eh, correct?
Yes.
Bakit
Your Honor,
3
sir.
buwan ka lang naandun?
May order na po ako for schooling, Your Honor, sir.
Kasi normally yan, talaga 2 years eh. Ikaw, 3 buwan ka lang na na-assign sa Los Baños. Why?
Nag-schooling na po ako, sir, Your Honor.
Schooling sa?
Yung mandatory schooling namin, Your Honor, sir.
Anyway, at isa pang reason that we wanted to be clarified was yung CIDG sa regional. Ngayon ko lang nalaman, si Colonel Patay pala ang CIDG chief. Ikaw, Colonel Patay, ang chief noon, no? Ng CIDG. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit si Andula ang napili mo para umaresto kay Konsehal Norbin Tamisin? At hindi yung hepe ng lalawigan na Laguna. Kasi Kabuyaw, kalapit lang ng halos ng Los Baños, isang bayan lang ang pagitan. Why?
Mr. Chair, as I can recall what Colonel Andulan have said, the warrant of arrest was released sometime on October 2022. Tama? 22. I was already relieved on that time, Mr. Chair.
No, what?
I was already relieved as regional chief at the time.
Na-relieve ka na?
Yes. If that warrant was issued sometime on October 2022, I was not anymore the regional chief.
So, meaning, Colonel Patay, hindi ko nag-order kay Andula na arestuhin yung si...
If that warrant, Mr. Chair, as I've said, was uploaded or uploaded or discovered by them through e-warrant on October 2022, I guess I was already relieved because I can remember I was relieved there on the first or second quarter of that year.
Okay. Andula, hindi ka ba tinawagan ni Captain Albotra para ikaw ang mag-serve ng warrant kay Norbin Tamisin?
Negative, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Sir, clarify lang, sir. During na-assign po ako ng Batangas, si Colonel Patay po ang naging RC ko. But during the implementation of the search, arrest warrant of Mr. Norbin Manisin, iba po yung RC ko noon that time, sir. Si Colonel Ramon Paranada that time po ang nag-RC ko, sir.
So in other words, kayo yung mga nag-operate para mahuli si Norbin Tamisin.
Actually, sir, it was the informant, sir, nung nagpunta po siya sa from Los Baños to Batangas para po to meet his friend, na yung friend po nung tao natin, personnel from Batangas. Doon nag-confess po. Ayun po, sir. Doon po namin na sinerch, binalidate kung may warrant nga po talaga si Mr. Norbin.
You're telling us na nag-confess? Nag-confess siya?
Yung informant, sir.
Yung informant.
The friend of Mr. Tamisin, sir.
Yung kaibigan niya, nagsabi na siya pumatay.
No, sir. Na yung kung saan kung saan location po ni Mr. Tamisin, sir.
Okay.
Sir. Yung informant lang po, sir, nagturo.
So, hindi kayo close ni Konsehal Tamisin?
Nung na-arresto po namin siya and na-brought dun sa office, nakapag-usap naman po kami ni Konsehal, sir.
Kailan kayo huli nagkausap? 4 years ago?
Yes, sir. Nung, po, sir, at least 1 week, I think, 1 week, nung na-apprehend namin siya, nadala sa office, 1 week lang po kami nagkasama ni...
So, the last time that you called him 4 years ago, nung nahuli siya?
Yes, sir. Nung nahuli pa po siya. And I was relieved din, no? November din po, sir. Opo.
You are under oath, ha?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Did you call him yesterday?
No,
Did you call him yesterday?
No, sir. No, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Norbin Tamisin, did he call you?
Yung tao niya po ang tumawag sa akin at pinapakamusta kung ano
Ano pangalan ng tao niya?
Sir Asis po.
Asis.
Pinapakamusta po kung ano daw lagay ng kaso ko.
May tao ka bang Asis?
Ano po siya, sir? Member po siya ng Batangas CIDG, sir.
Kaya nga, sinabihan mo si Asis na tawagan siya.
No, sir. No po. Hindi po, sir. Yes,
bakit mangungumusta yung tao mo? Bakit kukumustahin siya? Dahil a-attend siya ng hearing today. Correct?
No, sir. I was assigned na sa Cavite, sir.
Hindi nga, tinatanong ko nga, bakit nga pinatawag mo yung tao mo sa kanya kagabi? What's the reason behind? Do you have any intention of...
No, sir. I have no intention whatsoever, sir, na patawagin.
So, tao mo yung Asis?
Before, sir, tao ko po siya nung naging Batangas CIDG po ako, sir.
Okay. Si ano na lang, Colonel, last na.
Sige.
Last na po to, tapos bigay ko na po sa inyo. Captain Albotra, kasi pag pinakita natin yung mga picture, no, hindi namin sinasabi na ikaw pumatay. Katulad naman na sinabi ni GM Garma, ang pinagmalaki mo lang sa kanya ay kasama ka sa team. Most likely, hindi ka naman sniper, correct? Hindi ka naman nag-aral ng long shot, Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Oo. At pag tinignan naman natin yung ban, FB ban, ikaw yung, allegedly, pag nakikita natin yung itsura, lahat, may bumabang isang malaki katawan. Ikaw, nagba-bodybuilding ka, di ba?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako
Hindi ka nagba-bodybuilding?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So, natural yung katawan mo?
Push up lang minsan, Mr. Chair.
Na ganyan na malaki. So, hindi namin sinasabi na ikaw yung bumarel. Kasi yung FB, most likely, andun yung mga tao, andun yung driver, no? At nung umatras doon sa may pader, na kung saan andun yung munisipyo, doon tinira si Mayor Perez. And doon din kay Tony Halili, may nakita din doon na malaki katawan, pareho ng relo mo, pareho ng build mo, pareho ng gupit mo. Di ba? But, of course, hindi natin ma-identify yung muka. And even din kay Mayor Cesar Perez, hindi rin natin ma-identify yung muka kasi may takip. Di ba? At actually, as a matter of fact, hindi pa natin na-enhance itong mga video na to because we just received it yesterday, So now, most likely, kung tama yung assessment ni GM Garma, nakasama ka lang sa team at ikaw lang nag-organize, ikaw lang nag-intel, ikaw lang nag-operate nung operation, ay hindi ikaw ang gunman na bumira doon. At kung ito'y utos lamang sa inyo, no? Most likely, siyempre, we can understand na ang inyong ginagawang trabaho is yung pong tinatawag po nating war on drugs. Di ba? We're not saying that you are all involved in the killing, the actual shooting of the mayors, but maybe part of the team as what GM Garma was saying, no? And as a matter of fact, yung pong sinasabi ni former senator about the reward system at sinasabi din ni GM Garma, most likely ito yung nakuha nila. But this is not all about money. This is all about the order coming from the higher ups, no? Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, Major Captain Albotra, during the time that Cesar Perez, Mayor Cesar Perez was killed on December 3, 2020, ano kanon at nasaan kanon?
Mr. Chair, ako po ay nasa Cebu. Actually, Mr. Chair, nakita ko po yung video kanina at 100% po ako na hindi po ako yun, Mr. Chair, kasi tayo po ang the best na nakakilala sa sarili natin. And nung binanggit niyo po yung picture, Mr. Chair, nag-send po sa akin yung kaibigan ko kung saan ako, Mr. Chair, and I can show it here, Mr. Chair, kung saan po ako sa Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so hindi ka lumipad ng Manila during that time?
Pardon, Mr. Chair?
Hindi ka lumipad, pumunta ng Maynila from
Yes po,
Cebu
Mr.
during
Chair.
that time?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How did you able to get a in accordance with your affidavit, nakakuha ka nakasecure ka ng 2018 na ticket, yung booking reference mo sa Cebu Pacific na kino-confirm yung flight mo going back to Cebu nung June 29, 2018. Were you able to secure this from Cebu Pacific?
Yan po ay saved email po, Mr. Chair. Luckily, nandun po sa email po, Mr. Chair, yung mga electronic tickets na yan po, Mr. Chair.
Ito nung umalis ka nung June 29, 2018.
June 29 po, yan po yung nagkuha po ako ng ticket and yung schedule ko po is June 30, Mr. Chair.
June 30,
Opo,
nung
Mr.
bumalik
Chair.
ka.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Tama?
Chair.
Okay. So, the whole of December and November of 2020, you were in Cebu.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siguraduhin mo, during the whole time of November and the whole time of December, you were in Cebu.
Anong
December 3, prior to December 3, 2020, the whole of November and the whole of December, you were in Cebu. Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Cebu ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, for the meantime, I yield to you, to the Chairman.
Sige, thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chairman.
Hernandez. If I may lang, I will recognize you, Your Honors. I'll just have a short question. Gusto ko lang malaman, for my education, kapag ang pangalan ng isang pulis ay may nakalagay PEMS, ano ibig sabihin nun? PEMS. PEMS. Okay. Sige. Kasi meron akong information. Gusto ko lang tanungin si Major Albotra kung kilala mo ba si PEMS Reynaldo Solantes.
Kilala ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Kilala mo ba si PEMS Arvin Talaver Geroy?
Hindi ko po kilala, Mr. Chair.
Arvin Geroy, hindi?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Kilala. So, si Reynaldo Solantes,
Mr. Chair.
Arvin Geroy, hindi?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Kilala. So, si Reynaldo Solantes, kilala mo?
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair.
Saan siya naka-assign ngayon?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo alam.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, siya ba ay sniper?
Wala po akong idea, Mr. Chair. Sniper po siya, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi mo alam?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kung meron kaming ipakita sa yung litrato na magkasama kayo at meron kayong pinapaputok na mga sniper rifle, maniniwala ka na?
Siguro, Mr. Chair.
Sige, I will show that to you later. Congressman Paduano?
Mr. Chairman, going back to the service record of all those invited resource persons with regards from the PNP, Mr. Chairman, we have only received a copy of the service record of those police officers from 2015 to 2019. And can I address the DPRM to submit to this committee? Is the DPRM representative present? Kindly submit all the service record of all those police officers being mentioned in this hearing. Kasi kahit yung kay Colonel Patay, we only receive until 2019, and the subject now for investigation in Los Baños was in the year 2020. Kindly submit it before the next hearing.
We will comply, sir.
Please, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think Congressman Pumaren is raising his hand before I...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one inquiry lang. Do we need to list our names if you want to ask some questions? So it's just going to be a free-flowing?
Yes, there's a list that we maintain.
Okay.
So if you want to interpolate any of our resource persons, please signify your intention by calling the attention of our committee secretariat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, but we have already exhausted the list. If you want to ask, Your Honor, you may ask. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question na probably General Nick De La Torre can address this question of mine. Di ba sa PNP may mga certain expertise dyan? Halimbawa sa explosive ka, sa pagbabarel, marksmanship and everything. Because based on the report, yung bumarel kay Halili was 160 meters, about 520 feet ang layo ng barel. So basically, pag sa PNPA or training, di ba meron tayong tinitrain na talagang trabaho nila mga snipers? Tama po ba, General Nicolas Del Torre?
Yes, sir.
So, yung pag ganon, malalaman natin kung sino lang yung may capability ng ganong kalayong bumarel at kung ano yung hawak na, yung expertise o kung ano yung sanay nilang barel na ginagamit?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, did we invite the one who's in charge of sa academy teaching our PNPA? Meron in charge po dyan, di ba po, General?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, did we invite the one in charge doon sa marksmanship o yung shooter talaga na nagte-train ng distance shooting sa PNPA? Because I think he can tell us kung sino yung talagang magaling, sino yung ganitong police na humahawak ng ganitong barel, sino yung kayang bumarel from this distance. Because based on the it's about 520 ang layo eh. So special talent to 160 meters or 520 feet. So special gun, then special individual who can make that range talagang accurate eh.
Well, unfortunately, we have not invited the expert. No,
the one teaching.
The one teaching our PNP personnel. But if you wish to, for the committee to invite him in our next hearing, we will do so.
I think it's parang easier for us to zero in kung sino yung mga top students nila and everything that is capable of firing that range and that particular ammunition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Comsec, please take note that in the next hearing of the topic extrajudicial killings, we will ask the help of Camp Krame to provide us information as to who are the trainers, no, on the marksmanship of the PNP personnel. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Congressman Abante. Before Mr. Tamisin, si Congressman Abante, ano po ang sasabihin ni Mr. Tamisin?
Gusto ko lang po sanang sabihin yung point pagdating po dun sa sketch na inilabas na hindi ko naman muka kung po pwede
Sige,
lang po.
I'll give you that time later, ha? O sige, si
Yes, Your
Congressman
Honor.
Abante. You're
Mr. Chair, I
recognized.
really would like to ask a question to Councilor Norvin, no? Anyway, nagsabi ka na ng nais mo at talagang nakulong ka na ng ilang buwan. Di ba?
7 buwan po, Your Honor.
7 buwan. At yung pagkakakulong mo, nasira na yung buhay mo. Pati ang pamilya mo, muntik ng magkasabog-sabog, hindi ba?
Opo, at nabubuli po yung mga anak ko.
Palagay ko naman, meron kang pwedeng sabihin sa patayan na yan. Ang iniisip ko maigi, ano ba talaga ang batayan ng pagpatay na ganyan? O siguro meron kang alam na naniniwala ka ba na ang pumatay kay Mayor Perez ay pulis din na katulad ng pagkakapatay kay Mayor Halili?
Sa tingin ko po, sa mga ginamit, sa pagkilos, at higit sa lahat, yung pagkukubli ng katotohanan ng mismong mga gumawa na Task Force Perez at opisyales o PNP Los Baños, Your Honor.
O meron ka bang nalalamang mga pulis na maaaring sila ang may kagagawa ng pagkakapatay?
Base lang po sa aking pagsasaliksik, nung nagsalita po si Madam Garma, Your Honor, ay tinignan ko po ang video ng lumalabas na lalaki sa Shell Tanawan at tinignan ko kung anong pagkakahawig doon sa lumabas na video naman po na aligid sa Los Baños.
At kung ituturo mo ngayon yan, may ituturo mo kung sino?
Sa aking opinion po ay si Captain Albotra.
Pakituro nyo nga po. Tumayo nga kayo, pakituro nyo kung siya.
Nasa may dulo po ng aking kanan.
Ayan, yan po ang pinaghihinalaan yung pumatay kay Mayor Perez.
Yun po yung nakikita ko base sa mga napanood ko at mga pinagbasihan ko po ng mga litrato, pagkilos at pagkakasabing po ni Madam Colonel Garma po,
Ibig
Your Honor.
sabihin, ang pinakabatayan ninyo, Mr. Chair, ang pinakabatayan ninyo, yung binanggit ni Colonel Garma. Yun ang pinakabatayan nyo.
Yun po yung simula.
Yun ang simula.
Hanggang magsaliksik po tayo, Your Honor.
Ano pa ang ilang batayan ninyo?
Tinignan ko po yung, kung titignan nyo yung mga body build, yung kanyang
Meron
shoulder.
po kayong kopya ng mga ganon?
Meron po.
Okay. Palagay ko yung po bang pinakita ni Congressman Fernandez, yung po ba yung mga pictures na yan?
Opo, pati na rin po yung mga klase ng relo, pati yung kanyang mga binte,
Ayan.
pagsuot ng cap, paglakad, mga baraso.
Ito ba to? Ito ba? Ito ba? Yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero sinasabi po ni Kapitan na hindi siya ito. Right? Kapitan, hindi ikaw to, no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako yan, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ikaw ito.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Wala kang ganitong relos? Wala?
Hindi ko po makita, Mr. Chair.
Ito.
Page.
Pakita mo nga. Tignan natin kung mayroon.
Page, can you...
Yan, pakita mo. Yan, pakita mo. Yan. Ito. Kamukha mo to eh. O palagay ko, ginagaya mo lang si Alice Guo, meron kang double. Yan.
Yung yellow.
So habang iniintay natin yan, matanong ko lang si Colonel Garma. Do you know Mr. Ray Solantes?
I always hear his name sa Region 7 when I was assigned there, Mr. Chair.
So, member din siya ng CIDG?
No, Mr. Chair. Sa Police Regional Office siya assigned.
PRO 7?
R2, yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
R2 siya. Okay, sige. Thank you. So, si Mr. Captain Albotra. From Region 7, from Cebu City, nalipat ka sa Calamba, Laguna, tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sinong kasama mong lumipat, na ilipat from PRO 7 to Calamba? Sino-sino ang mga kasama mo na inilipat?
Si PO3 Eugene Kalumba, tsaka PMS yata, is PO3 Miljen Bolandres po, Mr. Chair.
So si Solantes kasama mo?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo kasama si Solantes nung nilipat ka from Cebu to Calamba?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Sige, salamat. Congressman Fernandez, please proceed. Congressman Abante.
Okay, Colonel Garma, you said that in the killing of Mayor Halili, you mentioned the name Albotra. Why did you mention it? Why?
Naalala ko pong sinabi niyo sa akin. Actually,
Who
wala naman
said
ako.
it? Sino sabi?
Kenneth Albotra po.
Si Kenneth Albotra
Yes,
mismo.
sir.
Oh,
Wala
so you
akong-
know Kenneth Albotra.
Yes, sir. When naging tao ko po yan sa Cebu City Police, nung nag-courtesy call po siya, in confidence siguro niya nasabi sa akin, na kwento niya. And of course, I'm the city director during that time.
Yes.
And wala pa akong sama ng loob yan kay Albotra po. Wala po. Actually, maayos naman po yung pagtrabaho niya during my time. And I treated him very well. So I think magsabi na lang po sana siya ng totoo para matapos na lang po.
So ibig
for the
sabihin,
peace of mind of everyone na lang po.
when you met him, he was the one that told you the story.
Opo, he volunteered out of confidence.
Ano pong sinabi niya sa inyo?
Ang sabi niya lang po is, ma'am, kami po yung nagtrabaho kay Halili. Ganon. Paano ba nakuha si Halili, si Mayor, taga saan? Then, binigay niyo po niya details. Sharpshooter po ang may gawa. Ganun po.
Captain Albotra, iyo bang pinapatunayan itong sinabi ni Colonel Garma na mataas na official mo? O nagkita ba kayo? Nabanggit mo sa kanya yung mga ganyang bagay? O nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garma at this point in time?
At this point of time po, sorry po, nagsisinungaling po si Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garma?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ang nagsasabi ng totoo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, siguro tanungin natin, anybody from, Sergeant ba yun? SPO4 Solantes? Anybody from PNP can tell us kung saan naka-assign si Solantes during that time of the death of Tony Halili and Mayor Cesar Perez. We need to find out kung saan siya naka-assign. Is he also a part of the CIDG, Colonel Patay, during your time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Hindi siya naka-assign sa CIDG?
No, Mr. Chair.
Sa Colonel Petalio, sa Region 4, sa Laguna? Solantes?
Wala pa akong maalalang may ano, sir.
Wala kang maalala? So, hindi sure?
Yes, sir. Hindi sure, sir.
Can you kindly
Check namin, sir.
check it out?
Yes, sir.
No? General Acop, asan ba si General Acop? Ha? Okay, sige. We'll try to find it out. Thank you.
Yeah, apparently
Chairman.
kasi, itong si PMS Reynaldo Solantes at saka si PMS Giroy are sharpshooters ng Philippine National Police. So, we'd like to find out kung saan sila na-assign noong mga panahon na yon. So, maybe we will ask the personnel to provide us that information. Yes, Congressman Paduano, and then Congressman Lordan Suwan, and then Congressman Keith Flores.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up ko lang doon kay Captain Albotra. You mentioned two police personnel that were brought by you or assigned in Calamba? Sino-sino yon? Yung dalawa?
Si PO3 Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair, and...
PO3?
Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair, and...
Karumba? Karumba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Karumba and?
I don't know anong rank, Mr. Chair. Miljen Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
Bulandres. Bulandres, hindi Bilandres, Bulandres. Okay. Anyway, yung assignment ng dalawa, kasi ikaw, nung dumating ka doon, you were assigned doon sa DEO. Tama? O Calamba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ang assignment ng dalawa?
Doon din po, Mr. Chair.
Doon din. The same date kayo pumasok? The same date din kayo kinancel yung assignment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Marami.
Sandali. Yes or no lang po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The same?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what a coincidence. Ano daw ang basis ng pag-relieve sa inyo at saka yung assignment nyo? But inassign kayo doon, then after few days, kinansila, then binalik kayo. Oh.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, anong opo? Tanong ko, bakit kinansila? Anong basis daw o reason?
Si RD po ang...
Who is that RD the time?
General Ted Caranza po, Mr. Chair.
Si Caranza is now the OIC Mayor of
Yes.
Silang Cavite.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, who is the Chief of Police the time?
That was then Lieutenant Colonel Ulsano, Mr. Chair.
Lieutenant Colonel?
Ulsano.
Luzano?
Ulsano po.
Ulsano? Anong klase yung Ulsano? Active pa ba ngayon yung Ulsano?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Active pa? Saan naka-assign?
No
As far
idea
as you
po
know.
kung saan, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we direct the PNP to facilitate the present assignment of Light Colonel Ulsano and to be invited in the next hearing? Kasi ito po yung Chief of Police nung nangyari yung Mayor Halili killing. Now, hindi ka man lang, Captain Albotra, hindi ka man lang nagtaka na you were assigned, you were relieved in Cebu. Prior to your relief, ano ba yung position mo doon sa Cebu?
Station Commander, Mr. Chair.
Station Commander of what?
Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Station 1. That's 2018.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gano'ng kakatagal doon na Station 1 Commander?
I think only 2 months, Mr. Chair, before po na-issuehan ng order, Mr. Chair.
So, 2 months ka lang na Station 1 Commander, then nirelieve ka, and then assigned to Calamba, ganon? Then, kinansila ulit, binalik ka na naman sa Cebu?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang nangyari, Mr.
O
Chair.
prior to Station 1, anong assignment mo?
Sa Deputy Dumaguete Police Station po yata, Mr. Chair, sa Negros Oriental PPO, Mr. Chair.
Anong posisyon mo doon sa Negros Oriental?
Deputy Dumaguete Chief of Police, Mr. Chair.
Dumaguete City mismo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Your rank the time is Lieutenant? O Kapitana?
Major po, Mr. Chair.
Major. Okay. So, deputy ka ng Dumaguete. Anong buwan yon ng 2018?
Di ko po siguro mga ano po yung Mr. Chair, mga February, January, mga ganun, Mr. Chair. December, January, February.
So from Dumaguete,
tama.
from Dumaguete, binalik ka, dahil Region 7 yung Dumaguete, di ba? Binalik ka sa region, then you were assigned as Station 1 Commander of Cebu City.
From Dumaguete, Mr. Chair, assigned po ako sa Station 1 of Cebu City.
Station 1 nga?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As the commander of that station?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gaano ka katagal sa Dumaguete?
Madali lang po, Mr. Chair.
Madali ulit? Mga ilang buwan lang?
Mga 4 months siguro, Mr. Chair.
Naku, bakit yung assignment mo, tingnan mo ha? Oh, tingnan mo ang assignment mo, parang pinadala ka lang doon, tapos may gagawin ka, then ililipat ka na, i-relieve ka, balik ka Station 1, 2 months ka Station 1, tatapon ka ulit sa Calamba, matter of days, pinakansila, binalik ka ulit sa Cebu.
Yung sa Negros po, Mr. Chair, yung Dumaguete is, galing po ako ng Deputy Investigation, napunta akong Dumaguete, tapos nag-schooling po ako ng Investigation Officers Basic Course, Mr. Chair.
6 months.
Parang, hindi naman umabot, Mr. Chair.
Pero the time, saan ang assignment mo?
Sa Dumaguete, Mr. Chair.
Sa Dumaguete?
Yes,
After your schooling?
Ayon sa Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Andali. So, naunang schooling, o nahuling schooling before assignment in Station 1?
Nauna po, Mr. Chair.
Nauna. So, after Dumaguete, as deputy ng Dumaguete Police Station, Police Office, nag-schooling ka?
Nung schooling po ako, Mr. Chair, doon pa po yung unit ko sa Dumaguete.
O nga, pero nag-schooling ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi 4 months?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung regular duty mo, 4 months lang. Tapos sa schooling ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O tapos, 4 months, then you assigned at Station 1. After 2 months, you were assigned again sa Calamba. Sa Calamba. Then, after few days, binalik ka.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganito po, matanong kita, bago ko balikan yung yung kay Ma'am Garma. So, nung sa Dumaguete ka, that was 2018, your rank is major.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ba't ka na-demote? Anong kaso mo?
Na-cancel po yung promotion order ko po nung major, Mr. Chair, kasi po parang may problema po doon sa eligibility ko po, Mr. Chair.
May problema sa eligibility mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun lang, wala kang kaso?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po yung demotion, but cancellation po, Mr. Chair, ng order.
So from 2018, supposedly, major ka na, because of that eligibility problem, hindi ka na-promote until now.
Mr. Chair, supposed to be magpapapromote na po sana ako ng Lieutenant Colonel, but doon...
When was that? Paano ka pa-promote ng Lieutenant Colonel na nakansila nga yung pagka-major mo from captain? Pwede ba yun?
Yun po yung dahilan, Mr. Chair, kasi saka lang po nila nalaman nung naghalungkat po ng order, Mr. Chair. Kaya nung nalaman nila, yun po, na-cancel po yung last promotion order ko po.
Okay. So you were already promoted as major?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Kinancel because when you apply for promotion for Light Colonel, doon nakita.
Yes, Mr.
Na
Chair.
may problema kasi eligibility mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, when was that?
Bago lang po, Mr. Chair. I think 2 months ago, Mr. Chair.
2 months ago?
Yes,
So balik kapitan ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we direct the DPRM to submit also the service record, and that includes the promotion and the cancellation of, the reason for the cancellation of the promotion of Captain Albutra?
Mr. Chair,
Please.
Yes, Congressman Akop.
I'll just ask one clarificatory question. Ano yung sinasabi mong eligibility na wala ka, kaya hindi ka na-promote?
Mr. Chair, yung ginamit ko po noon na eligibility was only police inspector, and sabi po ng DPRM, nung time na nagpapapromote ako is hindi na po daw valid yun, Mr. Chair.
Napolcom, can you say something about that? Totoo ba yung sinasabi niya?
Your Honor, hindi po ganun eh. Matagal nang na-establish namin na merong police eligibility para sa third class, fourth class, third class, second class, saka first class. Matagal na pong establish yun. Gusto rin namin malaman sa DPRM kung nagkaroon siya ng misrepresentation, kaya siya natanggal. Hindi na po bago yung eligibility. Dapat alam na niya yun. Your Honor, baka ho sa CIDG meron po silang impormasyon.
Mr. Chair, gusto yata magsalita ni Gerald Torre.
Yes, General Torre, you may... Mr. Chair, can I volunteer some information because we conducted an investigation regarding Mr. Albotra. The reason why his promotion was cancelled is he used an inspector eligibility when he got promoted to chief inspector, up to the inspector of liberty for major. And then when he applied for promotion to lieutenant colonel, it was found out that he is not even eligible for major. So he was demoted to captain. The most proximate reason is that until 1992, that inspector eligibility is valid for up to chief inspector and superintendent. And then after that, because during the time the exams were given for inspector, senior inspector, chief inspector, and superintendent, senior superintendent. After 1992, NAPOLCOM changed the ruling that the inspector exam taken after that date is valid until superintendent. So, dun most probably ang naging oversight nung unang promotion sa major, kaya siya nakalusot sa major, even using that inspector exam dahil siya ay 2006, sir, invalid na yun. Hanggang 1992 lang, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I continue?
That's Mr. Presentation, sir, definitely.
May I continue my questioning,
Please
Mr. Chair,
proceed.
please? Colonel Garma, itong si Captain Albotra was assigned in Region 7, correct?
Relax.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he
Mr.
was
Chair.
only assigned briefly.
Sa Region 7, sir?
Yes.
Medyo matagal na po yan sa Region 7 siya, Mr.
But you
Chair.
have known him for quite some time.
No, Mr. Chair, I only known him nung pong nag-courtesy call siya sa akin, tapos na-assign na siya sa Cebu City. Doon ko lang po siya nakilala.
Okay. Captain Albotra,
Hindi mo time, ha?
na-assign ka sa with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, please. Ha? Ako po yung humihingi ng tawad sa iyo. Gusto ko lang ituloy ito eh. Captain Albotra, you were assigned in Region 7, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Where in Region 7?
Cebu City po, Mr. Chair.
What was your position in Region 7?
I've been the Station 1, Station 6.
You have are you a Cebuano? No, you're not.
I am from Southern Leyte, Mr. Chair.
From where?
Southern Leyte, Mr. Chair.
Southern Leyte.
Yes po.
You have a brother, am I right? Meron kang kapatid na lalaki, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Involved sa drugs, am I right? Now, do not lie, you're under oath. You just tell us now. Meron kang kapatid na lalaki involved sa drugs, am I right?
Wala po akong kapatid na lalaki na involved sa drugs, Mr. Chair.
Wala. Are you sure? Sigurado ka? Because we're gonna find out. We are going to find out. Kung
Wala pa akong-
sinungaling ka ngayon, I will cite you in contempt right now.
Wala pa akong kapatid, Mr. Chair, na involved sa drugs.
Are you sure? Because we're gonna find out.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ang rinig ko, magaling ka sa baril eh. Magaling ka sa baril. Alam nyo, Captain, bilib ako sa magaling bumaril. Alam nyo, lahat ng mga pelikula sa Netflix na sniper, napanood ko. Yung isang araw kamukha mo eh. Oo, totoo yun. Mukha kang artista eh. Bilib ako sa marunong humawak ng baril. Totoo yan, di ba? O, di ba bilib ka rin marunong humawak ng baril? Bilib ka rin doon, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, itong si Eugene Calumbar. Kilala mo, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaibigan mo yon, am I right?
Naging kasama ko po yun, Mr. Chair.
Mahusay kumawak ng baril to eh. Tama, mali. Mahusay itong humawak ng baril. Oh, gusto mo, meron akong firing range. Sama kita, saka si Eugene. May mga baril ako doon. Subukan natin kung marunong kang bumaril. PNPA ka eh. Ikaw ba ay marunong bumaril o hindi?
Marunong po, Mr. Chair.
Yung pala naman eh. Okay, meron kang kaibigan si Eugene, pati mo sabihin sa amin marunong bumaril ito. Nag-isinungaling ka eh. We're gonna find out here Yung mga tanong namin sa'yo, we're gonna find out. Dito po, meron kaming paraan para i-find out kung nagsasabi ka ng totoo o hindi. Itong si Colonel Garma, mas naniniwala ako dito ngayon. Ikaw, ngayon ka lang. Naiinis na ako sa'yo eh. Totoo yun. Para na akong si Batoy, naiinis na ako sa'yo eh. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we yield back kay Congressman Paduano, Captain Albotra, tell us, ba't kami maniniwala sa'yo? Yun ang eligibility mo para ma-promote ka You deceive Nagkaroon ka na ng deception Di ba? Doon pa lamang sa promotion meron ka nang ginawang panloloko. So much more dito sa ginagawa mo. Sinabi ni GM Garma na nagmalaki ka, nakasama ka sa team nang tumira kay Antonio Halili. Now, ngayon, sino paniniwalaan namin? Ikaw o si GM Garma? Now, tinatanong ka kung meron kang kapatid na na-involve sa drug pushing. Di ba? Nag-deny ka na naman. So, what else ang mga pagsisinungaling na gagawin mo sa kongresong ito? We are allowing you, to answer back to us, but we are very lenient sa iyo. Pero, alam mo, may hangganan yan, Captain Albotra. Huwag mong pilitin na i-cite ka namin in contempt. You cooperate. At kung hindi naman ikaw ang pumatay, at kasama ka lamang sa team na mga pumatay, you cooperate with us because this is your chance. We will never give you another chance. Believe us. Kaya, Captain Albotra, tama na. Yung nalipat ka sa Dumaguete, ilang buwan. Nalipat ka sa Cebu, ilang buwan. Nalipat ka sa Calamba, ilang buwan. May pattern Ginagamit ka. Ginagamit ka para sa intel work ng Drug Enforcement Unit. Doon ka na-assign lagi Ikaw nagmo-monitor. At pag natapos sa trabaho mo, aalis ka na or kaya andun ka, iba ang papatay. Huwag mo na kaming bulahin dito. Alam namin, yun ang trabaho mo. Kaya palipat-lipat ka.
Mr. Chair, isang question lang po, Mr. Chair. Sino ang kamag-anak mo na involved sa drugs? Kung hindi kapatid mo? Sino?
Mr. Chair, meron po akong tiyuhin, Mr. Chair.
Ayun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron kang tiyuhin na involved sa drugs, correct?
Na-involve po, Mr. Chair.
Ayun. Ito yung sabi
Okay.
totoo.
So we will now give the floor back to Congressman Paduano, and let me reiterate that after Congressman Paduano, it is now the turn of Congressman Lordan Suwan and then Congressman Keith Flores. Congressman Paduano, you have 2 more minutes. Please proceed.
Matapos magkamali ka sa ruling mo, bigyan mo ko ng 2 minutes siya. Anyway, ganito po, Captain Albotra, you mentioned about the 2 police officers you brought in Calamba. The same assignment kayo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
DEO din?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The same din ang pag-relieve nyo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
What's the reason of your relief? What's the reason of your relief?
Mr. Chair, siguro po si Sir
Sino?
Pitalio. Sir Pitalio po ang makasagot, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
Colonel Pitalio, what's the reason of the relief?
Your Honor, I have no
Kasi, sinasabi ko na sa iyo ikaw, Colonel
Yes, sir.
ayusin mo ang pagsagot, huwag kang tatawa-tawa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, ilang araw lang si Don tapos pinarelieve. Oh, what's the reason of that relief? You check again, the record?
Hindi ko po alam, sir
Ba't hindi mo alam?
Hindi po ako, sir, ang arawan nun, sir
Oh, you're the provincial director, di ba?
Wala
Provincial commander at the time?
Wala pa, sir, wala pa.
Oh, ba't tinuturo mo si RD Pitalio? Sinungaling ka.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
My chief of police before, Mr. Chair, Colonel Olsano, Meron po silang...
Mayroong ano? Mayroong usapan?
Meron po silang parang hindi pagkakaintindihan ni Sir Pitalio that time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, when was that? During the time, sandali po, Captain Albutra, during the time, Colonel Pitalio, where were you assigned that time?
Your Honor, ako po siya ng R2 nung araw, sir.
Sorry?
Regional Intelligence po ng...
Ikaw,
Yes,
R2.
sir. Then, sir, at that time, sinasabi niya, sir, si Colonel Ulsano, ayan po ang, chief of police ng Calamba.
Oh, ngayon, may problema daw kayo, sabi ni Albutra.
Yun, sir, alam, sir, kung ako po, sir, pinagbumura ko noon, eh.
Na?
Dahil sir, at that time, sir, ayaw niyang masapawan nun, sir, eh.
Sino ayaw masapawan?
Yung Ulsano na yan, sir.
O so?
Yun na, sir, ang
That
sir.
caused the relief?
Sir, I have no idea, sir, about the relief, sir.
Oh, who caused the relief?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, eh.
Hindi mo alam, nasa R1 ka.
Ano, sir? R2, sir.
R2.
Pero, sir, di ko po
Oh,
alam,
kahit
sir,
na. Hindi mo alam.
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Oh, Captain Albutra, ito ngayon na kanina, yung statement from Ma'am Garma, dininay mo. Ito ngayon, you're pointing to Colonel Pitalio. Now, dininay niya. Wala siyang alam. O ikaw, ba't tinuturo mo kay si Colonel Pitalio?
Yun po ang alam ko, Mr. Chair.
Anong alam mo?
Meron po silang hindi pagkakaunawaan, Mr. Chair, na naging sanhi po ng relief, Mr. Chair.
Naging sanhi ng relief mo?
Marami po, Mr. Chair, ang na-relieve, Mr. Chair, at that time.
Hindi, pero ang question is...
Yes, Mr. Chair, sa akin po. Kasama na rin po ako, Mr. Chair.
In your case, ang tanong ko nga, bakit kayo na-relieve? Did you violate something? Or tapos na yung trabaho dun?
Mr. Chair,
Ikaw last na lang to, Albutra.
Mr. Chair,
may tatanong pa ako mamaya isa, last, ha? Last.
Mr. Chair, if you look at my affidavit, Mr. Chair.
No, I will not. Your affidavit, you're under oath. What you're telling now is under oath also.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ang tanong ko, again, last na tanong, what's the cause of your relief? Hindi nga alam ni Colonel Pitalio eh. Ikaw, bakit na-relieve ka na?
Nung pinatawag po kami ni R.D. Caranza, Mr. Chair, at that time, sinabi niya na po na marirelieve po kami, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang parang...
Hindi in-explain sa'yo ni R.D. Caranza?
Sinabi niya po, Mr. Chair, na yun po yung parang resulta po ng pagtatalo nila ni Sir Pitalio, Mr. Chair, tsaka ni Sir Ulsano.
Pagtatalo? Anong pakialam mo dun sa pagtatalo ng COP mo at saka ni Arto?
Yun po ang...
Unless may ginawa kayong operasyon o trabaho na binukulan nyo yung senior official nyo.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Ba't gawin mong reason ngayon si Colonel Pitalio na na-relieve kayo dahil sa away ng COP mo tsaka ni Colonel Pitalio? Ba't kayo? Bakit hindi yung deputy? DEO pa naman assignment mo. May war on drugs. May double barrel. The time. Albutra.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, si Brigadier General Ted Caranza po makasagot, Mr. Chair.
Eto na, pati si RD mo. Tinatanong nga kita Sige nga. Karamihan na na-relieve. Alam nila, ba't sila na-relieve?
Yun po ang alam ko, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang alam ko kung bakit kami...
Why of all those people? Or of all those police officers?
Kasama na rin po, Mr. Chair, si Sir Ulsano, Mr. Chair. Yung...
Ni-relieve din kaagad?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Is it true, Arto, Colonel Pitalio? Nasabay sila ni-relieve?
I'll try to find out, sir. Di ko po maalala, sir, kung ano, sir.
Pero natandaan mo na relieve siya?
Hindi ko po, sir.
Si Albutra?
Hindi ko, sir, matandaan yan, sir.
Ikaw, Pitalio,
Sir,
ikaw.
totoo, sir.
Kanina tinanong kita, kinote mo pa si Chairman Acop.
Kasi, sir,
dahil sa problema ni Ulano.
Kasi,
Tapos
sir,
ngayon, hindi mo na naman alam.
Because, Your Honor.
Sandali.
Yes, sir.
Patapusin mo muna ako.
Yes, sir.
Nagsisinungaling ka rin
No, sir.
O alam mo ba yung reason why they were relieved or not?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, Because sir, at the time, sir, galing ako siya ng Antipolo, sir. Then, ako siya naging R2.
Oh,
So, this one, sir, Ulsano, was the Chief of Police of Calamba. Yun siya ang assuming doon at that time. So, when I became the R2, ayun, sir, nagalit siya.
oh, pero may problema talaga kayo ni COP Olano that time.
Actually, sir, wala, sir, eh. Parang nagselos lang, sir, ba't ako naging R2, sir? Yun lang, sir, ang ano. Pero,
Anong class ba si Olano?
2000 yun, sir.
Oh, 2097 ka, ang layo.
Yes,
Oh, junior mo siya.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
ba't siya magsiselos?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, baka sir seloso.
Hindi, presumption mo yun. Nagselos siya.
Di, sir, nagawa niya na eh. May evidence siya, nagmura siya na nagmura sa...
May evidence na?
May, ano, sir, na binuli niya ako sa cellphone, sir. That was the time, sir. Yun siya ang, ano, yan ang totoo doon, sir. Pero yung sinasabi niya, na-relieve siya dahil sa awan
Underclass mo, binuri ka?
Yes, sir. Pero, okay lang yun, sir. Pero kasi sabi ko kay sir, akop nun, sir. Silay po lang naman, sir.
Anyway, wala.
Thank you, sir.
Later, or in the other next hearing, magkakaalaman din tayo dyan. Kasi, ito, Captain Albotra, yung record mo of now, wala pa sa amin yung official. Pero kung titingnan ko, palipat-lipat ka. Ano ka ba, taga Leyte?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Waray.
Bisaya, Mr. Chair.
Bisaya. O, kakaintindihan tayo. Anyway. Hindi. So, assignment mo ngayon is still in Cebu. Region 7.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa anong assignment mo, Region 7?
Bago lang po ako nilipat, Mr. Chair, sa RPHAS. Galing po ako ng Lapu-Lapu City Police Office, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ba yung Chief of Police sa Lapu-Lapu? Deputy?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Ano ka doon?
Wala pa po akong assignment doon, Mr. Chair. Tapos, after nito, Mr. Chair, nung nabanggit po yung pangalan ko, nirelieve po ako at nilagay po ako sa RPHAS, Mr. Chair.
Of course. That's the standard operating procedure of the PNP. Now, ang tanong, have you been assigned doon sa regional office? 7?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong assignment mo doon?
Ngayon
Regional
po, Mr.
office, ha?
Ngayon po, Mr. Chair, Regional Police Office po ako, Mr. Chair.
Previously, noong nakaraan?
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair. Na-assign po ako sa R2 rin, Mr. Chair, bilang
Sa?
IRS. Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
R2?
Opo.
When was that?
2012, 2013, Mr. Chair.
2012, 2013?
Opo.
So, the time, anong position mo doon as R2?
IRS, Mr. Chair.
IRS. That was your first and last assignment sa region before...
Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang pinaka...
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Last mo, R2.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So after that, hindi ka na na-assign sa regional office?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, you mentioned about, Ray Sulante. Tama?
Kilala ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Paano mo nakilala si Sulante?
Mr. Chair, before po kasi, Mr. Chair...
Anong before? When was that?
2008, 9, mga ganong taon, Mr. Chair. 10 siguro. May mga pagkakataon po, Mr. Chair, na nag-joint operation po, Mr. Chair. At doon,
Joint operation of what?
yung mga police operation, Mr.
Saan
Chair.
na-assign the time si Sulante?
Mr. Chair?
Saan na-assign si Sulante the time? Yung minimension mo, ah?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sa, ang alam ko, Mr. Chair, PIB, Mr. Chair.
Sa?
PIB po.
PIB? What's PIB?
Provincial Intel Branch.
So, Provincial Intel Branch. Ikaw the time?
Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
R2 ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, tapos,
Doon ko lang po siya nakilala, Mr. Chair.
sabi mo kanina, 2013 ka ba pumasok sa R2, tapos ngayon 2008 na sa R2 ka na?
Doon ko po siya nakilala, Mr. Chair.
And then, tanong ko ngayon, kanina sabi mo, that was the first time that you were assigned sa region, which is R2. Regional office ang pinag-usapan natin dito, ha? Sabi mo kanina, 2013. Ngayon you're mentioning about 2008. Doon mo nakilala si Sulante. Oh.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sandali. You graduated 2006, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
First assignment to where?
Sa...
RMG?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Sa Negros Oriental, Mr. Chair.
Ano sa Negros Oriental?
PMG, Mr. Chair. Provincial Mobile Group.
O, Provincial Mobile Group. So you resign sa province.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Under sa province. Tapos inassign ka sa region.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun na yung R2.
Hindi pa, Mr. Chair. Red Sot, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Red Sot.
Red Sot ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That was 2008-2009.
Ang gulo mo kausap. Kanina, tinatanong kita, when was the first time you were assigned in the regional office? Sabi mo, 2013. R2. Ngayon, 2008 ka, inassign ka man na Red Sot.
Yun po ang una, Mr. Chair, Red Sot. Doon ko po nakilala yun si Sulante, Mr. Chair.
That time he was assigned doon sa province.
PIB, Mr. Chair.
Tapos,
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
nung R2 ka,
Hindi ko na po siya nakita, Mr. Chair. Hindi na kami Mr. Chair, nagkasama, Mr. Chair, sa mga joint
hindi mo na siya nakita?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka? Nung R2 ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Eh, si Sulante was assigned, parang hindi na yan umalis doon sa regional office.
During na nandun po ako, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam kung saan siya assigned, Mr. Chair.
Pero hindi na kayo nagkikita?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Until when? Until when?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nga, kailan kayong last nagkita? Nagkasama?
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair. May mga 2008, 9, 10 siguro, Mr. Chair.
2010?
Yes, Mr.
Sabihin
Chair.
natin 2010.
Opo.
Eh kung may picture kami pakita na magkasama kayo sa range,
Hindi ko po maalala, Mr. Chair.
hindi mo rin alam ngayon kung saan si Sulante?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Ang alam ko po, Mr. Chair, nag-retire na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Nag-retire nga. Alam namin nag-retire na. Oh, alam mo nga nag-retire na eh. Pero hindi mo alam kung saan siya ngayon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Hindi naman kami nagkasama ng unit niyan, Mr. Chair.
Totoo yun.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Tama ka, hindi kayo nakasama ng unit. Kasi laging, kayo, special. Anyway, mamaya, may ipacheck lang ako, Mr. Chairman. Doon na muna, may ipapacheck lang ako, tapos para tanungin ko ulit si Captain Albutra. Kasi nagsisinungaling to eh. Hindi niya raw alam kung saan si Sulante. Alam nga ng lahat ng pulis sa Cebu kung saan si Sulante, tapos ikaw hindi mo alam? Eh, you're lying.
Hindi ko po talaga alam, Mr.
Okay, Colonel Garma, when was the last time you know the location of of Sulante? Sinungaling ka.
Sir, based on my information, nandun lang siya sa Cebu City, dun sa bundok po.
Oh, nandun sa bundok. Siya ngayon yung caretaker doon kasi retired na. Ikaw, sinungaling ka.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Eh, si Sulante, very popular name in Cebu.
Pero hindi ko po yan, Mr. Chair. Hindi po kami, wala, Mr. Chair. Hindi po kami nagkikita o di ko siya nakikita, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, that's all for now. Magkikita pa rin tayo. Captain Albutra.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to interpolate our resource person is Congressman Lordan Suwan. You are now recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of very quick questions. Regarding the video that was shown by Chairman Dan Fernandez earlier, I saw that it was 8:45 p.m. when the van left. Was this also the time when Mayor Perez was killed? Does Mr. Tamisin know?
Your Honor, a few seconds after he was gunned down, that white van left the vicinity po, Your Honor.
So supposedly, the perpetrators were those who were inside or aboard the white van. Is that correct?
I assume, Your Honor.
Okay. Another question, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Why do you think Mr. Tamisin would Mayor Perez be assassinated? Was it because he he went against, or did he ever go against the powers that be? Or was it because he was included in the drug list?
The only thing that I know, Your Honor, is that he was included in the narco list. That's all, Your Honor.
And why, if what you're saying is true, then why would they try to pinpoint you as the murderer?
That's why I'm very confused, Your Honor. I really do not know why I was implicated in this case. I really don't know the rationale behind. Mayor Perez, he was my godfather. Maybe in my 12 years as a municipal councilor, we have differences in policies. But please, let me remind also, as a municipal councilor before, I was able to approve or authored at least 680 ordinances and resolutions. If Mayor Perez was really my enemy, personal enemy, he will not allow me to win. More so, he will not allow me to win as #1 from 2013 and 2016.
But
Yung aming pagtatalo po, Your Honor, ay kasama sa trabaho. As a matter of fact, if you will allow me, Your Honor, sabi nga ng kaibigan niyang isang fiskal, swerte ka, andyan ang inaanak mong si konsihal. At least nag-guide ka. Dahil yung mga mali, siya ang nagtatama sa'yo, kaya hindi na ipapasa yung mga batas na hindi tumutugma po sa GAAP, sa GAAS, at sa local government code, Your Honor.
But you ran against him for the position of mayor one time.
Opo, Your Honor. 4 po kami. As a matter of fact, ako pa nga po ang panghuli. At ako naman po'y walang pera, independent pa rin ulit. At pagkatapos nun po ay tinanggap ko. Sa totoo lang po, pag birthday ko po ng June 17, pinapadala niya po ako ng pa-birthday. Pag December po, alam po yan ng kanyang pamilya at ng kanyang asawa. Pinapadalan din po ko dahil nga po ninong ko siya.
Okay, I was just wondering why you were the one who was, suspected of being the. So during the election, it was not a one-on-one. So it was not a close election.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ako po ay 4 po kami. Kaya nga po, if I may, Your Honor, with your indulgence, kasi sinabi po ng ating hepe dati, ni si Colonel Garduque, meron daw video. Ang tanong, bakit hindi sinama sa fiskal? Nabasa at napanood daw nila ang video. Hindi daw nakita ang pagkakilanlan. Kung hindi mo nakita, bakit sinasabi nung witness na hindi naman ako kilala at binase lang sa sketch na nakalagay doon, very good, pero hindi ko naman po kamukha yung tao. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po nga po, Your Honor, 3 ang hinabla mo. Si Norvin Tamisin, si Glenn Arrieta na in charge sa CCTV na kaya hinabla dahil ipinaling daw ang CCTV na hindi totoo at isang gunman. Kung 3 lang hinabla mo, pangatlo, yung sabi mo naglalakad na gunman, ako at si Glenn Arrieta, bakit di mo hinabla? Yung hindi ko naman kamukha, di dapat 4 ang hinabla mo.
What do you mean by hinabla?
Sila po kasi ang gumawa ang Task Force Perez po ang nagsampa ng kaso. Although pumirma po yung anak, pero sila po ang naggawa po ng reklamo o ng habla. So dapat pa lang, kanina nga po, dapat pa lang hindi mo na ako sinama dahil hindi naman ako yung nasa sketch. At kung ni-review mo, unang-una, kung ni-review mo talaga, wala ako sa area na sinasabi ng ginawa nilang habla. Wala naman ako sa vicinity, wala ako sa may gate, wala po ako sa may tapat ng 7-Eleven, at wala rin po ako sa whole area or vicinity ng munisipyo ng Los Baños. Nakita naman nila sa CCTV. Tapos, contrary sa mga witnesses nila na nakita ko, paano po nangyari yun? Kaya nga sabi ko nga, alam ko namang hindi nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garduque, pero alam ko nalilito na siya sa katotohanan. Mahirap talaga magbulid ng kasinungalingan because you will become a pathological liar and you will never know when you're telling the truth or not because you thought what you're telling is the truth. In fact, it was all lies.
Okay. Now, what do you think is the reason why they would not release the video?
Because it's contrary dun po sa kanilang ginawang habla. Dahil nakalagay doon, nakita si Norvin Tamisin na andun, paglabas pa, kumaway pa daw ako doon sa van na pumatay, binaba ko yung yung mask ko, inalis ko pa yung face shield ko. Ngayon, pag sinama ho yung video, magkakontradict po yun.
Mapoprove yun na wala ka
Wala
doon.
ako doon. So inilabas lang yung video, nakita ko kumakalat sa Facebook, sa mga messenger, ba't ganun? Kaya nabigla ako, kaya nung lumabas sa korte, sa kanila inilabas. Dapat to, kasama na yun sa pagpapail. Ang intention lang po nila, one, in my own opinion, Your Honor, ma-file ang case. Second, hanapan ng fall guy katulad ko, at kung mahuli ako, itumba ako. Kaya dinala ako sa Batangas.
Mr. Chair, we would like to ask the witness just to directly answer the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, so you were not in the video at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Suwan. Last to interpolate on our witness is Congressman Keith Flores. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions, Mr. Chair. Colonel Garma, you said that Captain Albotra mentioned the killing to you in a courtesy call in your office, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it at that time, were you the Chief of Police of Cebu City?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, when he made that courtesy visit to you, was it after his reassignment to Station 1 of Cebu City?
Was it after?
Was it when he was reassigned to Station 1?
During that time, wala pa po siyang assignment sa...
Wala pa?
I am deciding pa po kung saan ko siya ilalagay. Kasi
But he was
call.
returned to you back to you in Cebu City.
Yun ang understanding ko po nung sinabi din nila na galing na siya doon dati. Pero hindi ko na po pinansin yun, Mr. Chair.
Alright. So after he mentioned that to you na sila nga yung may tumira kay Mayor Halili, it was you who assigned him to a station as Chief of Police.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in that station, did he perform well naman, si Captain Albutra?
Maayos naman, Mr.
Maayos
Chair.
naman. Wala naman kayong away.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
There was
Your
no
Honor.
miscommunication, misunderstanding between you and Captain Albutra.
Wala po.
He had no complaints against you also.
Wala din po.
Wala din. Okay. Now, Captain Albutra, in your affidavit, you repeatedly said that the allegations made by Colonel Garma are pure chismis, no? Made-up stories, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Narinig naman po natin yung sinabi niya yun, Mr. Chair. May chismis po, Mr.
Ito ba yung first time na narinig mo na ikaw ay implicated in the murder of the Mayor Halili?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. First time.
When Colonel Garma mentioned it?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So that was the first time in your entire career that you heard such allegations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, would Colonel Garma have any reason to implicate you, Captain Albutra?
At first, Mr. Chair, I can't think of any, Mr. Chair. Nagulat din po ako, Mr. Chair.
Nagulat. Now, why of all the police officers that she knows, bakit ikaw?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is so special about Captain Albutra?
That's why I thought, Mr. Chair, na-confused po si ma'am siguro, Mr. Chair.
Confused?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Baka lang na-confused.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung inabay po niya, Mr. Chair, chismis. Tapos ginagawa niya po, ako na po yung nagsabi, Mr. Chair.
Now, Colonel Garma, when Captain Albutra made that statements to you, was it clear to you na it was him bragging about what they did?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Siya ang nag-volunteer. Kaya hindi ko talaga makakalimutan po. Kasi hindi ako updated nun kung sino yung mga namatay na mga politicians nun. It was him who volunteered.
So you were surprised that all of a sudden someone would out of the blue say or claim to have participated in the killing of a mayor?
Yes po.
That's why it will always be memorable for you and it would be easy to recall such an event, correct?
Yes po.
Now, Captain Albutra said that he will file cases against you. That's what's mentioned in his affidavit because he's claiming that what you've said are pure lies. What is your comment to that, Colonel Garma?
Makokonsensya din po yan kasi I treated him very well when I was the city director of Cebu City. In fact, may mga operations din yung mga tao niya na he needs my intervention and I gave my full support. Alam po niya yan.
So
Now,
you-
if he will sue me, I will face it, but I can look it straight in his eyes. I am not lying, and he is lying, and he is coward to mention names na alam niya kung sino talagang tumira kay Mayor Halili. He knows it. Konsensya na lang po niya yan, Mr. Chair and Your Honor.
Captain Albutra, Colonel Garma says that she took care of you, no? Nilagaan ka, pinotektahan ka.
Totoo po
And
yan, Mr. Chair.
now, ikaw pa yung may lakas ng loob daw na mag-file ng kaso against
Mr.
Colonel
Chair,
Garma.
grabe po yung Mr. Chair, grabe po yung impact nung binanggit niya po yung pangalan ko, Mr. Chair. Grabe po talaga, Mr. Chair. Hindi ako nakatulog ng mga ilang araw. Hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chair, hindi pa po ako nakatulog ng kompleto. Pero kaya ko namang Mr. Chair, kalimutan, Mr. Chair, yung sinabi ni Mr. Chair.
So hindi ka nakatulog because sinabi ni Garma na you were involved. But nakatulog ka na sinabi mo kay Garma na pinatay niyo yung tao. Okay lang sa iyo. Hindi na konsensya doon.
Again, Mr. Chair, wala po talaga akong maalala na nagsabi ako ng ganyan kay Mr. Chair.
So walang naalala doesn't mean that hindi mo ginawa.
Hindi ko po ginawa yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Flores. Before I recognize Congressman Paduano, meron lang akong dagdag na tanong kay Mr. Tamisin. Mr. Tamisin, kung ikaw ang inimplicate, ikaw ang kinasuhan, what could have been the motive? Ano ba yung motibo? Bakit ikaw? Ba't hindi ibang fall guy, quote unquote, no? Bakit ikaw?
Hindi ko rin po alam, Your Honor eh. Kasi wala naman kami personal na away ni Mayor. Never naman kami nag-away. Totoo po, may differences lang po pagdating sa mga implementation ng policies. Pero sabi ko nga po kanina, Your Honor, ako may pinakamaraming batas na inapprove niya. At napaganda pa, dahil nagkaroon ng breastfeeding and children's corner sa munisipyo, nagkaroon pa kami ng award sa DILG because of that ordinance. Ibig ko pong sabihin, hindi ko po talaga alam kung bakit, sabi ko nga po ulit, Your Honor, wala na silang choice kasi ako lang ho yung mahina. Ako lang ho yung mahirap. Pero hindi nila alam, ilalabang ko to hanggang buhay ako. Bakit po? Kasi yung ibang pwede pagbintangan, hindi nila kaya.
Okay. Nakalagay ba sa investigation report nyo kung ano ang motibo ng pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez? Sino nag-conduct na investigation sa inyo? Hindi ba ikaw, Colonel Petalio, ang Chief of Police during the time?
Your Honor, si Colonel Gardoque po, sir. Nag-share lang po, sir.
You're not familiar with the investigation report ng PNP tungkol dun sa task, di ba? Nag-create
Yes, sir.
kayo
Yes,
ng
sir.
task force, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano yung nakalagay dun sa report? Ano yung motibo nung pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez?
May kasama po doon, Your Honor, politics, Your Honor.
Politika.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun ang
Kasama po
na-establish
yun,
ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede bang malaman kung ano yung mga sirkumstansya na kung bakit nakapag-establish kayo na ang motibo ay politika?
Sir, ano ko ba kay Colonel Gardoque?
So si Colonel Garduque was already
That's Chief of Police, sir, Your Honor.
the Chief of Police at the time. And I suppose he is familiar with the investigation report, no? Kayo ang gumawa, page, can you let him sit down? Excuse me. Gusto mo magtestigo? Okay. Baka lang gusto mo magtestigo. Colonel, so anong nakalagay na motibo sa inyong investigation report sa pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez? Ikaw ang Chief of Police, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor,
So
sir.
hindi mo alam. Are you part of the task force Halili? Task force Perez?
Yes, I am part of
What was the result of your investigation as far as the motive of the killing is concerned? Ano?
It was, we found out, sir, that it was partly a politically motivated.
Partly?
Yes, sir.
Can you qualify bakit partly? Anong sirkumstansya na nagbigay sa inyo ng idea na ang motibo ng pagpatay ni Mr. Tamisin ay politika? Anong instances? Anong sirkumstansya? Ikaw nang imbestiga, di ba?
Yes, sir. Based on doon sa mga statements and evidences na nag-gather namin, it all point out that there was a yung previous kasi na alitan nila as kuan. Tumakbo kasi si Sir Tamisen dati ng mayor. Hindi naman actually kuan yon. Part lang, sir, na kuan nakikita namin dahil magkalaban nga sila sa kuan noon.
Did you know na inaanak siya ni Mayor Cesar Perez?
No, sir.
So wala kang idea.
Wala.
Kasi nakakapagtaka lang, Colonel, na ang suspect, no, a known politician in Calamba, Los Baños. Number 2, inaanak ng mayor na napaslang. Pangatlo, siya ay known to be in the community in Los Baños, not to be a violent person. Wala hong history ng violence sa kanya record. And yet, siya ang nakita ninyong suspect. Nakakapagtaka, no? Hindi ko alam paano nyo inimbestigahan, ano ang nagturo sa inyo na siya ang pumatay. Malaking question mark pa rin yan, no? At least sa akin, I don't know with my colleagues. Kasi yun ang aking pagkakaintindi dito sa kwentong ito. Now, did you know that Mayor Cesar Perez was in the drug list?
I have not seen the list here, but we have heard. That
So you have heard?
Yes, sir.
But bilang chief of police sa lugar, wala ka bang access sa drug list?
Wala, sir, wala.
Wala kang record sa area mo kung sino doon ang na-identify ng Badak, Madak, or whatever it is that identified the personalities within your jurisdiction to be involved in illegal drugs?
What we have, sir, is the list from the Badak, but as far as the Badak is concerned, wala naman doon sa.
So hindi kasama sa drug list ang dating mayor, ang the late mayor.
Doon sa Los Baños, sir, I have not seen his name as part of the drug personalities within the Los Baños area.
Okay, so i-confirm ko lang ulit dito kay DG Morolazo. DG, sabi nyo kanina, nasa listahan ng drug list si Mayor Cesar Perez. Is that correct?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, in the Duterte list.
So when the Duterte list, is this list provided to the chief of police of the different cities, municipalities in the country? Meron ho ba silang idea kung sino sa area nila ang involved sa droga?
Your Honor, I would assume so because my Deputy Director General for Operations now used to be a regional director.
Okay.
And he has a copy of the drug list nationwide. And I think this was given to them so that this can be distributed to the stations under their jurisdiction so that they will have people to follow or watch, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So nakapagtaka, Colonel Garduque, no, na wala kang idea, wala kang listahan, hindi mo nakita yung listahan na sa certain Cesar Perez that you know is the mayor of Calamba ay nasa Los Baños ay nasa listahan ng drug list.
Yes, sir. Actually, maybe previously, sir, but on my time, I honestly, I have not seen his name. doon sa kuan.
Anong year ka na-appoint dyan sa Los Baños?
2020, sir, up to 2021 ng
And
March or February.
the incident happened. Oh.
December 2020.
So hindi ba SOP yan, Colonel Patay, na kapag ikaw ay na-assign sa isang bilang isang city director sa isang city, hindi ba dapat meron ka kagad listahan kung sino-sino ang mga nasa drug list within the jurisdiction of the command?
Mr. Chair, during my time, we only base on the list in the station and those list from the barracks, from the barangays, Mr. Chair.
So there are two lists, the one from the barracks and...
Yeah, that's the same, Mr. Chair. That's consolidated.
So the barracks
Yes.
list is the one provided to the city directors?
I'm not aware of for the city director because I was not assigned as city director, Mr. Chair. Only in station, Mr. Chair.
Weren't you assigned in Quezon City as the city director?
Station commander lang, Mr.
Station
Chair.
commander. Doon sa station mo, hindi ka binigyan ng listahan.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So, tama ba yung sinasabi ni Colonel Garduque na hindi lahat, gagaya mo, hindi mo nakita yung listahan kung sino ang nasa drug list?
Ako hindi ko nakita, Mr. Chair. I cannot speak in behalf of others, Mr. Chair.
Well, you know, base sa PIDEA, bilang isang pulisiya dito sa sinasabing drug list, lahat po ng ating membro ng PNP, lalo na yung mga commanders, whether district commander yan or district director yan, inform sila kung sino-sino yung mga involved sa droga sa area nila. Unless mayroong special crack team na ang trabaho lang, sila ang magtrabaho nung nasa drug list ng mga pangalan. So, it's really confusing to hear from you na mismo kayo alam nyo because sa area nyo ang daming namatay For instance, kay Colonel Patay, ang daming namatay sa area mo. Would you be honest enough to tell me kung how many deaths under investigation that happened in your station?
Mr. Chair, I cannot give the exact numbers. As I've said, Mr. Chair, the PNP has already give the numbers, Mr. Chair, and I was not able to look at it or to verify the numbers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Congressman Abante, you're now recognized.
Before I ask the very people I'd like to ask, Colonel Patay, you're lying. In fact, when we had the committee hearing in the human rights, you even said that more than 100 people were killed when you were the station commander of Batasan.
Mr. Chair, I was not the one telling that.
Who said that?
It was only the information was only given to this committee, Mr.
We
Chair.
even invited your men, a certain major, and 4 other policemen. Andun ka, hindi ba? Inimbisigahan namin yan. Sinabi nila, nakapatay sila. Marami silang napatay. Oo. Marami silang binaril. Hindi nila alam kung sila nakapatay. Oo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But
And then they were under you. You were the one that gave the order. Colonel Patay naman. Alam mo kung ilan na namatay dun sa ano mo sa lugar mo Oh. Colonel Patay, Mr. Chair, sagutin mo.
as I've said, Mr. Chair, I was not able to confirm the number. As far as I can
You
remember,
better submit to us a report of how many were killed when you were the station commander in Batasan. Okay?
So far on the reports, Mr. Chair, I
You
don't have the report.
submit to us a report.
I will ask the command, Mr. Chair. I will.
That's
try
true. You submit to us a report. Because if you do not submit to us a report, I'll be compelled to cite you in contempt here.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
It was already an instruction, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, let me ask Colonel Garma here. Colonel Garma, do you have any ulterior motive when you told us the story of Captain Albotra telling you about what he told you? Do you have any ulterior motive
My
on
my
that?
only motive, Mr. Chair, is to tell the truth.
Oh, the only motive,
Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra, is to tell the truth. Now, let me also ask you, Colonel Garma, why do you think that that Captain Albotra told you that kind of a story?
I think in confidence, Mr. Chair, and perhaps impress me that he is cooperative in the war on drugs, Mr. Chair. I think that is his intention during that time.
Captain Albotra, I think it's good for you to tell the truth to us now. Because look, it is her telling you that you're lying. And it is you that is telling us here today that she's lying. So, Captain, it's good for you to tell the truth now. Ang palagay mo? Alam na namin eh.
I'm only speaking of the truth, Mr. Chair.
No, you're not speaking the truth, Captain Albotra.
Yun po ang katotohanan.
Sinabi ko
Mr.
nga
Chair.
sa iyo eh. Oh. It would be Colonel Garma who's telling a lie and you are telling us the truth. Eh malabo yun. Siguro kinakailangan na because look before this hearing is over, I will even be the one, if not Congressman Paduano, I'll be the one to make a motion to hold you in contempt. And you be detained here. Tell us the truth now.
I will be lying, Mr. Chair, if I will,
Well, okay. Okay, it's up to
sabi
you.
po ako na tama po si Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Tamisin, you mentioned a moment ago that it was only seconds, di ba? After the police found out that Mayor Perez got killed. Ano ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. When he was shot 3 times, when he went down, you will see that the van is already leaving at that time.
Okay. So other question is this, Mr. Chair. How about the getaway car? Did you see the getaway car? Do you know about the getaway car?
Your Honor, I have seen only the getaway car through that video, Your Honor.
Oh. Eh di mas magaling kang investigador kaysa sa mga pulis natin sa Los Baños. Colonel Duque, hindi ba when you investigate a killing na pinapatawag niyo ang SOCO?
Yes, sir.
Pinatawag niyo yung SOCO. Andun yung SOCO, di ba?
Yes, sir. They are part of the...
Secondly, hindi ba when you investigate a killing, you also find out if there's a getaway car, hindi ba?
Yes, sir.
Hindi niyo nakita. Wala kayong nakitang getaway car.
Meron, sir. Yung nasa video, sir.
So, anong ginawa nyo? Hinabol mo nyo ba o anong nangyari?
There were several follow-up operations, sir, to...
No, that day, that hour, nung nakita nyo sa video, kailan nyo nakita sa video? Kailan? After several hours?
Yes, sir. After we were able to verify...
Is it not that you as an investigator should scour the place because the getaway car would not be able to get out easily?
Yes, sir.
Or perhaps, Chief of Police Garduque, alam nyo na police ang pumatay kay Mayor Perez at pinabayaan nyo makaalis ang getaway car?
No, sir.
The thing is, kanina, nakita na natin itong si Colonel Tamisin is even a moral advocate in this... Councilor Tamisin is even a moral advocate right here in Los Baños. That he is a peaceful man. Inaanak ito ng mayor. Nakakapagtaka na merong political motivation dito. You were telling us that one of your reports says that part of that would be politically motivated? Is that the kind of observation and investigation you have in this killing, Colonel Garduque?
Sir, it's a collective decision of the SITG during that time.
Will you please submit to us your written report on the incident?
Yes, sir.
Will please
Yes, sir.
submit it to us, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, thank you, Congressman Abante. Congressman
Chairman.
Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pwede po bang i-move na imbitahin natin sa susunod na hearing yung DPRM para ibigay sa atin yung PDS lahat ng mga pulis na involved ngayon? The former provincial director of the province of Batangas when Mayor Halili was assassinated. I think it was Police Colonel EQ Quilates, the COP of Tanawan during that event. The same with Los Baños, and the members of the SITG created by the Region 4A to investigate the matter and to bring with them the respective investigation report. May I move also to invite the regional director during that time. I think he's now the mayor of Silang Cavite. Now, Colonel Patay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kayo po ay tinanong ko na ito noon na na-reassign kayo from Mindanao to NCRPO. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At meron din pa kayong mga kasamang non-commissioned officer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa lahat po ba ng assignment mo nung napunta ka rito sa NCR, kasama mo yung mga tao mo?
Sa Station 6, Mr. Chair, kasama ko, pero nung paglipat na, hindi na po.
Paglipat saan?
Sa Region 4A at saka sa Region 3, Mr. Chair.
Sa Region 4A as CIDG Chief.
Yes, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
mo na dala yung tao mo.
Hindi na lahat, Mr.
Saan
Chair.
mo sila iniwan?
After Station 6, Mr. Chair, they were assigned to different units.
Hindi sa CIDG?
Not, Mr. Chair.
Hindi sa CIDG?
After, Mr. Chair, may nakasama ko sa CIDG sa Region 3. Yung iba po, Mr. Chair, sa PSPG at saka sa Maritime po.
So, nakasama mo yung iba na galing sa Mindanao sa Region 3 CIDG.
Yes,
Kasi
Mr. Chair.
malalaman ko rin yun dahil...
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huwag ka magsisinungaling.
No, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Malalaman ko rin yun eh. Alam ko kung paano.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Captain Albotra, sinabi mo rin kanina, matransfer ka from Region 7 to Region 4A, may kasama kang mga non-commissioned officer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Naibalik din sila kasama mo.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nakikita ko may pattern eh. May pattern. Na yung mga may mission, ay talagang by team sila o grupo na pinatransfer. Now, may I ask Napolcom, if you transfer personnel from one region to another, what is the policy?
Your Honor, they're not supposed to bring their personnel in their former assignments. The officers to be assigned in the new station are supposed to lead and adapt to the new working environment. That is not supposed to be the case. We realize that even when they will be transferred, they would be intending to do something about it. That's why they are bringing in their people.
Yeah, and if ever there's going to be a transfer, there's a protocol to be followed. The losing unit commander would agree to it, and the receiving unit commander would accept them. Hindi po ba tama yun?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering that there are also officers who have a career, who have been staying in that particular station for quite a time that is also due to be promoted. And if they would be overtaken by an assignment coming from elsewhere, that would be an issue to contend with. It is not at all a practice we are tolerating, Your Honor.
But the PNP has not followed that.
Yes,
as you
Your
can
Honor.
see.
Sadly, Your Honor, that is more being breached than followed, Your Honor.
And if my hunch is correct, ito po ay direct order ng Chief PNP. For the issuance of orders. May tawag po sila ron eh. Hindi po ba? Nangyayari. From Mindanao to NCRPO, from Region 7 to Region 4A.
Yes,
Kasi meron silang purpose.
Yes, sir.
Can you not see the pattern? They have been violating our rules and regulations kasi meron silang ipinapagawa sa mga opisyal at sa NCO na ito. You can see the pattern.
Yes, Your Honor. And that could only happen from a higher echelon of authority. It cannot be done at the lower echelon.
Kaya nga sabi ko, it's from the Chief PNP. Orderan lang niya yung DPRM eh. Nangyayari naman talaga yun. To issue orders. Hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor. That's very
Yes. Now, ito wala pa akong kwan eh, kaya hindi ako nagtatanong masyado sa iyo, Captain Albotra, dahil kwan. Pero I can see na sa iyong mga assignments from 2018 to 2024, saan assignment ka pinakamatagal na nag-stay?
Sa Cebu City po, Mr. Chair.
Ilang taong ka ron?
Mga 3 years po yata, Mr. Chair.
3 years. Doon sa labas ng Cebu, ano ang pinakamatagal mong assignment?
After po ba ng Cebu City, Mr. Chair?
Doon sa labas ng Cebu. Ang laki ng Pilipinas eh. Ang sabi ko lang, outside of Region 7, saan ka pinakamatagal na na-assign?
Mr. Chair, sa Pro 8 po yata, Mr. Chair.
Pro 8.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gano'ng katagal doon?
Mr. Chair, 1 year po yata, Mr. Chair. 1 year. 1 year po, Mr. Chair, more or
1 year.
less.
So, ang pinakamaiksi mo dito sa Region 4A when you were assigned sa Calamba Police Station?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Kasi nakapagtataka yun, iho eh. Itra-transfer ka sa isang lugar, hindi ka mag-isa. May kasama ka na tao mo, I presume. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes, tao
sir.
mo yun. Are you going to tell me it's not true?
It's true, Mr. Chair.
Yes. O naman. I will find that out kung sabihin mong hindi true. Kasi transfer ka. So paano nangyari yun na itina-transfer ka kasama mo yung mga tao mo?
If I may answer, Mr. Chair.
Tinatanong nga kita eh.
Then, the COP of Calamba City, Mr. Chair, with Lieutenant Colonel Ulsano, asked me kung pwede ba ako sumama sa kanya, Mr. Chair. Doon sa Calamba po.
Hindi mo sinasagot eh. Pero yun mo, transfer ka from Region 7 to Region 4A, hindi lang ikaw, pati yung tao mo. Normally, ang tinatransfer yung opisyal, naiiwan yung mga tao eh. Bakit ganun?
Mr. Chair, hanggang ngayon naman po, Mr. Chair, may mga... Until now, Mr. Chair, may mga...
Hindi mo sinasagot yung katanungan ko.
Pardon, Mr. Chair?
Ang katanong ko sa iyo, bakit ikaw Hindi ba normally ang opisyal, pag transfer from one position to another, especially outside the region, mag-isa lang siya. Maliban lang kung may gagawin sa lugar na yon. Or mayroong rason kung bakit kailangan niya, yung tao niya, nakasama niya.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
May rason po, Mr. Chair.
May rason.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano kaya yung rason na yon? Bakit sinamahan ka ng dalawang tao mo?
Mr. Chair, ako po mismo ang nag-request sa kanila, Mr. Chair, kung papayag sila kasi...
Hindi yun ang tatanungin mo eh. Ang tatanungin mo yung commander mo kung papayag na mawalan siya ng dalawang tao. Kasi normally, ang kwan doon is pag nawalan ng PNCO yung isang unit, may kapalit dapat.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I agree,
No,
Mr. Chair.
kaya nga. Bakit dalawa? Ni-request mo, ang tigas-tigas mo naman. Maliban lang talaga kung merong iniutos sa'yo, kaya pinasama yung dalawang kasama sa'yo. Hindi ba?
Mr. Chair, sinama ko po sila, Mr. Chair, kasi kinailangan ko rin po, Mr. Chair, ng magpapagkatiwalaan, Mr. Chair. At pumayag naman po sila, Mr. Chair.
Sige, kasi wala pa akong kwan dito eh. Ang tinatanong ko lang, yung nakikita ko na pattern na nangyayari. Kasi sa lahat ng may mga kwan, may mga nangyayari na EJK, may mga isang team na nag-ooperate. Ikaw, maring hindi ikaw ang kwan, ang shooter or gunman. Hindi naman ako naniniwala na ikaw siguro ang gunman. Ikaw lang siguro yung kwan. Kasi alam ko naman na ang police operation kwan bago sila gagawa ng ganun merong kung tawagin natin magke-casing at saka surveillance muna At ikaw siguro yun. Thank you. Colonel Garduque, you said a while ago that as part of the evidence, you submitted to the prosecutor or to the court yung video na present kanina ni Honorable Fernandez. Ulitin ko, would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Yes. Now, can you please give to us or submit to this committee all the records pertaining to the case that you have filed against former Councilor Tamisin?
Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
We'll do that. Now, mag-usap tayo, lalaki sa lalaki. Kung wala yung video na ebidensya, I will cite you in contempt. O bakit matagalan ka mag-isip?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If the video is not submitted as official evidence of the case that you filed against former Councilor Tamisin, I will move to cite you in contempt for lying to me.
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka, ha? Usapan lalaki yan. Now, did you conduct a cartographic sketch?
No, sir.
O bakit may sketch na pinapakita si Honorable Fernandez kanina?
It was the illustration, facial recognition sketch by the...
I know, kasi imbestigar ako dati, kaya nga alam ko na ang tawag doon, cartographic sketch by a cartographer.
It was a computer illustration by the...
Oo, kasi bago na ngayon.
Opo, sir.
Parating pa lang yung equipment na yon nung ako ang chief ng CIS.
Yes,
at ang mga sample ng mga ilong, mga mata, mga bunganga, ay galing po doon sa Bureau of Correction. Alam ko yun, iho. Kaya ito, cartographic sketch, hindi na yung cartographer ang gumagawa.
Opo, sir.
Kuwan na ito, computer na. Sasabihin lang kung anong klaseng kilay, anong klaseng mata, at saka anong klaseng bibig. Di ba?
Tama po, sir.
Oo. Oo naman, no? So, kung sino yung witness ninyo na nagbigay nito, nag-describe sa suspect?
I could not remember na sir, but I will check the record sir doon sa
Yes, sa
isinabmit
susunod
namin sa
natin
court.
pagkikita,
Opo, sir.
masasabi mo na siguro sa akin.
Yes sir.
Kasi siya ang nakakita sa suspect, di ba?
Yes sir, tama sir.
Oh, kasi pwede naman yung gawa-gawa yun eh. And may I know, when you file the case, ilan po yung nagbigay ng sworn statements para i-point si kay former Councilor Tamisen as the suspect? Meron ba kayong witnesses na prinisinta?
Meron sir, kaya lang hindi ko pa masiguro kung ilan yun sir. I will also check our data sir doon sa
Sama ka sa SITG eh. Eh kung ako ang opisyal mo, paano kita promote sa full kernel kung hindi mo alam yung trabaho mo?
Sorry sir, nakalimutan ko na rin kasi sir. Pero I promise sir, next meeting, i-ano namin yung...
Pero hindi mo nakakalimutan na magsuot ng brief every morning after taking a bath.
Yes sir.
Yes. Pero nakalimutan mo kung sino ang witness mo.
Yes sir, nakalimutan ko na po sir.
So, you will provide that, yung mga witnesses. Now, you said a while ago na yung motive ay political. May I know the basis of that?
Actually sir, the one of the respondent is kalaban niya dati sa politika. That is why...
Sino? Pakiulit.
Yung respondent doon sa kaso sir, si Mr. Sir Tamisen, is nakalaban niya doon sa Los Baños sir.
Anong ibig mong sabihin sa nakalaban?
They... naglaban sila sir to the position of mayor.
Position of mayor?
Yes sir.
Nagkalaban sila. So si former Councilor Tamisen tumakbo na mayor laban kay Mayor Cesar Perez.
Yes sir.
Correct? Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor. 4 po kami.
Yapat. So, bakit po siya ang sinentro nyo? Eh, kung 4 sila magkalaban, anong ginawa nyo sa 3?
Hindi ko na ma-recall sir yung mga circumstances surrounding kung bakit na...
Magkikita pa rin tayo,
Yes, sir.
Colonel. At
Yes,
baka sa susunod, iko-contempt ka ni Congressman Paduano. Kasi hindi nyo ma-explain sa akin eh. Matanong ko nga, anong baril ang ginamit?
Hindi ko na rin matandaan sir. Nasa report namin sir doon sa sinabmit namin sa Piskalya sir.
Do you know the answer, former councilor?
Yes, Your Honor. I saw the report of the SOCO. It's 5.56 millimeter.
Hindi. Anong klaseng baril?
M16, Your Honor.
M16. Hindi mo alam, matandaan? Colonel Garduque.
Sorry sir, honestly hindi ko na matandaan lahat sir. Yung
Kasi, para bang, number 1, haphazard ang investigasyon nyo. Number 2, hindi mo sineryoso yung pag-iimbestiga. Di ba? Being the chief of police. And that was your main responsibility then. Tama? Oh, ano?
Yes sir.
Now, si Andulan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung kayo ang nag-serve ng warrant of arrest against former Councilor Tamisen, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dahil sa informant ninyo?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pwede ba malaman ng pangalan ng informant ninyo?
I already submitted, sir.
O pwede na sabihin mo ng publiko, what's wrong with that?
For the security of the informant,
Ano
sir.
ang legal basis mo nun? Is he an official informant of the Philippine National Police such that you are not allowed to disclose the names of such? Huwag mo ako turuan, iho.
Yes, sir.
Alam na alam ko naman na tinatago mo lang eh. Gusto kong malaman, anong pangalan ng dalawa?
Alias Mike and Benny,
Bakit
sir.
naniniwala ka sa isang alias? Huwag ka magsinungaling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong pangalan? If you refuse to answer my question, I'll move to cite you in contempt.
The number one informant, sir, is Maiko Cruzim, Your Honor.
Ano?
Maiko Cruzim, Your Honor.
Miko.
Maiko, M-A-C-A-O po.
M-A-C-A-O. Macau? M-A-C-A-O?
Yes, sir. Maiko.
Spellingin mo nga yung Miko.
Mike, Alpha, India, Charlie, Oscar po, sir.
M-A-I-C. Oh. Miko, anong apelyido?
Cruzim, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Phonetics. Charlie. Oh, hindi mo rin alam yung kwan mo. Kung
Cruzim,
sakali-
sir. Cruzim.
Ha?
Cruzim, sir.
Romeo.
Yes, sir. Charlie, Romeo, Uniform, Sierra, India, Mike, sir.
Cruzim. At sino yung isa?
His friend from Batangas, sir, Venice de la Cruz.
Ano?
Venice de la Cruz,
Venice.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Lalaki o babae?
Lalaki po. Babae, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
And this lady is from Batangas.
Yes, sir. Yung Maiko po is from Los Baños.
Yeah. Konsyal, kilala nyo ba yung kwan? Maiko Crossing?
Yes, she's from Los Baños po, si Maiko, pero yung De La Cruz po, hindi ko po kilala.
Yes. Hindi kayo magkaaway ni Maiko Crossing?
Hindi naman po.
Hindi. Kasi, ang next na tanong ko, bakit niya alam kung saan po kayo?
Si Maiko Cruzim po ay ex ko po. Ex-girlfriend ko po.
Babae rin to, Maiko?
Opo.
Yes, sir.
Babae
Ex-girlfriend
po
niya
yan.
po, Mr. Chair.
Ex na girlfriend mo. Di ba may asawa ka?
Wala na po. Nag-asawa na po ang asawa ko sa
Ano,
US po.
hiwalay kayo?
May asawa na po siya. Pilot.
I'm sorry. So, dalawang babae ang informante mo. Hindi ko maintindihan bakit tinanong ka kanina, hindi mo sinagot. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
O dahil ayaw mong sabihin dahil dalawang babae pala.
No, Mr. Chair.
No.
I will submit naman po.
Now, next na tanong, yung tinanong din nila, kasi ang warrant of arrest is addressed to all law enforcers, tama?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, alam mo na yung krimen ay nangyari sa Los Baños.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Did you ever talk with or coordinate with the CIDG of the province of Laguna?
Through phone call, Lieutenant Colonel Sobrepeña, I talked to him through phone call, sir, that yun po, sir.
Kasi, ang pinagtataka ko, Iho, yung isang informant mo from Los Baños, pumunta pa sa Batangas para sabihin sa iyo kung nasaan si Konsehal. Bakit hindi siya pumunta doon sa CIDG ng Laguna? Bakit
Sir,
kaya?
Sir, the first informant, sir, went to Batangas kasi kaibigan niya po si Venice, sir. Both of them are
So
senior.
what's the logic behind that? Magkaibigan sila. Pero bakit sa iyo pa rin pumunta? Hindi doon sa CIDG ng Laguna.
Sir, yung isang tao ko po kasi, under the name of Pems Brosoto, sir, Apolinario Brosoto, kakilala niya po itong si Venice. Ngayon, sir, si Maiko, he went to Los Baños to Batangas para in-confess doon po sa kaibigan niya, si Venice, so also a singer. And then, ayun po, sir, Pems Brosoto came up to me and sabi, sir, may info po, na yung location, whereabouts ni Mr. Norbin Tamisin. So, ayun po, sir, sabi ko naman ay conduct validation kung totoo nga na may warrant po si Mr. Tamisin, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, normally kasi hindi ko alam ngayon. Dati-rati, kino-coordinate dun sa CIDG na having jurisdiction of the incident. Now, Councilor Tamisin, magkaaway ba kayo ng girlfriend mo? Did you separate peacefully?
No, Your Honor.
No. Nag-away kayo?
Hindi rin po, Your Honor.
So, okay lang yung pag-iwalay nyo?
Siya naman po nakipag-iwalay.
Hindi,
Siya'y
kasi
mag-a-abroad.
Nagtataka ako, bakit siya pumunta doon sa Batangas, nagsabi siya sa kanyang mga kaibigan na alam niya kung nasaan ka at wanted ka.
Kasi po may inilabas na reward yung mga taong gustong mahuli ako. Hindi ko lang alam kung yun po ang isa sa motibo. Like for example,
so may reward para mahuli ka? Would that be true?
Hindi ko po alam yung sa reward, Your Honor. Pero sa balita po, sir, nabalitaan ko po na meron daw po, sir.
Hindi mo alam pero nabalitaan mo. How is that? Nung nabalitaan mo, di alam mo na?
Di, sir, during the arrest po, sir, hindi ko po alam na may reward. But when we reviewed yung sa news nga, sir.
Oh, sino na ngayon na nabalitaan mo na nag-offer ng reward? Di ba? Sabi mo, sagot mo sa akin, nabalitaan mo na may
Yes, sir.
reward. Tama? Ano
Yes, sir.
ang nabalitaan mo kung sino ang nag-offer ng reward?
I think the LGU, sir, and yung family niya po, sir.
LGU and the family.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, tama naman po yung family. At the same time, the Sangguniang Bayan passed an ordinance allotting at least 500,000, if I may not mistaken, but they forgot the colatilla. Because they were rejoicing when I was apprehended, they forgot that the colatilla stated, if after po magkaroon ng desisyon na ako'y guilty. Kaya they were very happy when I was apprehended, but naging malungkot sila nung makuha yung kopya ng ordinansa na may colatilla pala na dapat may desisyon na ako po ay guilty. Kaya hindi po niya nakuha yung sa LGU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask my other questions when the other officers are present in the next hearing. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr.
Acop.
Chair.
Next to interpolate is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Few questions for Major Albotra. Major, in your affidavit, you gave a complete account of your whereabouts by the date, by the time. Can you please enlighten us? What is your intention in giving the complete account of your whereabouts?
Mr. Chair, Madam, kasi po, Mr. Chair, wala pong ibang maaring dahilan kung bakit lumabas po yung chismis na yun, kundi yung short assignment ko po sa Calamba, Laguna, na nalify nga po, Madam. Kaya po, hinalungkat ko po kung saan ako ng mga times na yon. Based po doon sa plane ticket ko, at saka yung normal na proseso po ng police na nagko-courtesy call until such time po na may order, and kung doon ko po na Madam, yung mga tickets ko po doon ko po na recover, ma'am.
Major, you also mentioned about your plane tickets. Why do you have to include your flight bookings in your intention to give the complete account of your whereabouts? Ano pong intention nyo? Bakit nilalatag nyo itong mga whereabouts nyo during those time, including your plane tickets?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I'm just showing the committee, Mr. Chair, and prove that wala po akong kinalaman, Mr. Chair, sa pagkamatay ni Mayor Halili, Mr. Chair.
Would it be correct to say, Major Albotra, that you are trying to give an impression na wala ka doon sa lugar when I am referring to the killing of Mayor Tony Halili? Would it be correct to say that it is your intention to give an impression na wala ka doon nung pinatay si Mayor Halili?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
That is your intention in presenting all these documents.
To show, Mr. Chair, na ang pagka-assign ko po doon, Mr. Chair, is dumaan po sa proseso, Mr. Chair, until such time po na nalify po yung order ko at na umuwi na po ako, Mr. Chair, balik sa Cebu, Mr. Chair.
Major Albotra, are you aware of the defense of alibi? What do you understand about alibi?
Yun pong sabihin mo po na wala ka dyan, Mr. Chair.
And that is your intention in giving this complete account. You wish to give an impression na wala ka dun sa Tanawan City or any of the immediate vicinity when the killing incident against Mayor Tony Halili happened. Do you agree with me?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
But you have to understand, Major Albotra, that alibi, to become admissible, it must be physically impossible for you to be in that place or in any of its immediate vicinity. Do you think that after presenting your complete whereabouts, including the plane ticket, you have established already that physical impossibility to be there in Tanawan City?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please understand, Major Albotra, that what you presented is just a plane ticket. It only shows that you are booked on that date, on that plane, on that flight. But it does not in any way prove at all that you really took that flight and you were in Cebu during that date.
Mr. Chair, I think pwede naman po siguro ma-verify natin, Mr. Chair, sa airlines, Mr. Chair, if indeed the tickets were boarded, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Since you have started presenting this plane ticket, you might as well present also the manifesto of that flight and show to us that you're included among the passengers who took that flight. But nevertheless, Major Albotra, even assuming for the sake of discussion na ikaw nga ay nasa Cebu, kunyari lang, assuming lang, it does not in any way absolve you from your possible involvement in the killing incident. The way Mayor Tony Halili was murdered requires careful preparation, grand design, which presupposes a number, if not huge number, of personalities involved. Hindi po ito kaya ng isang tao lang, ng dalawang tao lang, or perhaps kahit tatlong tao lamang. In other words, I am certain that there is a theory of conspiracy in the killing of Mayor Tony Halili. Having said that, Major Albotra, I wish to tell you na kahit mapatunayan mong nasa Cebu ka, meron tayong mga tinatawag na principal by inducement principal by indispensable cooperation, who, even without their physical presence, may be equally liable to the crime because of the theory of conspiracy. Do you understand, Major?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I wish to manifest as well the very spontaneous testimony of Colonel Garma about you, mentioning to him, to her, and even trying to boast upon the fact that you are part of the killing incident against Mayor Tony Halili. The testimony is very spontaneous. It is very natural. And we do not see any reason why we should not believe that testimony of Colonel Garma. Unless, Major Albotra, you will be able to prove motive against Colonel Garma, we may be inclined to reconsider this position. Can you please try to think harder? May galit po ba sa inyo si Colonel Garma? Ano po ba ang posibleng dahilan kung bakit kayo i-implicate ni Colonel Garma amid your claim of absolute innocence?
Mr. Chair, I can only think of two reasons, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, masyado na pong confused at mabigat na po ang dinadaanan ni ma'am. Kaya gusto niya na po sigurong ipasa ang burden, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, yung Barayuga murder case po, Mr. Chair, baka naiipit na po si ma'am. Kaya po, gusto niya na siguro pong i-divert ang atensyon ng Quadcomm na ito, Mr. Chair. At saka, si Lieutenant Colonel Santi Mendoza po, Mr. Chair, siya po ay classmate ko. Baka po nagalit na rin si ma'am sa class namin, Mr. Chair.
You have to realize, Major Albotra, that the testimony that was given by Colonel Garma started with the President down to the police operatives. Yours is not even a pinch of that totality. At kagaya po ng tinanong kanina ng ibang members ng Quad, why of all the police officers in the entire country, why you, if she indeed is not telling the truth?
Can I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sa totoo lang, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po talaga alam, Mr. Chair. Yun lang pong reason na yun ang naisip ko. Pero kung you try to background me po doon sa Cebu, Mr. Chair, wala pong maniniwala, Mr. Chair, na ako ay ganong klaseng tao. Hindi po ako mayabang. Tahimik nga lang po ako, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Now, Major, I wish to invite your attention to paragraph 12 of your affidavit. Sabi mo dito, even my subsequent career promotion and assignments debunks any notion of being rewarded or incentivized due to any allegations of killings. Do you know for a fact that the reward system exists? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair,
Yes or no?
partly yes po, Mr. Chair, partly no.
Partly yes. Enlighten us, which part of the reward system are you aware of?
Mr. Chair, what I am trying to elaborate here, Mr. Chair, ako po ay tapon-tapon din, Mr. Chair, sa aking assignments. Yung promotion ko, kita nyo naman, Mr. Chair, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ako napopromote. And kung totoo, Mr. Chair, na talagang party ako nung pagpatay kay Mayor Halili, siguro po maganda po yung assignment ko, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako binalik doon sa Cebu, Mr. Chair. Tapos, yes, Mr. Chair.
So when you speak about reward system, you are pertaining only to promotion and assignment? Is that what you mean?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
then you could have used the word promotion and assignment and not reward. Why did you use the term reward? What do you understand about the reward system of the war on drugs?
I have no personal knowledge on that, Mr. Chair. I did not partake on that.
If you do not have a personal knowledge, this representation would not mind if that is a hearsay. What do you understand about the reward system? Because certainly, this is not about promotion. This is not about a choice of assignment. Otherwise, you should have indicated that in paragraph 12. What do you understand about the reward system of the war on drugs?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun po ang aking ibig sabihin po, Mr. Chair, when I write here in my affidavit, the word reward, Mr. Chair, and
Did you read your affidavit before you signed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Sino po ang gumawa ng affidavit nyo?
Yung lawyer ko po, Mr. Chair, in my presence, siya po ang Mr. Chair.
If your intention really is to pertain to promotion and choice of assignment, Major Albotra, bakit hindi yon ang ginamit mong terminologies?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yun po talaga ang ibig sabihin ng kung ikaw ay ma-rewarda ng assignment o magandang assignment or promotions po, Mr. Chair.
With that, Major Albotra, you are denying the reward system which was testified to already by Colonel Garma, by Colonel Espinosa, by Colonel Santi, as well as the pronouncements made already by the then President and the other senators all over the media. Are you denying all this?
Mr. Chair, there are rumors about that, Mr. Chair, but I have no direct knowledge on that, Mr. Chair.
There are rumors, but you do not have direct knowledge. Now let's go back to paragraph 12. You said that you did not receive any incentive or reward. If you did not receive any, then who received the incentive and the reward?
I do not have any knowledge on that, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
I hope you realize also, Major Albotra, that plain denial does not have a weight in the law on evidence. You have to substantiate by positive evidence all the testimonies that you're offering to the committee. Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to Pidea?
Please continue.
Kanina po, Pidea, you said sometime in August 2018, the name of Mayor Tony Halili in the drug list has been negated already. Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, it is an August 2020 list, not 2018, Your Honor.
Mayor Tony Halili was killed July 2, 2018. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And during that time, his name is included in the drug list. Do you confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
And his name was only negated sometime in August of 2020.
Yes, Your Honor. It was indicated in the August 2020 list that he was negated already, Your Honor.
Can you please enlighten us? Ano ho ba ibig sabihin nung negated?
It is neutralized, Your Honor. I mean, he was killed already.
Negated for the case of Mayor Halili would then mean he is dead already.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's why it was neutralized already.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. part of the testimony of Colonel Garma, it was Colonel Leonardo who has the last say in the inclusion, classification of the high-value target, and the exclusion of the drug personalities in the drug list. Would you know if it is really Colonel Leonardo?
Your Honor, we have no indication that Colonel Leonardo had any clear participation in the making of these lists.
I understand that you were appointed in the PIDEA only during the present administration. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
While the time element we're talking about with respect to the participation of Colonel Leonardo to this drug list is sometime in 2016 to 2019. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, correct.
Is it because you are not yet in the PIDEA why you could not comment as to his participation in the drug list that everybody has been referring to?
Your Honor, we have a copy of these lists, but we do not have a, how do you call it, a conviction, or we are not sure if Colonel Leonardo had any participation in the coming up of these lists.
Since you were appointed in the PIDEA, Director General, would you know if this drug list has ever been validated?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a process on how it is validated, and this goes up to the executive secretary for it to be, for its validation. When I say validation, it entails whether a name should be deleted, whether a name should be placed on suspense file, or a name is supposed to be retained. And there was a procedure that was agreed upon in 2019 on how this list is going to be validated. And so this is the process that we are following, Your Honor. And to be very honest about it, we have only validated 1,502 of the total of 6,042 names.
So, to this date, PIDEA, the total number of names is still 6,000 plus.
Yes, Your Honor, 6,042.
And that out of that 6,000 plus, the ones validated is only 1,000 plus.
Yes, Your Honor.
So how do you appreciate the genuineness of the remaining 5,000 still in the drug list?
There is a process, Your Honor. It's a very long process, and which starts in the barangay level and it goes up to the regional level, and from the regional level, it goes to a remedied committee, Your Honor. This remedied committee is made up of 4 members: the Chief of Staff, the Chief of the Philippine National Police, the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, and the Director General of PIDEA. The Secretariat of this committee is PIDEA, Your Honor. And what happens is that we study the names, again, starting from the barangay, then from the barangay it goes to municipal and city level, then up to the provincial, involving all units, especially law enforcement agencies, to determine whether this name should be retained, delisted, or to be placed on suspense file. And we recommend this, and this remedied committee, which is chaired by the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, submits this list to the Office of the Executive Secretary for a decision to be made whether the recommendations will be granted or not, or approved or not, Your Honor. But sometimes, let's just say, for example, in the regional level, there are certain, it takes the regional director, for example, of the PNP, the regional director of the DILG, mostly regional directors, Your Honor. But as I gathered, there were instances in the past that it was very hard to convene all of these people together to sign validate the results of their validation, and so it was taking a long time. And that's the reason why we were only able to validate 1,502 of the 6,000 plus names, Your Honor.
Given that answer, Pidea, ginagamit pa po ba ng mga law enforcement agencies yung drug list, given the fact that the remaining 5,000 remain unvalidated?
As far as the remedied list is concerned, Your Honor, it has it has stalled for a while because we are waiting for the palace to act on our recommendation to continue its validation. But we are not only dependent on this list, we also have our National Drug Information System, which has names. Aside from that, we also continue validating starting at the barangay level for possible names that are new, names that may have been cleared in the past but have, how do you call it, gotten back to the system of the illegal drugs again. So it's a continuing process, Your Honor. And again, this list goes up to the national level, and this is the watch list that we use in going after personalities in the different locations in the country, Your Honor.
In other words, Pidea, even when we have this drug list unvalidated, the 5,000 of them, you come up with your own validation in cases where you receive reports about involvement in drug operation. You come up with a separate and entirely new validation. Tama po ba yung understanding ko?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a continuing process, and this list is a active list, we may call it, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to continue my interpellation with Colonel Garma. Meantime, I will yield to the other members.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Congressman Paduano, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up lang to kay Captain Albutra. You mentioned about two police personnel that you brought to Calamba. Sino ngayong dalawa?
Mr. Chair, PO3 Eugene Calumba and
PO3
Eugene Calumba, Mr.
Eugene
Chair.
Calumba
And SPO2 Miljen Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
SPO2
Miljen Bulandres po, Mr. Chair.
Bulandres.
Yes,
Active
Mr.
pa ba sila sa duty ngayon?
Si Eugene Calumba po, Mr. Chair, ay namatay na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Namatay?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
What cause of his death?
Siya po ay namatay, Mr. Chair, sa Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Cause, ang tinatanong ko, ano yung
Nabaril po siya, Mr. Chair.
binaril?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kailan yon?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Mr. Chair, yung date, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo na malaman? Sige nga. Yung Bulandres.
After po nung namatay po si Eugene, Mr. Chair, mga ilang araw po, nagpa-relieve na rin po siya, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko na po alam kung saan siya, Mr. Chair.
So, nabaril din yung Bulandres?
Na-relieve po, Mr. Chair. Na-relieve po siya, Mr. Chair. After
Na-relieve?
Na-relieve po, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
2018, Mr. Chair.
20?
Sometime on 2018 po, Mr. Chair.
2018?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pagbalik niyo sa Cebu, anong assignment niya?
Sa Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Under sa'yo.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, nung nabaril yung a certain Kalumba? Kalumba ba yon?
Eugene Kalumba, Mr. Chair.
Oh, nung nabaril yung Kalumba, anong assignment niya?
Siya po ay Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Sa'yo?
Under sa akin, pero...
Under sa'yo?
May... Siya po
Sandali,
ay,
tinatanong kita, under sa'yo? Yes or no?
siya po ay assigned sa Unit 2, Mr. Chair, pero operationally under control po siya ng...
Dahan-dahan lang po, hindi ko maintindihan. Ano, please?
Si Eugene Kalumba, Mr. Chair, ay assigned sa Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Under sa'yo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, pero siya po ay operationally controlled by Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair, that time.
Under sa'yo, pero operationally controlled by Colonel Garma?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Wala. Mr. Chairman, wala na si Colonel Garma? Chairman? Wala na si Colonel Garma. So, that was 2018 also?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
O kanina tinatanong kita, ba't hindi mo matandaan kung kailan siya na-assign at saka namatay?
Yung exact date po ang hindi ko matandaan, Mr. Chair.
Huwag kang mag-abogado dito.
Sorry po, Mr. Chair.
Nung tinanong kita kanina, sabi mo, hindi mo na matandaan.
I'm referring po sa exact date po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ko naman tinanong yung exact date eh. Well, in fact, kung hindi kita tinanong kung saan siya nakasign, hindi mo sinabi na under your Station 1. Yung Bulandres.
During the time, Mr. Chair, nung nangyari po yun kay Eugene...
Sandali, tapusin mo na. After nung Kalamba, saan siya na-assign?
Sa Cebu City rin po, Mr. Chair. Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Station 1 din, sa'yo din, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
From Kalamba, binitbit mo pabalik sa Cebu.
Nung nullified po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga,
Opo, Mr.
bitbit mo. O tapos,
nag-courtesy call po kami kay Ma'am Garma.
hindi ko tinatanong yung courtesy call. Ang tinatanong ko yung assignment ng Bulandres. So, namatay yung Kalamba under your watch sa station mo. Tapos, anong nangyari kay Bulandres?
Na-relieve na rin po siya, Mr. Chair.
Why?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Station 1 commander ka, hindi mo alam na nirelieve siya? You're lying.
Hindi ko po maalala, Mr. Chair, kung bakit
Nako,
siya na-relieve.
huwag tayo maglokohan dito, ha? Bata mo yung dalawa, bit-bit mo pa Kalamba, at then bumalik ka sa Cebu, tapos mo hindi mo alam? Why they were relieved?
Ang alam ko po, Mr. Chair, na-assign, bumalik po siya sa Negros, Mr. Chair.
Ang tanong nga, bakit siya nirelieve?
I have no idea, Mr.
Saan siya
Chair.
inassign? Sa Negros Oriental?
No idea po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, itong si Albutra, kanina pa to eh. Napakasinungaling to, kung hindi mo makorner, hindi sasagot ng tama. Ngayon, bata mo yung dalawa, tapos hindi mo alam. Yung investigation with regards to the death of Kalumba, ba't siya pinatay? Hindi mo rin alam.
Mr. Chair, during that time po, siya po ay...
Hindi, tanong ko, anong motive?
Ang kwento po nun, Mr. Chair...
Anong motive? Pulis ka, hindi mo alam? Bata mo, hindi mo alam? Hindi mo man chinek kung anong motive?
I have no direct idea talaga, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, now I move to cite in contempt Captain Albutra for lying in this committee in violation of Section 11, Paragraph C of our rules. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second
There is a
motion.
motion to cite in contempt Major Albotra for violating Section 11, Paragraph C of the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. And it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please take note that Major Albotra is now cited in contempt by the Quad Committee.
Chairman,
Please proceed.
just a rejoinder. Alam mo, Captain Albutra, I have warned you kanina pa. Hindi ko pa mabuo yung story. Dahil taga Cebu ka eh. Pero you were assigned to Dumaguete, kaya mapacheck ko rin yung record mo. Pati yung dalawa mong tao. Nagsisinungaling ka eh. Babalikan ko pa rin yung Kalamba on the next hearing. Kung hindi kita makorne, alam mo, akala mo dito, hindi kami nag-imbestiga. Akala mo dito, hindi namin alam kung paano kukunin yung mga information. Oh, you were not shouted in contempt. I will not ask you anymore. In the next hearing, you better cooperate. Next, Mr. Chairman, doon na muna ako kay Captain Albutra. Ang dami pa kong alam sa iyo. May sunod-sunod pa. In the next hearing, magkakaalaman tayo. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask, no? Kasi napag-usapan na rin yung Albutra.
Second motion.
Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Ako is not around, I will move to detain Captain Albutra in the premises of the House until the committee report will be adopted in the plenary. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion, as stated, duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Major
Mr. Chairman.
Albutra is now cited in contempt and to be detained in the premises of the House of Representatives until the duration and termination of the committee hearing of the Quadcomm and until the committee report is approved and adopted in the plenary.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Congressman DSJJ Suarez and then Congressman Dan Fernandez. DSJJ.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. Are we pertaining to the partial committee report or the final committee report in the penal provision of in the penal part of the contempt? Or
Final.
What is the pleasure of the movant?
Final, Mr. Chairman, until the committee report will be adopted in the plenary, as I've said, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Until the
final and complete plenary, final and complete committee report.
Until the committee report is approved and adopted in the plenary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Now, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Captain Albutra, we were so lenient for so many hours with you. And by citing you in contempt, at the end of the road, you will be thankful with this Quadcomm because it is your safety that we are after for. Sana, lagay mo sa utak mo yan. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Now, Congressman Paduano, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, pinag-usapan na rin yung Region 7. Can I ask Colonel Grijaldo to take the seat?
Colonel Grijaldo. After ni...
Colonel, pangunahan lang kita. I hope you will answer my question truthfully. Now, have you been assigned in Region 7?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
2018. Just
2018
I could not remember
to?
the exact date, Your Honor.
Sorry?
2018
2?
2020, Your Honor.
So, you're 2 years. What is your
yes, Your
assignment
Honor.
in Region 7?
I was then the regional force commander, Your Honor.
RFMB?
RMFB, Your Honor.
Yung mobile?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, 2018. Are you familiar with Operation Sauron?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can you, in brief, can you educate this committee about Operation Sauron?
Just I could not, we're just augmenting the operation, Your Honor.
Again, tinanong kita kanina, are you familiar with the Operation Sauron? Sabi mo, you're familiar.
It is
Tinanong
a-
kita, please Please educate us in brief. Ang sagot mo sa amin, you're just augmenting. Ano ba talaga? Alam mo ba yung Sauron o hindi?
Yung ano sir, yung order nyo sir, sa Oron sir is a regional activity, Your Honor.
Correct. Being implemented by, mainly by, what unit?
All unit, Your Honor.
All unit ng region.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa region, anong pinakamaraming units? Personnel. Di ba yung sa'yo? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Now, yung sinasabi yung augmenting, why should you augment? Kaya yung may pinakamalaking unit, personnel, tapos, o sige nga, what is Operation Sauron? Please.
We're only part of the...
At tanong ko nga, sinagot mo kanina, alam mo. In brief, please educate us what is Operation Sauron.
It is a internal security operation, Your Honor.
Internal security operation not related to drugs.
No, Your Honor.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with the death of the mayor of Ayungon?
I could not recall, Your Honor.
Did that recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi ka ba kinasuhan doon?
Mayor of...
Mayor of Ayungon, town in Negros Oriental.
No, Your Honor.
So hindi ka pamilyar?
No, Your Honor.
You were there since 2018 to 2020. Nag-implement po kayo ng Operation Sauron. And during the time, one of the casualty of that operation is Mayor Eldarico of Ayungon. Hindi mo matandaan? Hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko na ma-recall, Your Honor, yung insidente na kasama yung mayor ng Ayungon yung Your Honor.
Hindi mo na ma-recall. Okay, I will give you time, Colonel Grijaldo, to recall what really happens during the Operation Sauron. Not today, but maybe in the next hearing. Sabi ko nga sa iyo, please cooperate and tell the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you commit to cooperate in the next hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, as of now, that's all for Colonel Grijaldo unless mamaya, pag may mga tanong po related kay Colonel Grijaldo, itatanong na lang po natin sa kanya.
Okay. Who is the next interpolator?
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized.
Go ahead, Attorney Geldo.
May I just inform the Quad Committee that under the circular that was signed by then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, MC Memorandum Circular 16-2016, it contains the terms negate and neutralize, which were, as explained by General Gigi Lasso of PIDEA, which really mean to kill. And that is something that we have been emphasizing from the beginning, that it was that circular that operationalized the war on drugs and gave the imprimatur to the PNP to kill by using those words, negate and neutralize. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Jokno. The manifestation is noted. The parliamentary status is that the Congresswoman Jinky Luis has the floor and interpolating our resource person. However, since Colonel Garma is not present at the moment, we will now proceed with the interpellation of Congressman Paduano to Colonel Hector Grijaldo. Congressman Paduano, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just ask with regards to Operation Sauron to address to Colonel Grijaldo on the next hearing. And on record, he committed that he will cooperate in the next hearing with regards to it. Kasi po, hindi lang po question of augmentation nangyari doon. Kasi kayo po ang may pinakamalaking unit in Region 7. So, I hope in the next hearing, you will tell the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
That's all
thank you,
for now.
Congressman
Mr.
Paduano.
Chair, can I
Mr.
have...
Chairman, can I just have a few questions?
Congresswoman Luis
Jinky,
first,
of
and
course.
then DS-JJ.
No. I always give due courtesy to our women legislators.
Thank you, DSJJ. I just want to be enlightened about the manifestation given by Attorney Chel Jokno. Ano po ba talaga yung literal na meaning nung negate? And when you share this circular, and you said that that really means to kill, do you mean to say that by negate, by PNP language, its meaning now is to kill? Is that what you mean to say, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, Colonel Espinido also in a previous hearing used the term neutralize to mean to kill. He testified to that. And today, the PDA chief has also used those terms in the same way. Nung una po namin nabasa yung memorandum circular na pinirmahan ni General De La Rosa, doon po kami nagtaka. Kasi alam naman natin na yung trabaho ng PNP ay mag-case build-up, manghuli, at magsampa ng reklamo. Pero nagtaka kami kung bakit dinagdagan pa nila ng to negate and to neutralize when those are not legal terms and those are not part of the duties of any member of the Philippine National Police. That led us to conclude that yun ang ibig sabihin, and that has been confirmed by several members of the PNP before this Quad Committee.
Would you agree with me, Attorney, that literally, by negate, it means to belie. By neutralize, it means to remove the danger. That's the literal meaning.
Yes, Your Honor. In ordinary parlance, that is the meaning. But I think if you were to ask the members of the Philippine National Police and those involved in law enforcement in our country, ang pagkaintindi na po nila ng neutralize at negate ay ganun din sa nabanggit ni PDEA General Gigi Lasso.
In other words, what gave the term negate and neutralize the meaning which is to kill is the concept of war on drugs that has been introduced, that was introduced during the past administration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Just for clarification, Attorney Jokno, so when you say negate, this is in the PNP parlance, meaning eliminate, extricate, kill. Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin nun?
Yes, Your Honor, especially in the context of the circular issued by then Chief De La Rosa in the war on drugs.
In the absence of a specific word, say kill, would that be interpreted as kill as well?
That is our conclusion, because if they meant to apprehend or to charge or to conduct case build-up, madali lang po sabihin yun eh. Hindi na kailangan sabihin na mag-negate o mag-neutralize.
But isn't negate imply that parang neutralize in a way that to stop its operation, you neutralize, you stop it. Is that the way it is? It should be understood?
Sa atin po mga ordinaryong mamamayan, ganun po yung pagkaintindi natin. But I recall Colonel Espinido in a previous hearing before this committee also said that to neutralize means to kill or to eliminate.
Okay, thank you po. Let me ask naman the opinion of Colonel Grijaldo. Does negate mean kill in the PNP parlance?
It is being used, sir, as to negate or to stop or to I mean, sir, na parang na ano na sir, na ano na yung ano niya, na-negate na siya. Kunyari sir, nasa listahan na negated na yung operation niya, sir. Yun yung
So,
ginagamit sa PNP.
to stop, but does that mean in the PNP lingo, does that also mean to kill?
No, sir.
No. Si Colonel Patay, ganun din po ba ang
Yes,
iyong
Your
opinion?
Honor, that doesn't mean that negation is killing. That's stopping his or her activities.
Thank you. Si Colonel Castillo, ano po ang inyong opinion?
Sir, ganun din po.
Ganun din.
Ganun po.
Si Colonel Petalio,
Ganon din, sir. Ganon din po.
si Colonel Garduque,
Yes, sir. The same, sir.
si what's his name? Colonel Andula.
Yes, sir. Same po, sir. Your Honors.
So you all agree, or you are all in agreement that the word negate, as stated in that memorandum, does not mean to kill. Yun ang inyong pagkakasabi, hindi ba? So, how do you now how do you now negate a high-value target, a drug lord? Paano yun? Alam nyo manglalaban yun. Hindi magpapahuli ng buhay yun. It's just a thought na I'd like to expound eventually. So, at this point,
Mr.
I'd like to
Chair.
thank... yes, DSJJ?
I think I was the one after Congresswoman G.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Yes, DSJJ, you're now
Yeah,
recognized.
just a few questions lang dito kay Captain Albotra. Captain Albotra. Kailan kayong bumalik ng Cebu? Cebu ba ang binalikan yung probinsya pagkatapos yung ma-assign dito sa Region 4A?
Opo, sir. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So gaano katagal kayong naglingkod dito sa Region 4A?
Yung duration po ng order, sir, was from June 4 to 27, sir.
June 4 up to?
June 27, 2018 po, sir.
So ilang buwan yun?
Less than a month lang po, sir.
Less than a month?
Yes, sir.
So less than a month lang yung operations mo dito sa Region 4?
Actually, sir, the actual operation, sir, is only 6 days, sir.
6 days lang?
Yes po, sir, kasi nag-courtesy call pa po ako, sir, ng region, PPO. Tapos umuwi pa po ako, sir, kasi birthday ni ni wife ko, sir. Tapos saka ako nakabalik, sir.
Ito ba regular practice sa PNP na pag nag-assign ng mga officers sa iba't ibang lugar, less than a month lang ang kanilang tour of duty?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, bakit napakaikli ng iyo?
Very unexpectedly po, Mr. Chair, na nullified nga po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
Tapos, sa tagal ng career mo, ilang beses ka na nabigyan ng ganitong order na na-assign, tapos sa maikling panahon lang, naibalik ka rin sa pinanggalingan mo?
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
That was the one and only time.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Nung inassign ka sa Region 4A, sino-sino yung nakasama mo ulit? Nagbanggit ka ng mga pangalan kanina. Sino-sino sila?
You mean to say yung kasama ko from Pro 7, Mr. Chair?
Yung kasama mo, oh.
Si Eugene Calumba and SPO 3 Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
Kalumba at saka si
SPO 3 Miljen Bulandres po.
Bolantes.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Parehas silang galing Cebu. Kasabay mo sila.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So kayong tatlo, hinugod sa Cebu, dinala sa Region 4A. Tama?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
At pagkatapos ng kulang-kulang isang buwan, kayong tatlo, ibinalik ulit sa Cebu. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, kasi na-cancel po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
So, yung dalawa mong kasama, Si Bolantes. Bolantes nga ba yung pangalan?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Nasaan na siya ngayon?
Nung na-relieve po siya, Mr. Chair, from Station 1, hindi ko na po alam, Mr. Chair, kung saan na pong unit siya na-assign, Mr. Chair.
Tapos yung isa niyo bang kasama,
Siya po ay namatay, Mr. Chair.
kailan siya namatay?
Sometime in June 2018 yun, Mr. Chair.
Anong dahilan kung bakit siya namatay?
Nabaril po siya, Mr. Chair.
Bakit siya nabaril?
Siya po, Mr. Chair, ay sabi po, Mr. Chair, na nag-surveillance na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Ulit. Pwede mong lakas-lakasan ng konti yung boses mo?
Sabi po, Mr. Chair, nag-surveillance na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Nag-ano?
Nag-surveillance po.
Nagsusurveillance siya kanino?
No idea po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaibigan mo ba itong yumaong police?
Nagkasama po kami, Mr. Chair,
So
before.
magkaibigan kayo?
Pwede po, Mr. Chair.
So magkaibigan kayo, magkasama kayo, kaso lang hindi mo kilala kung sino yung sino-surveillance niya, ganon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi meron ako nabasang isang article tungkol sa pagkamatay ng isang opisyal, isang pulis. At may kinalaman to. Ito ba si Eugene Calumba? Ito ba yung binabanggit mo?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Siya po.
So binabanggit mo na may sino-surveillance siya, kaya siya binaril. Correct? Tama ba yung kwento mo? Sabi mo may sino-surveillance siya, di ba kanina?
Mr. Chair, yan po ang sinabi sa akin ni Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Sino nagsabi sa'yo?
Si Ma'am Garma po, Mr. Chair.
Miss Garma, nabanggit po kasi yung pangalan ninyo. Would you want to shed light into
yes,
this?
Sir. I think, Mr. Chair, nung nangyari po yun, Mr. Chair, I was in Guam. Nag-attend po ako ng 1 week na seminar in compliance po dun sa PhD ko. And then when I returned, tapos na po yung ganong pangyayari. And I just relied on reports na lang po. If I could confirm it to
Yes, of course.
Albota, correct, right?
Tama po, Ma'am. Wala po kayo sa Cebu, Ma'am.
Yeah. So, nung nangyari po yun, sir, may OIC po. And yung nadatnan kong report, it appeared to be na nag-surveillance and napansin nung subject na sinusurveillance daw siya. So, nagkaroon po ng putukan or something.
Kaya nabaril yung Calumba.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, yun po ang report na nung dumating po ako.
Okay.
So, naabutan ko na po yun. Tapos na po yung ganung pangyayari, Mr. Chair.
So, do you confirm this, Captain Albotra?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, wala po si Ma'am kasi sa Viber po siya tumawag sa akin, Mr. Chair, that time.
Yeah, that's my only point, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get the story straight kasi kung mapapansin natin dun sa video kanina, similar din, no? Merong sino-surveillance, tinitingnan muna yung munisipyo, tapos eventually nakita natin na nung lumabas yung mayor ng Los Baños, pinutukan ng 3 beses, patay. So unfortunately dito naman, may nagsusurveillance, kaso lang mukhang napansin nung bodyguard yata ng isang opisyal ng Cebu City, councilman yata, kung di ako nagkakamali, na sinosurveillance, tapos saka nabaril yung kasamahan ni Captain Albotra. So I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. Just a reminder, no, meron pa ho tayong 2 pa hong resource persons na pinatawag sa ngayon. Ito ho yung mga jail guards na nando doon sa Albuera, Leyte. At saka yung mga kapatid ni Kerwin Espinosa ay nandito rin. They flew in from Albuera as well. At saka nandito rin po ang dalawang resource persons natin na si Colonel Edilberto Leonardo at saka si Colonel Ruina Garma. So we will now proceed. I'd like to thank Mr. Tamisin.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make a manifestation, please.
Okay, Congressman Abante, you're recognized for your manifestation.
Attorney Chel Jokno said that the word neutralize means to kill, no? Then when our chairman asked our police officers if that would be the right word, they said no. Colonel Giraldo, Colonel Patay, Colonel sino yung pangatlo? Castillo. All of them said no. Now, I refer to the dictionary on the word neutralize. Hindi ko alam kung itong mga colonel, dictionary na ito. Palagay ko, alam nyo naman ang ibig sabihin niya. Ito nakalagay, oh. To kill. Neutralize means to kill, destroy, to put to death deliberately, assassinate, execute, liquidate, murder, rub out, slay, terminate, take out. So, Mr. Chair, I do not know where our colonels who are graduates of the Philippine National Police Academy got their meaning on the word neutralize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the manifestation, Congressman Abante. So, gaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, salamat po sa ating resource person, si Mr. Tamisin. At sana po sa susunod na mga pagdinig at kung nangangailangan ng iyong presensya, I hope you will make yourself available. As of this time, you are excused. If you wish to stay, you can stay to be an observer in this committee hearing. Now, we will proceed with our next resource person. We'd like to ask Comsec, please call Colonel Edilberto Leonardo and Colonel Garma is already present. So, 1 minute suspension.